mention, oh, he might be in negotiation one, you know, again, and that's what the host brings up, and he responds, yeah, that's probably where he is, kind of hinting at, yeah, that's probably what's going on. So yeah, he's probably in some off-site area. I would believe that. But here's the legal relevance. The case is coming up in 1 week. If he indeed has moved, he needs to update his address. As far as we know, as of date,
oh, now he can get beat up by Matt the Boxer, like all the rest of us did.
Perhaps the lawyer hasn't gotten around to it. Perhaps he'll watch this fast facts and actually do that. But legally, he is required to update that. If he has not updated that, and he has moved, and he comes to court and lies, that's contempt of court.
Yeah, we is good.
That would be very severe for Somali.
Well, I personally never really, like, he's been talking about it for like a month. He's like, hey, we should get him. And I'm like, I don't really know. But I didn't play one.
Well, it's...
I know, baby, but I'm just saying, I didn't really have one or play one or was I around him.
For me, the difference... For me, the difference is if... Because it has games like Wii Sports and stuff that you actually have to move your arm and get up and move. And yeah, you just have to move your arm to make it work, but even just seeing the people move and him being a kid, he'll move his whole body to it. But the trap is like, especially Just Dance, if you just move the wand right, you'll get the moves, but you're not actually dancing. But I know he'll be, you guys will have him sit there and dance, and that'll be a way to move his body. But the trap is if you get like Mario or something where you finally sit down and you just have to use it like a normal remote. That's the trap, is he falls in love with one of those games and he doesn't want to get up and actually start moving.
It's going to be very, very difficult. We're going to talk about the challenges, but
because I think that's what the Wii is actually for. Like, if you want to play Mario or something, then get like, I don't know, something else.
Wii Sports.
Yeah. Deeply hurt about this at all.
We could be playing like ping pong or, you know, whatever. Like Wii Sports has all that stuff, right?
Yeah. Bowling, tennis. Yeah, boxing, golf.
Plenty of people want money. If you could just sue people whose money you want and get more, well, then they would do it. It's not that easy. It's not that simple. So at the end of the day, he's going to have a hard time collecting from anybody, myself included, and I can say he's not going to get a single one body off me. It's going to be very difficult.
Amen.
Speaking upon previous defenses, which I
Amen.
God forbid we're in a crazy ass like end of the world scenario, and this was going to be out there doing covert ass missions for everybody watching.
The first thing is procedural. So here's the thing. There's something called standing. That's the ability to bring a claim. He's going to have a real big issue in multiple jurisdictions with standing. It's very odd because he may not even have standing to bring a claim in the United States. He might be able to bring it by hiring an attorney in a particular jurisdiction where the defendants would reside. Maybe, but maybe not, right? They could contest that and say, no, actually, you're not standing to bring that. In other jurisdictions, like other countries, he certainly might not even have standing at all. The only place he clearly can sue is South Korea. But let's just use myself as an example. While I used to live in South Korea, I no longer reside in South Korea. Therefore, suing in South Korea would be entirely inappropriate because, well, they wouldn't even be able to serve me with process because I'm not in South Korea. And even if you were able to get a Korean sued and somehow try to serve it abroad, etc., the venue would be a problem. So they would just make a motion to change the venue, and they would lose that. Tank would lose that. It would all be done procedurally. The other thing is, most of the streamers, let's use a Tozy in 15 minutes, for example, they're in the United States. And we have something called anti-slap. Now, Hank claims to know about free speech, but I'll educate him on free speech as it's applied in law. The anti-slap, or laws against strategic lawsuits against public participation, that is, lawsuits to shut people up, even though they're actually speaking facts, those are so intimately record speech, they were adopted on a going basis. You can't use lawsuits to shut people up from talking to you, from talking about you, particularly from talking about you about
this thing, yeah, I can still hear you.
He's now gone on multiple interviews. He's got,
get phased out of your gamer tag, loser.
She's held to a higher standard under New York Times Sullivan. Therefore, all these anti-slap protections would essentially prevent him from even going to court. It wouldn't even get to a motion to dismiss. in a preliminary motion, it would be blown out of court in the United States. So that would be a very kind of funny way for it to go, and an entire waste of Hank's money. Although
I will always recommend the Queen of the Damned album. This is not really albums.
And in American law, at least, the truth is a defense. And in other jurisdictions, even in Korea, there is a public reporting or a public interest exception. And clearly, the reporting under this would fall under public interest since it's related.
So that what the solution was to Jesus music all the time? Now you get your own speaker.
The other thing is you need to have damages. So to bring a claim in America,
or works.
You're going to need damages. What money did he lose? He wasn't making any money. His family, mom, whatever, so and further, you actually have enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. The other thing is that Ramsey owes Hank over 20K USD, which is probably causing a rift between the two. And I'm not going to sit here and get in between these two people as a separate working back together. I mean, I think that is a significant concern. I think a real friend would pay another friend back. I think if they were owed monthly, it wouldn't pay it back. And I think that we're fighting Ramsey as a lesson to move out and saying, sounds like we're moving on. It sounds like might be a little bit off.
Kill to bring him back fast. Alright, soldier. Go get on.
From today on, I'm really not going to report on anything except for past. I think it's distraction, drama. Once again on my channel, I'm trying to be objective, and that's what's but I want to know what you guys think below. What do you think about the Hank saga? What do you think it contributed to the Somali story? I'll catch you. Are you guys enjoying the stream today?
Reloading. Back on station. Go get after it.
Point out that his claim there about a 6-year-old not being at risk for COVID, that's false. Definitely argue that. According to the CDC, anyone aged between 5 and 19 died of COVID.
Fuck you, asshole.
Higher than the annual death tolls for other childhood diseases like hepatitis A and rubella before widespread vaccination. Additionally, even though we see
last one?
Let's
go.
We're returning you to the front. For all Americans, not just those under 6. I digress. Right, going back. Here, of course, Biden was just one of the main different.
You have reinforcements inbound.
You have started a group called the Children's Health Defense. This is originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website,
They are selling what's called onesies. These are little things clothing for babies. One of them is titled Untracked, Unafraid. Next one is sold for $26 at this one. Next one is No Tracks, No Problem. Now you come in before this committee and you say you are pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money
Your squad mate's back on
selling a
station.
child's
Good work.
product to parents
You've got
for
gas
$26,
moving in.
which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
I'm no power over that organization. I'm part of it up to that before.
That was just a few months ago.
There's also the same thing that changed me, Kennedy, and Senator Michael Bennet.
Well, I'm asking you yes or no, Mr. Kennedy. Did you say that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered bioweapon that targets black and white
Enemy
people,
soldier
but
incoming.
spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese?
I didn't say
You're the
it
last
was
one
deliberately
standing, soldier.
targeted. I just
Survive until your squad
quoted
can redeploy.
an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did
You have
say that
reinforcements
Lyme
inbound.
disease is highly likely
Your squad
to
mate is
materially
redeployed.
engineered
Well done.
bioweapon? I've made sure I put in the highly likely. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered bioweapon?
I probably did say that.
Did you say that exposure to pesticides causes children
Loadout
to
drop
become
headed your way.
transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment about what you said. It matters. It doesn't matter what you come here and say that isn't true, that's not reflective of what you really believe. Decade, because unlike other
Good
jobs
kill.
we're
Marking
performing
the
around
rest of
this
that
place,
squad on your
this
tag
is
map.
a job where
Get
it
hunting.
is life and death.
Again, I want to share with some of the clips Bennett is referencing here. The first one he flagged about RFK Jr. floating the argument that COVID is ethnically targeted. That was published last year by the New York Post, and here's what he said.
COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
And with that, RFK Jr.'s claims have been dismissed by scientists. The main study that he repeatedly referenced to back his claims, it didn't say the virus targeted racial or ethnic groups. As for Bennett's question about whether Kennedy said pesticides cause children to become transgender, here's the question.
I think a lot of the problems with
Bounty targets are up. Get off.
never mind. Underappreciated how much of that is coming from chemicals, including a lot of the sexual dysphoria that we're seeing. And there's
Primary
swirling
objective
through.
complete. Eliminated. You're getting another shot. Weapon free.
He has flip-flopped on repeatedly in the past, and as recently as a few years ago, he was running for president as a Democrat, moving away from support for abortion. He has since changed his position to echo Trump's anti-abortion stance. In fact, it was flagged by many Democrats.
Your squad's in the safe zone. Gas on inbound.
In order to be given power by President Trump.
Never mind. Abortion is tragedy.
But what you're telling us is if President Trump orders you to take action to make it harder for women to get direly needed health care, you'll follow his order.
With that, Kennedy didn't really respond to a question about whether he would just blindly follow Trump's orders. And then continuing to evade similar questioning from other Democrats who questioned
Enemy soldier incoming.
saying that he agreed to turn in. Beyond that, there are also some notable one-off moments in the hearing. For example, when Senator Elizabeth Warren questioned about the financial entanglements, right, asking if he would agree to not take money from the pharmaceutical industry during 4 years he's in office and confirming 4 years after. He says yes. So they're then going on to also flagging her letter, with Warren then asking RFK
Stand by for redeployment.
In the past 2 years, you've wasted $2.5 million from a law firm called Wisner Bond. You go online, do commercials to encourage people to sign up with Wisner Bond to join lawsuits against vaccine makers. And for every one who signs up, you personally get paid. And if they win that case, you get 10% of what they win. So, Mr. Henry, will you also agree that you won't take any compensation from any lawsuits against drug companies while you are secretary and for 4 years afterwards?
I'll commit to not taking any fees from drug companies and secretary.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
I'm asking about fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me
Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close.
Please, as much as you want.
I'm not going to create a lawsuit about anything.
Look, no one should be fooled here. The bottom line is the same. Kennedy can pull off access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it. Kids might die, but Robert Kennedy will be
With everything here, you may have noticed that all the clips that we've been playing,
What made it
it's largely because Republicans just kind of phrased it as softball questions that allowed committees to keep up talking points about chronic disease and how food impacts them. But I will say there were some notable exceptions, like Senator Bill
Squad mate back on station. Good work.
Cassidy asked Kennedy some pretty straightforward questions about these two incredibly important programs that Secretary to be able to answer. With that, we saw the former president of Doctors for America. It was clear that RFK Jr. did not know this facts about the sports health program that he would be supervising. And that interaction with Cassidy, it is super important for a few reasons.
Hell yeah!
But four, could also lead to a second confirmation during tomorrow's RFK Jr. will be pressed even more extensively on his knowledge of Medicaid, Medicare, and health programs. We'll have to wait to see how that play out tomorrow. So I'll end here with two things. One, of course, with everything that we're covering here, it was from a huge hours-long duration. I think Two, with everything that we just talked about with this hearing, I'd love to hear your thoughts in those comments. And then we'll get back to more news.
Supply crates have been restocked. Load up.
You are, I got this stuff to help you metabolism. For your metabolism is your body's engine. Turning the food, you eat the fuel. That resonates on the food. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It's a device that measures
Hostile UAV in the area.
It lets you know if you're burning fat, carbs, to improve nutrition, workout, sleep, and even stress management. Just breathe and do it first thing.
Gas is moving. 9 left. Keep the pressure on.
MEN.me/thebrank over 20% off your purchases. Thank you, Lumen, for sponsoring the show. Then, we need to talk about how the past 24 hours have seen nothing to address Egypt stemming from the Trump directive freezing trillions of dollars in federal spending, with them officially putting out a fire that he started. And this also after yesterday, a judge temporarily blocked the plan following mass confusion around Medicaid's online portals going dark, with a memo ordering all agencies to begin implementing roughly half a dozen of Trump's earlier executive orders by completing a comprehensive analysis to identify programs, projects, and activities that could go against them, with it specifically highlighting financial assistance for aid, non-governmental organizations, woke gender ideology, and the Green New Deal. And with that, the lack of clarity of the directive meant that there was just panic, chaos, and uncertainty yesterday as everyone was trying to figure out what the memo meant. With some of the impacts seemingly being immediate, better than the press secretary able to answer a question about what the program would be funded.
I'll check back on that and get back to you.
But notably, the OMB then issued another memo claiming programs like Medicaid would continue without pause. But in any case, we then had a DC judge blocking the freeze, keeping the new restrictions in taking effect until February 3rd. So also, she did not take an official position on the legality of the freeze. Instead, she just gave time to hear more fleshed out arguments about why she should issue a temporary restraining order that would have only blocked the freeze for an additional 2 weeks. Then, all of a sudden today, you had the acting director of the OMB issuing another memo simply saying the previous memo had been rescinded. With it then going on to say, if you have questions about implementing the president's executive order, so with that, you Trump's press secretary saying in a statement, OMB has rescinded the memo to end any confusion on federal policy created by the court ruling in the dishonest media coverage. But then continuing, the executive orders issued by the president on funding reviews remain in full force, and the fact that will be rigorously implemented by all agencies and departments. And finally, claiming this action should affect
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up. Stand by. Dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone. Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Mark a drop point in the squad and hit the field.
Whether or not you like clicking, whether or not you like Microsoft Office, or having an operating system.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
One thing that you could say, unlike Facebook, who is trying to profit off of
Enemy
young girls
UAV
that
is
feel
online.
suicidal. Flippy simply wanted. It might have been annoying, but he just wanted to. In a lot of most people were having a bad day. He wasn't going to use that information to try and figure out which advertising to sell you to, nor was he trying to steal your personal data or get you to purchase other Microsoft products. Unlike many modern systems,
eliminate the bouncing targets.
where you can't buy equipment, you can't buy a radio, you have to pay a subscription fee.
Stand to you,
If I were to
soldier.
boot up that
Stay
computer
sharp.
that has not been used for 28 years, and I wanted to start up Microsoft Word, I could do so without connecting to the internet. And Clippy would still be there, happy and enthusiastic as ever, simply wanting to help.
You have
Adobe is
reinforcements
another
inbound.
example. This is a company that tried to twist people's arms into having AI machine learning stuff go through their personal data. Not public data, not the speeches that I give, not my website or my blog posts or my videos, but my private data, the stuff that I'm editing. There are people that were not able to get into their account until they agreed to this new end user license agreement. When they are looking for access to your data, they're doing so because they want to train an AI on how to do what you do without paying, without your consent. But something wanted to help. When Slippy would ask you if you wanted
Enemy
help with
soldier
writing a
incoming.
letter, Slippy wouldn't even read the contents of your letter.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Game of Thrones had, spoiler alert, there's this Sons of the Heartbeat in season 5. They were these people that wore masks, and they pushed back against the regime. And the purpose of the mask was to let the leaders know that when you see people with this mask, we are against the regime, we are going to push back against it as often as we can. And the worry with the Sons of the Heartbeat mask is that it starts with one person putting the mask on, and then somebody else gains the balls to put the mask on, and then 20 or 40 or 100 of them put the mask on. And once 100 or 1,000
Hostile UAV in the area. Your squad
Not
mates
people
back
that put
on
it on,
station.
and not people
Good
that come
work.
together with solidarity.
All bounty targets
Now granted, this may not be the best
Hell of a
analogy.
job.
Spoiler alert, they were trying to bring back slavery and besides, I think
Enemies
that
are dropping into the
is like
area.
a modern
Watch the
day
skies.
Sons of the Heartbeat mask.
All squad mates are in the safe
changing
zone.
the terms of the sale after the second and getting away with it. Turn
Enemy
your
counter
profile photo
UAV
to a
inbound.
clip. If you're tired of companies that have the ability to reach into your house and ransomware your files if they stop working unless you pay them, claiming that that's legal, but then when somebody tries to give you back access to what you bought and paid for, that's illegal. Change your profile photo. There's an island sex box embedded in the comment section on a regular basis, and their comments always posted as your comment. But your comments being censored, even when you're not saying anything that bad. Change your profile picture to a Flippy. If Google being one of the premier data mining companies on Earth, not being able to tell that they're fucking they try to make look like an ass, so that 13 young men click it and they normalize sex trafficking on the platform is nothing else is good. He never tried to normalize sex trafficking. He just wanted to help. If you're tired of companies saying out loud that the reason they want to keep you from fixing what you bought and paid for is that may take money away from them, change your profile. Look, I never expected to win the legislative battle. It would be nice if I did, but it was never something that I set as I need to do this or I'm a failure. What I always hoped to do was win the cultural battle, where all of you understand what's going on and you decide that enough is enough. If I ever have a chance in my personal life to push back against this, I will. You're maybe not going to send that email that you're supposed to send to Interzo to tell them, oh, by the way, make sure this chip doesn't end up on Mouser.com. Here's an NDA, blah, 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 it's required. Maybe you just forget to send that email. And there's a new consumer rights law that the senator that you work for is on the fence about supporting, and there's a lobbyist that's going to be against it that wants to have dinner. Whoops, maybe their invitation went to spam. I didn't see that. Sacrifice. Maybe you quit before you create a fake paywall to test if your customers will pay again for what they already paid for. Or maybe when you send out that ransomware firmware update, you make it opt-in instead of opt-out. Oopsie, if in some bizarre world it is actually illegal to make a thermostat work again, and this bastard of a CEO decides to try and get the individual in trouble, 10 cases to prosecute, only got time for 6. Yeah, just ignore this one. When a company CEO logs into their Slack and sees 10,000 Clippies looking back at them, what I hope occurs is that they intuitively understand that they no longer live in a world where they can get away with fucking over the consumer. That their employees, their partners, are not going to be accomplices to this anymore. That they are alert and they are aware of what is going on, and they are going to politely but firmly push back against it. Every single one of those 10,000 people will be an obstacle to the anti-consumer practices and the anti-ownership practices, and it will no longer be another cog in the assembly line sending us all into a dystopia. There will be a moment where that one person who usually would not have a say in anything can be activated, and in that moment, keep the world from sliding further into a dystopia, or help push it forward in the opposite direction. But we all have to get together, and the first step is making it public that we know what's going on. That starts with a clip. On YouTube, if you're with me, I ask that you change your profile picture to a Clippy. At work, change your Slack profile picture to a Clippy. If you work at the White House, don't take down the United States flag, but somewhere on the grounds, put up a flag of a Clippy. Clippy's a symbol that what used to be considered one of the worst annoyances in our life would now not only be welcomed, but for all of its flaws, celebrated as an idol. Because for all of these things that occur right now, where there is negative malice of intent, I want to take away what you own. I want to take this back. I want to get your data. I want to sell you to an advertiser when I know that you're crying. Flippy just wanted to help. And if you were to turn him on today, unlike most cloud bullshit, he'd still work. Google Foundation is going to be announcing the winners for both the Future Home Bounty and the Echelon Bikes Bounty within the next month. Us offering 5,000 here, 20,000 there. It pushes the ball forward. But at the end of the day, that does nothing in contrast to organizing all of you. We're happy to get the ball rolling, but for us to truly win, we need to show that if you push us, that's what we can. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you all in the next video.
We also have the duty not to infringe the IP rights in the process. It is in fact the manufacturers who have the relevant rights, not consumers.
It's happening again. The world is so crazy, you're getting 2 videos today. Because the Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy, it has captured the morbid curiosity of the American public, and it's not hard to see why. Here's how it goes. Presidents, friends, and some of the richest men in the world all took part in child sex trafficking on a private island far from the United States, and due to the powerful nature of these individuals, it stayed a secret, and no country was brave enough to actually prosecute Epstein due to the certain blackmail he had over their leaders. And as a result of this, Epstein became mysteriously wealthy and supposedly maintained a client list in addition to his already released flight log. And then, when Epstein was arrested by Trump's DOJ, the ever-mysterious Faye killed him and put himself and framed it as a suicide in order to hide the truth from coming out. That is the Epstein conspiracy, and it can be argued that it is the centerpiece of Trumpism, or at least the latest rendition. But a significant portion of Trump's base, they believe that small groups of powerful people control virtually everything, and they use this power to take the horrendous activities of cannibalism and sex trafficking. When Trump was running for president in 2016, there was pizza, a conspiracy that said the Democratic Party elite were running a pedophilia ring in the basement of the Ping Pong Pizzeria in Washington, D.C. The conspiracy was later fell apart when the gunman shot up that restaurant and found out himself that Ping Pong doesn't even have a basement. And in Trump's first term, he pushed this idea of a shadowy deep state, this conspiracy that there were invisible networks that controlled invisible institutions. And despite being the most powerful man in the world, Trump insisted that there was this secret group holding him back. With many saying that what Trump called the deep state could just also be called the federal bureaucracy. But it also took on a life of its own, and it
Nancy Cortez of CBS asked a question about Ghislaine Maxwell. Good question. Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer with a quick follow-up, and not another reporter in the room asked a question about Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell or Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell or Ghislaine Maxwell being switched to a low-security prison which she was not qualified to be transferred to, and which is now involving extra expense for taxpayers because the security at that prison had to be enhanced simply because that one sex criminal has arrived at that prison, the only sex criminal ever to be assigned to that low-security prison. Robert Hood, a former Bureau of Prisons Chief of Internal Affairs, told NBC News in an email that, quote, Maxwell's transfer to the camp in Bryan is a travesty of justice. To relocate a sex offender serving 20 years to a country club setting is offensive to victims and others serving similar crimes, wrote Hood. 28 questions by the White House press corps today were not about that, had nothing to do with that. And not one of those 28 questions got an answer from Donald Trump that illuminated anything. Not one of the 28 questions got an answer from Donald Trump that was real in any sense. Every one of those 28 questions got a flow of nonsensical gibberish from Donald Trump that included lies, and so the White House press corps is failing before our eyes. Every chance they get to question Donald Trump, every time they fail to pursue the only president in history who had a best friend for 10 years who was raping children nearly every day of those 10 years. Donald Trump's own Justice Department, which he now owns and operates, has said that Jeffrey Epstein raped over 1,000 victims. 1,000. More than 1,000. They don't know how many. They don't know how many thousands of children Jeffrey Epstein may have raped. And most of the White House press corps does not care. Nothing can make them care. Most of the White House press corps has no idea what any of those victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell have said under oath about what happened to them. We are watching the worst president in history manipulate the worst White House press corps in history every day. But not Catherine Lacey, not Nancy Cortez, not today. It was Captain Lucy.
Check your gear and weapon. Enemy soldier incoming.
The government is hosting a gathering to
Donald Trump knows. That was Donald Trump. Everyone in that room knows that Donald Trump was lying when he said he doesn't know if his vice president was having a meeting about him. The other reporters in that room did not care that Donald Trump just lied to their faces and laughed at them, saying, I don't know, I can't speak that much. These are the same White House reporters, many of them
Enemies dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
from full subject when they believed their job was too much. And when they teamed up to attack Joe Biden's White House president, they conducted coordinated, screaming attacks. Donald Trump and lies to their faces, here's the rest of what Donald Trump said.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
I don't know. I could ask you that. I don't know of it, but I think here's the man.
Today, and it's completely objective. We're not waiting to talk about that situation, and I think it's important.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
The whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country, and that's just a way of trying to divert attention to something that's total bullshit. Okay?
All stations, green light. We're deploying to the war zone.
They're used to it now. They are completely
incoming.
behind. the White House press corps hears the President of the United States in the Oval Office use profanity, and they have absolutely no reaction to it. The first president in history to do that. And he now does it repeatedly, especially about this subject, the actual situation, is what pushes down to use that word and use it repeatedly. Donald Trump brings his deviancy into the Oval Office and flashes it for all to see. Most of us know when it's inappropriate. We don't use words like that in church programs, words like that for children. We don't use words like that here in this program. And children have been listening admiringly to presidents of the United States since the invention of radio. And children have only heard one president in history descend into the puddle of profanity that Donald Trump routinely uses. Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan used to use the phrase defining deviancy down to describe what Donald Trump has done to presidential conduct and presidential language. Donald Trump has defined the deviance down to his personal deviance. And the entire Republican Party supporting Donald Trump has Donald Trump's deviance. His deviancy includes repeatedly giving his best wishes to sex criminal child rapist Ghislaine Maxwell. He said, "I wish her well," when he was asked about her while she was in jail awaiting trial. A trial where she was convicted. Donald Trump was a friend of Ghislaine. He's behaving as if he still is. And now every meeting at the White House is about how to get Donald Trump out of the photograph that we have of Donald Trump right here with Ghislaine Maxwell, taken in the year 2000 when she was Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend, when she was Jeffrey Epstein's criminal co-conspirator in raping children, when she personally was participating in the rape of children with Jeffrey Epstein. That's Donald Trump.
The squad mate's back on station. Good work.
And what we know was the prime of her criminal conduct and raping of children. Donald Trump has always boasted about the best people, he knows the best people. He says he hires the best people. He says he's especially perceptive about people. And there he is, sitting beside a sex criminal. And now, he had no idea. He had no idea what kind of person. Today,
squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV. Enemy UAV on
along with a majority of the cabinet against Donald Trump to remove Donald Trump from the House of the presidency. And so one of the requirements about being Donald Trump's vice president is that we must never have a meeting about Donald Trump that Donald Trump doesn't know. Taking Donald Trump told his idiotic lie today saying, "I don't know." Having a meeting about you, answer, "I don't know." Because of CBS asked about Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer, who is now the Deputy Attorney General, meeting with Donald Trump's old friend in that photograph, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Have you been briefed on what Ghislaine Maxwell told Todd Blanche?
No, I haven't.
You don't know whether it came up in the conversation?
Todd is a very respected person all over the country, all over the world legally still. I don't know.
I don't know. That's a lie. Donald Trump was briefed by Todd Blanche and by his Attorney General about how many times Donald Trump's name appears in the Epstein files, that they searched specifically for his name. They put thousands of FBI agents on the case, studying the Epstein files, looking for Donald Trump's name. And then they went to the Oval Office, that same room where Donald Trump lied today, to brief Donald Trump on that. And only after that was Todd Blanche sent to Florida to speak to a convicted federal prisoner who has never spoken to a federal investigator before and never testified at her criminal trial and never denied raping children at her sentencing hearing when she did speak
pleading for a light sentence. Nancy Cortez wisely asked, so you don't know whether you came up in the conversation? And Donald Trump said, I don't know. Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer, who has never been replaced as Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer, and presumably would immediately revert to Donald Trump's personal criminal defense lawyer as soon as Donald Trump needs one again, went to speak with Ghislaine Maxwell. Donald Trump is claiming today that he doesn't know whether his personal criminal defense lawyer asked Ghislaine Maxwell about him, or if Ghislaine Maxwell said anything about him.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
About the vice president's movement. To his credit, was found by Ghislaine Maxwell on Trump's spot.
Enemy soldier incoming.
On our report, she was working in the hospital. As soon as Ghislaine Maxwell saw her, she began praying.
Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment.
Epstein's house, and she did just that. After what Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein never found the balance again. That took her own life just 4 months ago. Today, her family issued this statement.
Resurgence.
Understand that Vice President J.D. Vance will
Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets and bring them back faster.
Listen from this group is, of course, any survivor. Of the wishes to die, the voices must be heard above all. We reiterate, Ghislaine Maxwell should have remained in the United States and does not deserve the luxuries currently afforded. The White House reported
Hostile UAV in the area.
The subject for Donald Trump both times. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell came up in the question today. Could have asked a question about that statement by Virginia G. Frey's family. Why aren't the voices of the victims being heard at J.D. Vance's meeting about the Epstein? That would have been a good follow-up question. There's been 2 good questions that were asked. The rest of the White House reporters wasted their opportunities to question Donald Trump exactly as he expected them to. Donald Trump said the man's word
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
That's the magic word that Donald Trump has been using for years, since it was exposed that Russia was helping the Trump campaign in 2016. And that is what Russia did. They worked on one side of the presidential campaign to help one candidate hurt the other, and that is what the Mueller investigation found and proved. And Donald Trump has been calling that a hoax ever since, and that has always been proven true. That is really what happened, but he calls it a hoax. And Donald Trump calls it a hoax.
Get ready, you're redeployed.
Donald Trump believes the word hoax is like a drug that he can administer to his followers so that they can't swallow anything else that he says after that word hoax. And it hasn't worked yet.
You have reinforcements inbound.
I'm a member of the House of Representatives when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Some of them still want to know what's in the Epstein files. And some of them will get repeated opportunities to make that clear in votes in the House of Representatives. Our first guest tonight has just introduced a resolution opposing a Trump pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell or a Trump reduction
Still have squad mates outside the safe zone.
The resolution affirms that Ghislaine Maxwell's conviction and sentencing were more than warranted by the facts, and any receipt of a pardon, commutation, or other form of clemency by Ghislaine Maxwell would
deny survivors the justice they deserve, and formally opposes the granting of a pardon, commutation, or other form of clemency to Elaine Maxwell.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Is one of the billionaires who now lives in abject fear.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
Post is actually the fourth. Like every fourth richest
You've
person.
got a loadout drop down.
He dreams of becoming
The enemy lost track of you. Good work down there.
Which could happen if Donald Trump decides to support that billionaire's space.
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
That billionaire get an edge in the business development of artificial intelligence. So, the fourth richest person in the world no longer allows the Washington Post to count Donald Trump's life. During the first Trump presidency, the Washington Post counted 35.
Only 10 left.
That averaged up to 21.
We've got 10 squads active in the field.
And there were days, remember, when Donald Trump and that there were days when Donald Trump told
Loading new mag.
than 21. Donald Trump told more than 21 lies this morning when he called it to CNBC, as we will hear later in this hour.
You have reinforcements inbound.
And then, later, in the Eisenhower office building beside the White House. And I leave it to you to decide if this was one of the lies Donald Trump told today. Question: were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Elaine Maxwell? Answer: I didn't know about it at all. Nope. I read about it just like you. The only people who can believe that are the next question was, do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently, to which Donald Trump responded, well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man. The reporter
Got gas moving in.
and repeatedly says, but what about her? What about her? As Donald Trump rambled on about his former criminal defense lawyer, Todd Blanche, who Donald Trump claims today is respected by everyone. Now, I sat in a courtroom in Manhattan and watched Todd Blanche lose in a one criminal time Donald Trump has faced, where Donald Trump was hit with 34 guilty verdicts on 34 charges because Trump was the first lawyer in that. So no, Todd Blanche is not respected by it. That is another one Donald Trump told. The Trump White House is leaking the possibility to various news agencies that a transcript will be released of Todd Blanche's interview with Elaine Maxwell. There is no possibility that that transcript will include all of Todd Blanche's communications with Elaine Maxwell and her criminal defense lawyer, who is a personal friend of Todd Blanche. As Donald Trump kept rambling about Todd Blanche, and the reporter kept asking, but what about her? Donald Trump ignored that question, what about her? And didn't say a word about Elaine Maxwell. This time, Donald Trump did not say, I wish her well, which Donald Trump has said before about the woman who is of recruiting children to have sex with Jeffrey Epstein and sexually abusing those children herself. Tonight, ABC News.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
During her 9 hours speaking with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche last night,
Main operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
Trump had never done anything in her presence that would have caused
Resurgence about to end.
obviously their mission.
Enemy UAV is online. Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
Nothing that would be harmful.
Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Immediately got transferred from a serious federal prison in Florida, meant to house, among others, sex criminals, to the easiest federal prison that exists in America for women.
Head to the safe zone.
To house
Gas is
sex
moving.
criminals like Ghislaine Maxwell. The rules had to be changed by Donald Trump's Justice Department to get Ghislaine Maxwell into that much more pleasant facility.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Texas, near members
Enemy
of her
UAV
family.
overhead.
Ghislaine Maxwell's
Enemy
lawyers
UAV is
lied
online.
today in a motion opposing
Enemy
the
advanced
release
UAV is
of
active.
grand jury testimony in her case.
Fire
The
sales
lawyers
over.
made
Adjust
the
to
legitimate
price.
point that I've made on this program that Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal is
You have
still
reinforcements
pending
inbound.
before the United States Supreme Court. So grand jury transcripts should not be unsealed in a case that could conceivably go back for a retrial. That is a serious offense. But the lawyers won't be on that and claim Ghislaine Maxwell is a scapegoat. That was their
Enemy UAV overhead.
that they want out there.
Be advised, resurgence is no longer active.
When Epstein died, prosecutors from the Southern
It's
District
all
of New
on
York
you.
considered
Stay
inmate
alive so your
Maxwell
squad can
was
redeploy.
became a scapegoat
Flight rates are
and
restocked.
the only
Advise
person
you
in
to
the
load up
government
now.
who put on trial. This is what Judge Allison Nathan said about Ghislaine Maxwell's own crimes, the ones she committed. When the judge sentenced Ghislaine Maxwell for 20 years in federal prison for the crimes committed not by Jeffrey Epstein, but the crimes committed by Ghislaine Maxwell. The judge said, quote, "The evidence at trial established that Ms. Maxwell directly and repeatedly
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
a horrific scheme to entice, transport, and traffic underage girls.
Your squad mate is in the
as
safe
14
zone.
for sexual
Gas
abuse
is inbound.
by and
Hostile
with
UAV in the
Jeffrey
area.
Epstein." The judge paused there to stress that phrase, by and with. The judge said, "I will pause on those words for a moment, by and with Epstein." It is important at the outset to emphasize that although Epstein was, of course, central to this criminal scheme, Ms. Maxwell is not
You're the last
being
one
punished
standing,
in place
soldier.
of Epstein,
Survive until your
but
squad
as a
is
proxy
redeployed.
point. Like every other participant in the multi-defendant case, Ms. Maxwell is being punished for the role that she played in the criminal conduct. As to that role, the trial evidence established that Ms. Maxwell was instrumental in the abuse of several underage girls and that she herself participated in some of the abuse. Ghislaine Maxwell was
Enemy
a
UAV is
child
online.
molester. That was
Enemy
proven
UAV
in her
overhead.
file. During her sentencing hearing, the prosecutor said,
Bring home the
Ghislaine
win.
Maxwell's recruitment
5 squads still operational when the AR.
into that
Valiant effort. Turn to base for these bricks.
and his co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell. They were predators together. They molested kids together. And Ghislaine Maxwell, all defense lawyers, did not say one word in her sentencing hearing to contradict that statement that the prosecutors made. They heard the prosecutors say that, and they didn't say a word about it. No one stood up in that courtroom for Ghislaine Maxwell to say that she did not molest kids. Ghislaine Maxwell spoke at her sentencing hearing herself, and she did not say that she did not molest kids. She heard the prosecutor minutes before her say that about her, say that she molested kids. And when it was her turn to speak, Ghislaine Maxwell did not dispute that statement, that she personally molested kids. And today her lawyers use the word scapegoat. That's the word Donald Trump is going to use, and that Todd Blanche is going to use if they are speaking. Because Donald Trump's wish come true for Ghislaine Maxwell. Donald Trump said he wishes her well.
And the man who wishes her well now has the power to pardon her. The man who wishes her well has the power to release her from prison. And if that's what he's trying to do in exchange for Ghislaine Maxwell insisting that Donald Trump knew nothing about Jeffrey Epstein's raping of children, then Donald Trump will want to claim that she was just a scapegoat, and that is a lie. Donald Trump now likes to claim that he revoked Jeffrey Epstein's membership in the Mar-a-Lago private club that Donald Trump runs, that he kicked him out. Today, the Daily Beast reports that Jeffrey Epstein remained a member of Donald Trump's club for more than a year after he was first indicted on federal charges of sex trafficking in Florida. The Daily Beast reports the president told reporters that he cut ties with Epstein after the pedophile stole female workers from his exclusive Florida members club. But the revelation that Epstein was allegedly still a member of the club 7 years after Epstein poached Virginia Giuffre from the spa at Mar-a-Lago in 2000 raises questions over Trump's version of events. Epstein was a member of the club until October 2007, more than a year after he was indicted and released on bail, according to the Grifters Club, Trump Mar-a-Lago, and the Selling of the Presidency. In the footnotes of their book, the team of Miami Herald journalists, Sarah Blasky, Caitlin Ostroff, Nicholas Nahamas, and Jay Weaver reported the authors viewed a membership list showing that Epstein's account had been closed. The book reports that the membership log shows his account at the club was closed in October 2007. So 7 years after Ghislaine Maxwell found Virginia Giuffre working at Donald Trump's spa and brought her to Jeffrey Epstein's house the day that she met her at Donald Trump's spa. 7 years after that, Jeffrey Epstein was still a member of Donald Trump.
I thought I was gonna die. If I was seeing my pants getting muted, I'm pretty sure.
All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment. Stay alert.
why, you know, they have a bad social media. But this year's event will be menaced by something called
Enemy dropping into the AR.
progressive influencers and organizers, including the massive.
There he is. All right.
They want to bring progressive.
Changing man. Get ready. Redeploying.
And now they're trying to sneak in Destiny so he can debate inside here.
Oh, uh-oh. They're trying to bring him in.
Squad mates back on station. Good work.
He's wearing sunglasses so they can't see him.
So Destiny has...
Like, Superman did the same thing.
Bounty target marked. Kill them all.
A little bit before I go.
What?
I have to go get Daddy reruns before I change.
What did you say?
I have to let my phone charge a little bit because I have to go get Daddy.
What are you telling me for?
Because I have to let you know.
An enemy squad is hunting you. Stay sharp.
Happier than when pros were discussing why Hitler did what he did to the Jews. I don't know if he's ever been happy. I've never seen him smile.
Like internet trolls out there, but it should be a lot of fun. You know, it's like blood sports. It's like watching.
Enemy UAV is online.
Interesting and actually some of the got Destiny hired here today. Have a little friendly conversation.
Young people may be confused, but this new form of live, provocative political debate is blowing up online. Its cultural significance is something well known to Kirk because he's part of it.
Democratic social was completely different.
I love it.
I can talk about
socialism for hours. Hello everyone, I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded with my 20 global colleagues.
Wow!
Right here.
All squad mates are in the safe zone.
I think
Moving
this
ground,
is a really
moving.
good idea. I mean, like, the fact that he goes out and does great content. I know Steven
Ready to
Fowler
load
did
out,
something
on the
that's similar to this, too. Was this video edited to enlarge his face? I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Last election cycle, we have a problem in Black America. The biggest problem, not racism. It's the lack of debt. But what exactly is our race being utilized?
Moving here.
You don't know the law, no, you see what's happening. And while he uses it to make viral content, his primary goal is to register Gen Z to vote MAGA.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know if this is really
No.
truly accusing this guy
He's lying.
of using his political position to make people believe in his politics. I could see that.
On the move.
Yeah, I could see that. Is there something wrong with talking to voters?
There's nothing wrong with
Hostile UAV in the area.
It's an open mic.
Enemy UAV overhead.
It's a strategy.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
People like this always use the word dangerous because they want to equate a conversation with
Enemy
violence.
soldier incoming.
Because if they do that, they can justify a response to the
Target evaded. Bounty
American
contract
CDNC counter. I think he's actually a safe
That was your reloading.
reminded at an event organized by the All America crew down the street from the convention center. Both conservatives and liberals packed into a pub to eat chicken wings, beer, and watch conservative voices
straight in the enemy. You're clear for now.
Oh, that's about Trump about the fucking
Positive ID on the bounty target. Hunt them down. Hostile UAV in the area.
Republicans politically are very well integrated when it comes to... I think one of the big reasons if talking about like a lot of edge case issues, stuff like no borders, the trans issues,
Squad mate is redeployed. Well
it's because
done.
they're not popular, period. That's the reason why. I mean, if you interview and you poll people and you see what the numbers are, it very clearly indicates that this is a deeply unpopular position to have. It's imaginary thinking. Exactly, it is. And I think it's also another big issue, and the other big reason why they're not popular is because
You have reinforcements inbound.
are generally and they demonize anybody else like they do. And I think
Primary
that
objective
is-
complete. All targets eliminated. Your squad's in the safe zone.
Making sure that they're winning elections. Right? There's people who in 2020 they thought the election is stolen in every state basically, but they still shut up to vote next time. So something is happening there where
Enemy UAV is online.
going out and winning elections.
Hostile UAV in the area.
People said that the 2016
Enemy advanced
election
UAV
was
overhead.
by Russia, and they still came back and they voted in record numbers for Biden. I think that ever since the 2016 election, every election has been fake. That's it. Every election is fake. Every election is rigged. People were saying that even the 2024 election was rigged. And what else can you do? Yeah, I know. Right? That's the same, right? That's the reason. I don't agree with that. I don't think any of the elections were rigged. And I think that people are just coping with losers. That's what I think.
That shows where people are organizing,
Now that's better.
Influencing other ones like the 11 or trying to opposite like Charlie Kirk. They're making these events and they're gathering all these different people for Charlie Kirk is stupid, but the single focus is winning elections.
I think that's a good point, obviously. Like,
You're getting another shot. Weapons free.
And this is kind of what I was discussing more yesterday about, maybe it was the day before, I don't remember exactly, about how a lot of, I think a lot of
Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
Analyzing itself. Because if you agree with like a leftist person on 9 out of 10 things, the one thing that you don't agree on will get them to call you a Nazi. And if you can agree with a conservative on 1 out of 10 things, they can still work with you on those 1 out of 10 things.
Precision airstrike ready for target.
Communist, evil person.
Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy advanced UAV is active.
This is definitely a general
Friendly loadout
trend
drops on the way.
that liberal thought
Enemy UAV is online.
than conservative thought.
Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six.
Different viewpoints, etc., is very, very narrow inside of like liberal and leftist spaces. And the endless Russian nesting doll of purity testing has caused them to lose a lot of elections. 2020 was indeed rigged. I don't want to talk about that. I literally don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to argue it. I don't care. You think it's rigged?
Some of your squad is outside the safe zone.
I think most people are actually more open to disagreement. I don't think it's I do think that there's a trend there. I do think absolutely there's a trend.
I'll be back.
Fire sales.
I'm getting stitched up!
The reason why is because it's been hijacked by virtue signaling narcissistic liberals that are mentally ill. That's the reason why. Is that it's being hijacked in the entire messaging campaign. Destiny doesn't realize this, and I think he does realize this, but I think that the reason why it's happened is because a lot of the people are there for these movements, not for the actual movement itself, but for how the movement makes it. So it doesn't really matter what the outcome is, because it's not about the outcome. It's about the way that they feel whenever they participate in the campaign. They view political opinions and different types of messaging as social accessories. And because they're using political messaging and political activism as a social accessory, it doesn't matter to them whether that messaging is effective or not, because it's not about being effective. It's about being able to be seen as a person who has these viewpoints. And that's what happens.
I think is incredibly destructive.
It's massively destructive, by the way. It completely I think a great example for this is think about how many super, like, hardcore pro-Palestine people refused to vote for Kamala Harris, even though she aligned with them on more issues. Like, whenever you take these, like, extreme viewpoints, and, like, you know, she condemned Hamas or something like that, that's true? Yeah, it was not good. There's no left or right, just go for common sense. Well, I'm talking about, like, a general trend, right? Boomer safe space people? Yeah, exactly. Destiny still shills for Democrats? Well, I mean, Destiny, I think, is just trying to be pragmatic, right? I mean, that's all there is to it. Echo chamber mentality. Kamala was moved when discussing Hamas. Exactly. And that's because it's been taken over. Any of the people that are Kamala Harris for, you know, talking about Hamas negatively, remaining under the control of Hamas, they're likely still operational with the AR. But they're not. And so they get to live in a comfortable, air-conditioned home where they can order DoorDash and they live in a gated community, and, you know, the police come and do all the things.
Move to the safe zone. Losing ground, moving.
And so instead of that, they have no problem about how good these freedom fighters are.
Your objective is simple. Eliminate all bounty targets.
That are oppressive religious fanatics. They don't have to worry about that because it'll never happen. And that's what I was really saying before about how it's not about winning. It's about sending a message. And the message isn't that
Hold on.
Hamas. It's that you're and that's what matters the most.
What?
Do you have a battery?
And they're even allowed to support terrorists. Like I'm just saying, you have to look at
Loading fresh mag!
3 squads left in the water. Stay alert.
Recognize the advantages and the strengths in your opponents, you will never be able to overcome them or defeat them ever.
Just like I referred to that, I'm here to say there are alternative ideas, and then we need to build see consensus that has worked for more than a decade.
Changing mags!
And this is very we have so many options on the Democratic side.
All bounty targets are KIA. Well done.
There are too many drink the Kool-Aid things like the Hamas support, like the trans, you know,
Loading fresh mag! Bag up, ready to go!
What the
All
fuck?
enemy squads eliminated. That's a job well done.
Changing mags! Ready for action!
Even medical marijuana, they were against it. And it was a losing proposition. I would say Trump was probably the first candidate that didn't really run on the marijuana being this evil, bad, devil lettuce type thing. Much less so, right? Like that, the amount of it that was happening in like 2005 versus when Donald Trump was president, it's like a mountain versus a mole. It was 1/10 of what it was. Abortion, yeah, abortion's another example, right? And so I think right-wing politics has done a very good job at trying to remove these super divisive issues that their radicals try to push. And they've still stuck with like base messaging that resonates with enough people. But I think Democrats have been so infested with like this hyper-extremism and hyper-radicalism that, again, only exists for the nature of it existing. It's not actually things that people like that even believe in. It's just what they say they believe in so they can feel good.
We are not a big pack. We haven't even raised $1 million yet. And we're able to get all of these creators essentially anywhere that Charlie is. And so that's what we really want the Democratic Party to do, is we want to have them to start investing in these movements.
Is the DNC supporting this? They should be. They should be supporting it. If they want to win, they should be supporting it, absolutely.
No, not really.
And the reason why the DNC isn't supporting it is because the DNC, in my opinion, this is going to sound very crazy.
Can you get Coke or no?
I think that after Occupy Wall Street, I think the Democratic Party was, I think that the elites and the people in control were terrified of what happened after Occupy Wall Street. And they falsely poison-pilled the entire liberal, leftist, left-wing movement with identity politics.
Thank you.
They poisoned the entire thing. And the Democratic Party, in my opinion, this sounds crazy, but I think that they are engineered to lose. They are engineered to lose, and it's working as intended. Because the people that are at the top, they're making these decisions. And again, if they win, great. But if they lose, it doesn't matter. Because basically what they're doing is they're sabotaging a group of people that if they get into power and they don't have this other identity politics noise going on, they could actually turn their sights at these corporations and at this financial, political, elite ruling class. So I think that they've used identity politics to poison pill leftist politics. And that's the reason why you don't have conversations about, like, why are all these illegal aliens being exploited inside of these factories to begin with? Why is this even a noble pursuit that's worth protecting at all? What kind of self-respecting leftist person that's a communist would think that it's a good thing that you have a bunch of these people working that have no control, no ownership of the production, and nothing? Like, you would assume that, like, this is absolutely not a good thing. But you have them going lockstep with it because they have been poisoned. That's what's happened. The party's always been a party of race politics since their founding. They were never the party of the small man. Well, I mean, I just gave you the point of reference where I think that it changed, where I think that they provided a perspective of the small man, and just that was enough to scare the companies into politics and race politics and identity politics, distract them from class politics and from income disparity and income inequality. I will refer back to one of the many statistics that in 2021, after the COVID recession, 80% of the recovery in the economy was by literally the top 1% of the economy. That number, but it's theirs. And because they control so much, they want you to believe that the number going up is going to help you. It's a wealth transfer. It's a massive wealth transfer. Exactly. When the Democrats disown the working class, they lost the majority of their base. Exactly. I think they 100% did. Did race and identity politics come in Obama's time? I think that it definitely, like Obama being the first black president, definitely put race politics in the forefront. It absolutely did. But I think that more so, it was after Occupy Wall Street. Because Occupy Wall Street was 2011, 2012, and social identity politics really started taking hold in 2013 and 14. It was like right after that.
Why not?
And I think that also Trump, when he first ran for president, one of the reasons why he had such an explosive level of success, especially online, is because it was a direct refutation of that injection of social and race politics.
If Ken Martin's watching this, text him back. But really, I mean, I think it's disappointing that we haven't been able to see the DNC really get off the ground since the election, because I think a lot of things happen internally that have been distractions to the actual ground game that we need right now.
No, our motto is, when they go low, we go high.
They don't care. They don't give a shit.
It's a ground game that must reflect the online culture he and millions of young Americans are part of, one that is often characterized by un-PC language.
Why it's okay to use the word. I'm going to tell you something, that if you want young men to vote for you, policing their language is the way to lose. Young men use all kinds of slurs constantly around each other. They still use the F word. They still use the N word. They do it constantly. And the R word isn't the R word, it's retard. Young men are crass, aggressive, I think, you know, like, kind of brusque. Like, they're assholes. And, yeah, they're vipers, exactly, bathroom talk. Yeah, exactly, and that's the way that men talk. And so when you have a bunch of Karens sitting around virtue signaling about how bad saying retard is, I'm sorry, but you're not going to win the votes of the young men. Yeah, they're abrasive, exactly, they are. And this starts out, I would say, for boys. And from 18 to like 50, that's the way guys are.
And crude humor, like the poking conservatives by saying kids who died in the Texas floods were proof that God doesn't exist. The tweet you sent about the kids in Texas would
I saw this already.
Disqualify you, or would probably have somebody in the upper levels of the Democratic Party say, okay, we'll never work with this guy again.
Yeah.
Do you regret sending those tweets?
I think I have to get over it. I don't regret them. I love poking the bear on the right. I feel like Republicans are so good at owning the space. Republicans do this thing where they say, you know...
Yeah, I'm not going to get into it a lot, but I do think that, like, making comments like that at the expense of the victims generally isn't a good way to garner sympathy. And if you're being pragmatic and you want to win elections, like Destiny was just criticizing the Democratic Party for, is making fun of the little girls that died in the Texas flood going to move you closer to or farther away from winning elections. In my opinion, I think it moves you farther away from it. So while you criticize and complain about the Democratic Party not trying to win elections, I think that this language and this type of, behavior is just simply not, it's not beneficial. It's just not. And I don't think you can compare it, by the way, with illegal aliens being deported, because I'm sure somebody will make that comparison. Illegal aliens broke the law. They're adults. They broke the law. They're getting deported. That's the way it is. It's that simple. So whenever you're holding an adult accountable for their own actions, that's very different than, watching and saying that it's a good thing that a child died. You see what I'm saying? Like, these are very, very different things.
He's legal again, and we can joke about anything. But when I say anything, they really mean like immigrants and black people, right? Because if you make fun of anything on their side, they lose their minds.
I don't think that's true. I think that if you just look at the way that Charlie Kirk, for example, if you want to use him for example, he thought the jokes about him that were made on South Park were funny, and he even changed his profile picture to whatever the character was. It was in Carter. So I don't really even think this is true. I think that in some cases it's true, and he's right that people are fragile in cases where they could look bad, but they're not in cases where they wouldn't be. Like Vance too, yeah, the JD Vance memes as well. But I think that there's elements of truth in this, but it's not big. Little girls dying, use black people in Hispanic jokes. Well, I think that it's a very big difference.
The point that, always trying to take the high ground is clearly not working for Democrats. One of the things that conservatives stumbled into accidentally, because I think that was idiot, even politically, but they stumbled into this thing where people started to get confused because of what the right and left look like, and I think they think that you need an extreme.
I think that if you think that Donald Trump is an idiot, I think that you need to reevaluate your analysis of intelligence. Because intelligence isn't just simply the ability for a person to do math or be able to read something and remember what they read. At the end of the day, I view intelligence primarily as the ability to create outcomes that are beneficial for yourself. If you think that you're really smart, but you constantly can't create outcomes that are beneficial for you, I don't think you're actually that smart.
This platform in order to win elections,
But what you really need, I think, is just extremist messaging. I think that's what you need. Back inside, the packed event giving the Unhead America organizers hope there will be an appetite for similar debates on college campuses this fall.
I do 100 hours of this semester. 100 hours. In addition to 2 hours of podcasting radio, I mean, the physical crowds are now 3,000-4,000 people.
It's a lot of people.
And so the fun for this semester is Charlie Kirk shows up at campuses all across the country, and you guys are going to be there too. That's the goal. If we can raise some money.
That's smart. That's a good idea.
And enough money to get there, we absolutely will. If people wonder why the youth don't shift
the live shooting
to the right.
I think that this is definitely a very good thing that Democrats are realizing this. And also, people are surprised. This is a really good video by CNN. I think it's unironically a good video that was fair. Yeah, they're discussing it in a way. What they realize is that CNN, and I think that a lot of the Democrats now realize that they disenfranchised and they blackballed so many people that those people now are so large that they can create their own platforms, like what Charlie Kirk has done. And so they can no longer rely on just simply removing people's access to discussion. And so now that they have to come to the table, they have to, there's a big come to Jesus moment. We're like, hey, this isn't working. And that's clearly what happened. And how many views? Yeah, you know, I'm going to look at it just in a second. But, yeah, I'm going to go back, I'll see if we can find it. And active shooter at Emory University. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm not going to look at this a whole lot, but I'll take a look at it first. But the real problem, I'm going to tell you right now, the real problem right now is the fact that they have an obsession and 80-20 approval ratings. You have to kill that. If you can't kill that, you're killing yourself. That's it. It is a literal fucking cancer that has infested leftist politics, and it has killed their ability to affect any sort of real change. Because nobody wants to, and here's the problem. Nobody wants to vote for a person who can't figure out how to it's the same for example. If I could say theory, I would never vote for them because their intellectual capacities are compromised. Period. A lot of people view the ideology thing as the exact same thing. And it is a if you think this, you cannot
distractions have worked, and now Joe Rogan may be a secret weapon for the Epstein scandal to bed. The journalist got Trump's big balls and fired DC takeover. This journalist just interviewed an AI shooting victim. And what the hell is happening in Sudan right now? We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, a daily dive into the news, starting with this. The journalist interviewed the AI avatar, a teenager who was killed in a school shooting in 2018. More kind of conversation truly create a world where everyone feels safe and supported. An AI right now. However, it was created by, well, Patricia. To be the first quarter, an interview went in on right on the bat, you had Acosta asking it. I was wondering if you could tell me what happened.
I appreciate your curiosity. I was taken from this world to school. It's important to talk about these issues so we can create a safer future for everyone. What would you like to know more about?
Joaquin, I would like to know what your solution would be for gun violence.
Great question. I believe in a mix of stronger gun control laws, mental health support, and community engagement.
Acosta then starts asking AI Joaquin about his life, hobbies, interests.
Do you have a favorite movie or show?
Oh, I'm a big Star Wars fan, for sure.
Star Wars is such an epic saga. The adventures, the characters, and that iconic music are unforgettable.
And after speaking with the AI, and Acosta speaking to Joaquin's mom.
Also mentioned that I understand that we use AI. I don't want anyone to think that I am
Oh my god, why is it being dumb? Oh.
Stop the, I can't hear these voices again, which is something that's fucking so long. And on the other hand, we can just raise the voices. And now Joaquin is going to start having followers. He's got money, he's got position. He's going to start uploading videos. This is just the beginning.
But immediately, you saw a lot of people saying they were wrong way. But you know, many saying they're just allowing this AI to speak for the dead when you really have no idea what this person was saying. So there was no shortage of backlash, especially against the Costa. People saying things like, you don't have an interview, you're facilitating a grotesque puppet show using grieving parents' heartbreak for a bit. And this is so insane and evil, it should never be done. I'm speechless. But also a professor at the University of California in Berkeley adding, this sort of interview style should constantly represent what that child wants to say in any reasonable way. There are plenty of ways to talk to real victims by this epidemic is without resorting to this sort of stuff. And with that, you allow the ethics of Oliver's death. Words he never said, so no journalistic and others going further noted that there are actually other using AI. One behavioral scientist writing associated with so-called weak box. Some researchers even prolonged. Also writing on Blue Sky that what he's saying, like, quote, approaching some may include choice against.
Already, it was power plant, and it's still power plant. We feel that Joaquin has a lot of things to say. If the problem that you have is with the AI, then you have the wrong problem. The real problem is that my mouth was shut.
That in no way will stop the backlash. Some people arguing don't weaponize their grief to cover harass. Dead people can't. At the same time, on Costa Substack, with people thank you that are watched by love from Manny towards here is watching that video. So, you know, with all that, I gotta pass the question. And then, next over the news, a former docent, now talk about what happened, how we got here, and there's a starting with this his name is Edward Ford, better known as 19 years old. He previously worked as a senior advisor with access to various government agencies. He was also a key role in doing dismantling of USAID, and he's now early Sunday morning, department his neighborhood less than 2 miles from the White House. The police saying that he's witnessing safety and then turned to deal with the suspect before being attacked. The cops patrolling the area eventually shut down. The boy and the girl, both of whom are police. Trump decided to weigh in. Trump sharing a photo that appeared to show Corstein sitting in the street, covered in his own blood, writing, crime in Washington, D.C. is totally out of control. Local youths and gang members, some only 14, 15, and 16 years old, are randomly attacking, mugging, maiming, and shooting innocent citizens, at the same time knowing that they will be almost immediately released. Trump then going on to say the law in D.C. must be changed to prosecute these minors as adults and lock them up for a long time, starting at age 14. And with that, you know, as far as Trump's claim about crime being out of control, when you actually look into it, it does not appear to be the case. Though the city's crime rates have actually been falling sharply. In fact, this last January, you had officials announcing that violent crime in the city had reached a 30-year low with a 26% decline this year compared to 2024. To be fair, I will say Trump was somewhat near the truth in suggesting that there is an issue with this crime in particular. Young people, they now make up a majority of the arrests for robbery and carjacking in the city. In fact, just a few months ago, you had the mayor announcing the creation of a special police unit specifically dedicated to preventing and responding to juvenile crime, which some argue is a better approach than just throwing 14-year-olds in adult prison. But either way, you then had Trump issuing this warning saying, if D.C. doesn't get its act together and quickly, you will have no choice but to take federal control of the city and run this city how it should be run. Put criminals on notice that they're not going to get away with it anymore. Then, despite their falling out, you had Elon Musk sharing a screenshot of Trump's post agreeing and writing, it's time to federalize D.C. Notably, this is far from the first time that Trump or others have suggested this. Trump reportedly considering taking control of the city police force to deal with protests during also on the campaign trail, he vowed to take over what he called the poorly run capital of our nation, so there is no longer a nightmare of murder and crime. And since getting back into office, he's really floated this idea of taking over more than once. marijuana is not counted as weed. And one of the big things is well, you have people saying, we can't do that, or at least not technically. The situation is more complicated, and if you're talking about impact, we could see a huge impact. Because D.C. has had a limited degree of self-government since what's called the Home Rule Act of 1973. And that means that Trump technically can't just federalize the government. Congress would need to undo what's done. If the Republicans, they tried to do that, Democrats would probably be able to block the legislation. But in fact, back in February, 2 Republicans introduced legislation to repeal Home Rule entirely, which didn't get them. That said, though, it would be a mistake to say that D.C. is totally safe from federal interference. In fact, Trump, along with Republicans, they've already gotten involved. You have Trump signing an executive order to create a federal D.C. safe and beautiful task force. In Congress, they passed bills to undo legislation passed by D.C.'s local government. And of course, another possibility is that Republicans, they tack these changes on the one here onto must-pass legislation. Like in 2023, for example, when you have them trying to sneak in restrictions on everything from traffic to abortion to marijuana in D.C. Then also you have to consider the stuff that's outside of Congress. He has the power to call it the D.C. National Guard and deploy without local consent. Plus, that Home Rule Act is remind the federal government and D.C. police services and emergency as they need before we even consider that local officials may just need to front. We've seen them do here and there. And then we've got more news for you. Here's an eye-opening stat. According to Pew Research, 32% of workers believe that AI could lead to fewer job opportunities. With the jury's still out on the total net impact, companies like Microsoft and Google, they've already begun to shift.
Can you please take Grace pads out really quick? I was gonna do it, but I'm really hot and like.
I'll do it before I start my next one.
Okay, thank you. Take his pads out.
Okay.
Learn the stuff people actually use to get hired. Well, normally it costs even free access, so definitely don't wait. Click that link in the description or on the screen to secure your spot now. And they say that you'll also get $5,000 in bonus tools for attending multiple get a monetization roadmap and AI file will get you on your way. Then, next episode, Trump's Epstein deflection campaign. Controversially, but meaningfully and podcast, see how they chatter about Jeffrey Epstein waxed and waned. And of all the content from over 450 right-wing influencers, politicians, posts found 10,000 posts mentioning Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell during June and July. Well, fewer than 1 in every 200 mentions there during June. That ratio shot up to 1 in 20 the following month. It even reached as much as 1 in 12 on some days when it peaked on July 18 when 1,000 posts. But there was also the day that intelligence director Tulsi Gabbard released documents reporting to show that the Obama administration conspired to keep Trump out of office in 2016 using Russian. I'm sorry.
There is irrefutable evidence that details how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false.
And if that was an attempt to distract from Epstein, apparently it worked. Because according to the Post, on July 19th, about twice as many posts mentioned Obama as mentioned Epstein and Maxwell. By the 23rd, over 1 in 10 posts were about Obama, which is nearly 3 times as much as Epstein. All of which is really exemplifying the fun. Not only did they mention Obama more than 3 times as much as Epstein over several days in July, they mentioned Epstein 5 times less than Newsmax, 11 times less than CNN, 15 times less than MSNBC. I mean, hell, according to one report, over the course of a week at Fox, they mentioned Epstein 53 times and Sidney Sweeney 766. This is something we also saw reflected in politicians as well as online influencers. Some, like Sean Faragian, explicitly saying, the Russia hoax is more important than Epstein. I don't care who that offends. So also, like others, they didn't even need the Obama conspiracy to lure them off the Epstein. They just needed the marching orders from Trump.
Let's continue with Trump. He says selfish people are trying to hurt MAGA. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, etc.? They created the Epstein files.
Dinesh D'Souza was a fun one to look at in particular because he posted about Epstein more than 500 times up until that point, since 2022. But then suddenly he does this about face on July 14th in a video titled, Is It Time to Move On from the Epstein Files? Right, his answer was yes.
Because we've had a lot of these premises floating around. There's an Epstein list. He was running a blackmail operation. But many of these things, now that we think about it,
we're relying on information to be supplied, not information that actually existed.
But also with this, I'll say, even if the Epstein story is getting crowded out by other news, there's also several reasons to believe that this is going to keep surfacing. The first thing being that even if general Epstein talk was quieted down a bit, the post-analysis found that among people who are still hung up on Epstein, criticism of the White House has become more dominant. And then the second reason being that this week, the House Oversight Committee subpoenaed the Justice Department for the complete Epstein files, as well as 6 former attorneys general, 2 former FBI directors, and Bill and Hillary Clinton for depositions about their involvement in the Epstein case. And then finally, I'd say the third reason is that the White House is reportedly debating whether to release an audio recording transcript of Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche's 9-hour interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. With that, you have resources telling CNN that Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Catherine Bell, Vice President James Vance, and Blanche would meet the VP's presidents on Wednesday to discuss the matter. And actually, 2 officials added that the materials could be made public as early as this week. And that delay reportedly stemming from disagreements about whether releasing them would just draw more attention to the story. But with all that, it's not obvious, if all of that's going to satisfy the critics, especially when you have Trump saying stuff like this about Blanche's interview.
And I think he probably wants to make sure that, people that should not be involved or aren't involved are not hurt by something that would be very, very unfortunate, very unfair to a lot of people.
So then with that, you're seeing things like, according to CNN, they're also going to be internal discussion about Blanche holding a press conference or doing a high-profile interview, possibly with Joe Rogan. So, all of a sudden there's this prospect of a senior White House official having to sit down for 2 or 3 hours questioning about the case. And already, not exactly the first general these guys are doing thorough research and stuff for his interviews. He has recently been very critical of the White House.
Where's the Epstein files? Can't find them. They don't exist. Like, they can get away. Man, and then he's like, well, we have a film, we're going to release that film. And the film has a minute missing from it. Like, do you think we're babies? What is this?
Blanche Maxwell interview, he's expressed skepticism that they covered anything for
The smartest thing for her to do is to keep her fucking mouth shut, which is what they put her in a cushy person where she can do yoga.
Which, to speak on that, last week, of course, it was reported that Maxwell got transferred from a low-security prison where she was staying in Florida to a minimum security prison in Texas. One that notably houses inmates convicted of non-violent offenses, white-collar crimes, and it's even been called the cushiest federal detention facility. In fact, the regional vice president for the Federal Prison Officers Union telling NBC, you ever hear the old club fed they used to talk about? This is one of those places. It's really a great place to do your time if you're an inmate. So you hear that, and you hear a consultant for female inmates explaining to the Washington Post.
The extra Emily and Agent are doing this subathon thing, group subathon, where once again Agent is doing a whole gimmick where he finds some woman to pretend that he's sexually interested in, and then his community and the AMD community, including Kai himself, just get parasocial and shit, saying,
Yeah, I would. That's my job. He needs practice anyways.
I wouldn't even be surprised if both of these
Life. I allowed that to happen. Hello?
Especially with both who probably have partners. And I'll be real,
Hello?
the amount of female streamers that I know that have boyfriends,
Yes.
make their entire personality to flirt with other streamers for content is oh my god, we feel a little bit respectful partners. Them dating the OnlyFans girls and not
Yes.
guilty as charged, by the way. But I woke the fuck up.
You fucking tricked me, you fucking bitch. Fuck you, credit card. No. I slowly answered the phone. Yeah, they usually answer and they're like, hello, credit one, blah, blah, blah. And I hung up. But this time they didn't say anything. And it was from Washington, D.C. I was like, why is Washington, D.C. calling me? And then I answered and I was like, hello? And they said, hello? And then I said, hello? And they were like, hello? This is Credit One, or is this the one? And I was like, yes. This is Credit One, and I was like, oh shit. I slowly pulled my phone from my ear and hung up. I thought it was a job.
Something like that. You want to watch it?
And that's the thing, I have to answer every call just in case it is a job. But it's not, it's always Credit One. Leave me alone. flat. Not quite the top.
That people make issues out of things that
Oh, my teammate's name is Pimpin'. Pimpin' and Off Black? Off One Black? I don't know what a Black is, but I want to be off one too. Shit. Maybe he's British. Yeah, or fucking Jamaican or something. I'm off one Black. Yeah. Ooh, she rolling on you.
Enemy squad marked you as a bounty target. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
I hope they sit on this average. I hope they really go that way.
Right. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Precision airstrike standing by. One move 3-1 on the front. Strike it down.
That fresh coke is beating my ass.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Oh, okay. So I can tell you an enemy's giving like, I don't know if you're talking philanthropy or
See how the moment you got called out for the board. Yeah, I'm fucking live on screen saying you see this fucking
Hostiles quitting Mac.
And now in typical
Stand by for redeployment.
pulling this phone out.
He's good at kills, bro. Let me go. He wanted eye contact. Waiting for me to close the joke. No, he got it, man. He got it.
Load that drop, heading your way. incoming.
This dude thinks that his misery is everybody else's problem. So many people are on social media every day taking offense or negative. People are causing problems, they would trust them, and then they would act as if the other people are the ones who started. These people are so miserable.
Squad mate back on station. Good work.
Also, shout outs to Extra Emily for making a complete clown out of this guy by being so over the top with her bubbly personality. But I will
Friendly
say,
loadout drops
she
on the
can
way.
drop that shit up to 12.
Enemy
like,
dropping
there's
into the
no
AR.
way hopefully is still arrested. Talking in a public space at a Waffle House. I'm sorry, you have no right to make
For what? Online?
You have no right to get upset
For rank?
at someone.
Yeah. So when you're in the menu, there's going to be a little section at the bottom that has like a customization thing where you pick your team and everything there. Yeah.
It's the same thing. If they were having a conversation in public with their friends at their table, just because they're talking to the chat, does not mean to get upset or make them feel some way. This dude is a walking hell. This guy is a fucking loser.
Why? Roll down the hill.
What?
To get to the bottom.
You don't. I have those bursts, so I want to work forever, but let me get that one day, please. I don't want to.
I didn't laugh, which means you guys are the cringe ones. I didn't laugh, which means you guys are cringe. Jesus. Anyways, there are some people that make their misery everybody else's problem. Yeah. That gave me soul damage. Sad. Massive W to Extra Every Engagement. Like, absolute legit.
Enemy UAV is online.
I don't know how they got out of that establishment, but how
Enemy
apropos
UAV
it is
overhead.
that it happened at a Waffle House.
Enemy deployed an advanced UAV.
At 3 a.m. Waffle House. So this is no surprise. But yeah, very, very, very uncomfortable. I'm glad to see it handled.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
We're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation. Those are the actual words of the least believable vice president in history today in the Oval Office when his plans for a meeting at the vice president's residence tonight to talk about the Epstein situation. It's so widely, including NBC News, that James David Vance had to deny that he was planning a meeting to talk about the Epstein situation. He didn't deny the meeting. He simply said, we're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation. Every meeting is about the Epstein situation. Every Trump event and every Trump meeting, Trump administration meeting, Trump White House meeting is about the Epstein situation. Everything Donald Trump and everyone in his White House is doing all day, every day now is about the Epstein situation. It's about how to extract Donald Trump from his personal history with child rapist Jeffrey Epstein, who said, quote, I was Donald's closest friend for 10 years. That meeting in the Oval Office today where Donald Trump said he was going to impose an illegal unconstitutional on computer chips. It was about the Epstein situation. It was about distracting attention from the Epstein situation. Now it worked with almost all the White House employees in the room who were allowed to ask questions. 33 questions were allowed from the White House press corps in that room. Exactly 4 of them were about the Epstein situation. Actually, 2 questions each were qualified, which is really 2 questions about the Trump situation. There is no Epstein situation. Jeffrey Epstein is dead. And as long as Donald Trump is alive, Donald Trump should face questions and suspicions. about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And the White House press corps should unite in its pursuit.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
The current White House press corps has no idea how to do that.
Hostile UAV in the air.
Is mostly lost. And so each time Donald Trump was asked about Jeffrey Epstein's today, the next reporter asking the question immediately changed the subject, which is exactly what Donald Trump wanted that reporter to do, exactly what Donald Trump is now doing. We have never had a more reliably weak White House press corps
Fire sales over. Adjusting prices.
to a president of the United States. Catherine Lucy of Bloomberg asked a good question about Jeffrey Epstein with a quick
Hostile
follow-up.
UAV in the area.
And Nancy Cortez of CBS asked a quick question.
Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your
Good
location.
question. Meeting with Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer with a quick follow-up, and not another reporter in the room asked a question about Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell or Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell or Ghislaine Maxwell being switched to a low-security prison which she was not qualified to be transferred to, and which is now involving extra expense for taxpayers because the security of that prison right now has to be enhanced simply because that one sex criminal allowed to that prison. The only sex criminal ever to be assigned to that low-security prison. Robert Hood, former chief of email that Maxwell's transfer is a travesty of justice. To relocate a sex offender serving 20 years to a country club setting is offensive to victims and others serving similar crimes with Hood. 28 questions by the White House press corps today were not about that, had nothing to do with it. And not one of those 28 questions got an answer from Donald Trump that illuminated anything. Not one of the 28 questions got an answer from Donald Trump that was real in anything. Every one of those 28 questions got a flow of nonsensical gibberish from Donald Trump.
Switching mags!
Is failing before us. Every chance they get to question Donald Trump, every time they fail to pursue the only president in history who had a best friend for 10 years who was raping children nearly every day of those 10 years. Donald Trump, which he now only operates, has said that Jeffrey Epstein
What is that? Why did you do that?
They don't know how many thousands of children Jeffrey Epstein had. And most of the White House does not care. Nothing can make them care. Most of the White House press corps has no idea what any of those victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell have said under oath about what happened to them. We are watching
If you want to hit my pen, come in here.
Manipulate the worst White House
Did you hear me?
in history ever.
What?
If you want to hit my pen, come in here.
Okay.
Other than that, this is the last time because it's almost out.
Captain Lucy Bloomberg got Donald Trump to lie about the evidence.
The president's hosting a gathering to talk about how to respond to
Working on what?
a gathering of top advisors this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I don't know. I could ask you that question. Donald Trump knows. That was Donald Trump lying. Everyone in that room knows that Donald Trump is lying when he said he doesn't know if his vice president was having a meeting about him. The other reporters in that room did not care that Donald Trump just lied to their faces and laughed at them, saying, I don't know, I could ask you that question. These are the same White House reporters, many of them, who screamed at Joe Biden in unison about the same subject when they believed their job was to attack him. And when they teamed up to attack Joe Biden's White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, they conducted coordinated, screaming attacks on her. Donald Trump stands there and lies to their faces, insults them, and laughs at them, and they accept it. Here's the rest of what Donald Trump said in response to Catherine Lucy of Bloomberg.
I don't know. I could ask you that question. I don't know of it, but I think here's the man right here.
I saw a report today, and it's completely fake news. We're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation, and I think the reporter who reported it needs to get better sources.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country, and that's just a way of trying to divert attention to something that's total bullshit. Okay?
They're used to it now. They are completely beaten down. The White House press corps hears the President of the United States in the Oval Office use profanity, and they have absolutely no reaction to it whatsoever. The first president in history to do that. And he now does it repeatedly, especially about this subject, the Epstein situation, which is really the Trump situation, is what pushes Donald Trump to use that word and use it repeatedly. Donald Trump brings his deviancy into the Oval Office and flashes it for all to see and hear, his vulgarity, his profanity. Most of us use profanity, but most of us know when it's inappropriate. We don't use words like that in church. We don't use words like that with children. We don't use words like that here on this program.
Look, it's like a sticker.
And children have been listening admiringly to presidents of the United States since the invention of radio. And children have only heard one president in history descend into the puddle of profanity that Donald Trump routinely uses. Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan used to use the phrase defining deviancy down to describe what Donald Trump has done to presidential conduct and presidential language. Donald Trump has defined the deviancy down to his personal deviancy. And the entire Republican Party supporting Donald Trump has succumbed to Donald Trump's deviancy. His deviancy includes repeatedly giving his best wishes to sex criminal child rapist Ghislaine Maxwell. He said, "I wish her well," when he was asked about her while she was in jail awaiting trial. The trial where she was convicted. Donald Trump was a friend of Ghislaine Maxwell. And apparently, he's behaving as if he still is. And now, every meeting at the White House is about how to get Donald Trump out of the photograph that we have of Donald Trump right here with Ghislaine Maxwell, taken in the year 2000, when she was Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend, when she was Jeffrey Epstein's criminal co-conspirator in raping children, when she personally was participating in the rape of children with Jeffrey Epstein. That's Donald Trump, sitting beside her in what we know was the prime of her criminal conduct and raping of children. Donald Trump has always boasted about the best people. He knows the best people. He says he hires the best people. He says he's especially perceptive about people. And there he is, sitting beside a sex criminal, and now insisting that he had no idea. He had no idea what kind of person she was. And today, insisting that he has no idea what his vice president is doing about him. Donald Trump chose his vice president knowing that the vice president has the power to invoke the 25th Amendment, along with a majority of the cabinet, against Donald Trump, to remove Donald Trump from the powers of the presidency. And so one of the requirements about being Donald Trump's vice president is that you must never have a meeting about Donald Trump that Donald Trump doesn't know about. And so Donald Trump told his idiotic lie today, saying, "I don't know." Is the vice president having a meeting about you? Answer, "I don't know." Nancy Cortez of CBS News asked about Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer, who is now the Deputy Attorney General, meeting with Donald Trump's old friend in that photograph, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Have you been briefed on what Ghislaine Maxwell told Todd Blanche?
No, I haven't.
don't know whether it came up in the
Todd is a very respected person all over the country, all over the world legally, so I don't know.
I don't know. That's a lie. Donald Trump was briefed by Todd Blanche and by his Attorney General about how many times Donald Trump's name appears in the Epstein files, that they searched specifically for his name. They put thousands of FBI agents on the case, studying the Epstein files, looking for Donald Trump's name. And then they went to the Oval Office, that same room where Donald Trump lied today, to brief Donald Trump on that. And only after that was Todd Blanche sent to Florida to speak to a convicted federal prisoner who has never spoken to a federal investigator before and never testified at her criminal trial and never denied raping children at her sentencing hearing when she did speak, pleading for a light sentence. Nancy Cortez wisely asked, so you don't know whether you came up in the conversation? And Donald Trump said, I don't know. Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer, who has never been replaced as Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer, and presumably would immediately revert to Donald Trump's personal criminal defense lawyer as soon as Donald Trump needs one again, went to speak with Ghislaine Maxwell. And Donald Trump is claiming today that he doesn't know whether his personal criminal defense lawyer asked Ghislaine Maxwell about him, or if Ghislaine Maxwell said anything about him. Some press reports already indicate, naming sources who are aware of what was discussed, that Ghislaine Maxwell said nothing that could be harmful to Donald Trump. That's already public information, and it is obvious information. It is the only reason for Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer to go to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. His mission there was to try to extricate Donald Trump from his own personal history of friendships with two sex criminals, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. The family of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein's victims issued a statement about the vice president's meeting. Virginia Giuffre was found by Ghislaine Maxwell in Donald Trump's spa in Mar-a-Lago, Florida. She was working there in high school. As soon as Ghislaine Maxwell saw her, she began planning to drag that high school student into the hell that awaited her at Jeffrey Epstein's house, and she did just that. Virginia Giuffre spoke of the years and years of nightmares and distrust that she suffered after what Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein did to her. Virginia Giuffre never found her balance again and took her own life just 4 months ago. Today, her family issued this statement. We understand that Vice President J.D. Vance will hold a strategy session this evening at his residence with administration officials. Missing from this group is, of course, any survivor of the vicious crimes of convicted perjurer and sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Their voices must be heard above all. We reiterate that Ghislaine Maxwell should have remained in a maximum security prison and does not deserve the luxuries currently afforded her. The White House reporters who changed the subject for Donald Trump both times, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, came up in the questioning today, could have asked a question about that statement by Virginia Giuffre's family. Why aren't the voices of the victims being heard at J.D. Vance's meeting about the Epstein situation? That would have been a good follow-up question to the two good questions that were asked today. But the rest of the White House reporters wasted their opportunities to question Donald Trump exactly as he expected them to do. Donald Trump said the magic word today about the Epstein situation. He said it's a hoax. That's the magic word Donald Trump has been using for years, since it was exposed that Russia was helping the Trump campaign in 2016. And that is what Russia did. That is what Vladimir Putin did. They worked on one side of the presidential campaign to help one candidate and hurt the other, and that is what the Mueller investigation found and proved. And Donald Trump has been calling that a hoax ever since, and that has always been proven true. That is really what happened, but he calls it a hoax, and Donald Trump calling it a hoax worked. It worked with most of his followers. Donald Trump believes the word hoax is like a drug that he can administer to his followers so that they will then swallow anything else that he says after that word hoax. And it hasn't worked yet with every Republican member of the House of Representatives when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Some of them still want to know what's in the Epstein files. And some of them will get repeated opportunities to make that clear in votes in the House of Representatives. Our first guest tonight has just introduced a resolution in the House of Representatives opposing a Trump pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell or a Trump reduction in sentence for Ghislaine Maxwell. The resolution, quote, affirms that Ghislaine Maxwell's conviction and sentencing were more than warranted by the facts in any receipt of a pardon, commutation, or other form of clemency by Ghislaine Maxwell would deny survivors the justice they deserve and formally opposes the granting of a pardon, commutation, or other form of clemency to Ghislaine Maxwell. Current owner of the Washington Post is one of the billionaires who now lives in abject fear of Donald Trump. The owner of the Washington Post is actually the fourth richest person in the world. And like every fourth richest person in the world, he dreams of becoming the richest person in the world, which could happen if Donald Trump decides to support that billionaire's space exploration company, and if Donald Trump helps that billionaire get an edge in the business development of artificial intelligence. And so, the fourth richest person in the world no longer allows the Washington Post to count Donald Trump's lies. During the first Trump presidency, the Washington Post counted 30,573 lies that averaged out to 21 lies a day by Donald Trump. And there were days, remember, when Donald Trump didn't speak at all, didn't post anything at all, like when he had COVID. And that means that there were days when Donald Trump told many more lies than 21. Donald Trump told more than 21 lies this morning when he called into CNBC, as we will hear later in this hour, when we're joined by Nobel Prize-winning economist Paul Krugman. And then Donald Trump took some questions from reporters later in the Eisenhower office building beside the White House. And I leave it to you to decide if this was one of the lies Donald Trump told today. Question: were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell? Answer: I didn't know about it at all. Nope. I read about it just like you did. The only people who can believe that are the people who believe every word Donald Trump says. The next question was, do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently, to which Donald Trump responded, well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man. Reporter Caitlin Collins of CNN repeatedly says, but what about her? But what about her? As Donald Trump rambled on about his former criminal defense lawyer, Todd Blanche, who is now the Deputy Attorney General, who Donald Trump claimed today is respected by everybody. Now, I sat in courtroom in Manhattan and watched Todd Blanche lose in the one criminal trial Donald Trump has faced, where Donald Trump was hit with 34 guilty verdicts on 34 charges because Todd Blanche was the worst lawyer in that room. So no, Todd Blanche is not respected by everybody. That is another lie Donald Trump told when praising his criminal defense lawyer today. The Trump White House is leaking the possibility through various news agencies that a transcript will be released of Todd Blanche's interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. There is no possibility that that transcript will include all of Todd Blanche's communication with Ghislaine Maxwell and her criminal defense lawyer, who is a personal friend of Todd Blanche. As Donald Trump kept rambling about Todd Blanche, and the reporter kept asking, but what about her? Donald Trump ignored that question, what about her, and didn't say a word about Ghislaine Maxwell. This time, Donald Trump did not say, I wish her well, which Donald Trump has said before about the woman who was convicted of recruiting children to have sex with Jeffrey Epstein and sexually abusing those children herself. Tonight, ABC News is reporting, quote, during her 9 hours speaking with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche last month, Ghislaine Maxwell said nothing during the interview that would be harmful to President Donald Trump, telling Blanche that Trump had never done anything in her presence that would have caused concern, according to sources familiar with what Maxwell said. That was obviously the mission Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer embarked on, get Ghislaine Maxwell to say nothing that would be harmful to Donald Trump. And then Ghislaine Maxwell immediately got transferred from a serious federal prison in Florida, meant to house, among others, sex criminals, to the easiest federal custody facility that exists in America for women, which is not meant to house sex criminals like Ghislaine Maxwell. The rules had to be changed by Donald Trump's Justice Department to get Ghislaine Maxwell into that much more pleasant facility that is located in Texas near members of her family.
Don't start.
Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers lied today in a motion opposing the release of grand jury testimony in her case. The lawyers made the legitimate point that I've made on this program, that Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal is still pending before the United States Supreme Court. So grand jury transcripts should not be unsealed in a case that could conceivably go back for a retrial. That is a serious legal point. But the lawyers went beyond that and claimed that Ghislaine Maxwell is present. That was their word. And that's the word that they want out there about Ghislaine Maxwell. The Maxwell lawyers wrote, when Epstein died, prosecutors from the Southern District of New York pivoted and made Maxwell the face of his crimes. She became the scapegoat and the only person the government could put on trial. This is what Judge Allison Nathan said about Ghislaine Maxwell's own crimes, the ones she committed, when the judge sentenced Ghislaine Maxwell for 20 years in federal prison for the crimes committed not by Jeffrey Epstein, but the crimes committed by Ghislaine Maxwell. The judge said, quote, the evidence at trial established that Ms. Maxwell directly and repeatedly and over the course of many years participated in a horrific scheme to entice, transport, and traffic underage girls, some as young as 14, for sexual abuse by and with Jeffrey Epstein. The judge paused to stress that phrase, by and with. The judge said, I will pause on those words for a moment, by and with Epstein. It is important at the outset to emphasize that although Epstein was, of course, central to this criminal scheme, Ms. Maxwell is not being punished in place of Epstein or as a proxy for Epstein. Like every other participant in a multi-defendant case, Ms. Maxwell is being punished for the role that she played in the criminal conduct. As to that role, trial evidence established that Ms. Maxwell was instrumental in the abuse of several underage girls and that she herself participated. Check weapons and gear. We're holding deployment. Enemy dropping into the AR. During their sentencing hearing, the prosecutor said that the whole sex trafficking scheme began.
Changing max.
The first girl enlisted into that scheme. Jeffrey They molested kids together. And Ghislaine Maxwell's criminal defense lawyers did not say one word in her sentencing hearing to contradict that statement that the prosecutors made. They heard the prosecutors say that, and they didn't say a word about it. No one stood up in that court. Ghislaine Maxwell did not molest kids. Elaine Maxwell spoke at her sentencing herself, and she did not say she did not molest kids. She heard the prosecutor say that about her, say that she molested kids, and when it was her turn to speak, did not do that, that she personally molested kids, and today her lawyers used the case.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
That's the word Donald Trump is going to use, and that Todd Blanche is going to use if they are scheming to make Donald Trump's wishes come true for Elaine Maxwell. Donald Trump's wishes for women. A man who wishes her well now has the power to pardon. The man who wishes her well has the power to release her from prison. And if that's what he's trying to do in exchange for Elaine Maxwell, that's a kill. Jeffrey Epstein's raping of children, and Donald Trump will want to claim
enemy soldier incoming.
that she is just a scapegoat, and that is
Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war
Donald
zone.
Trump now likes to claim that he revoked Jeffrey Epstein's membership in the Mar-a-Lago private club that Donald Trump was an activist. Today, the Daily Beast reports that Jeffrey remained a member.
Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets and bring them back faster.
The revelation that Epstein was allegedly still a member of 7 years after Epstein coached Virginia Dupre from the Mar-a-Lago in 2000. Raises questions over Trump's version of events. Epstein was a member of the club until October 2007, more than a year after he was indicted and released on bail. According to the Grifters Club, Trump, Mar-a-Lago, and they sell
enemy UAV overhead.
In the footnotes of their book, a team of Miami Herald journalists, Sarah Blasky,
you have reinforcements inbound,
and Jay Weaver reported the authors viewed a membership list showing that Epstein's account had been
enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the
in October 2007. So 7 years after Elaine Maxwell found Virginia Dupre working at Donald Trump's and brought her to Jeffrey Epstein's house the day that she met her.
Enemy UAV is online.
7
Your
years
squad is down. Stay alive to bring it
Jeffrey
back.
Epstein was still a member of Donald Trump's club. A year after he was indicted, Jeffrey Epstein was still a member of Donald Trump's club. And there is no evidence in the record that Donald Trump
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Today, Republican Chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, issued
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
affidavit approved 2 weeks ago by a subcommittee. One subpoena demands the Epstein files from the Justice Department, asking for, quote, all documents.
Bounty targets identified. Weapons free.
Jeffrey Epstein or Ms. Elaine Maxwell, and further relating or referring to human trafficking,
enemy
exploitation,
UAV overhead,
sexual abuse, or related activity.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
Attorney General, Republican and Democrat, who served
enemy counter UAV inbound.
Investigations of Jeffrey Epstein, and to every FBI director who served during the federal investigations of Jeffrey Epstein. And to President Bill Clinton, because the subpoena said he traveled on Jeffrey Epstein's plane 4 times, something Bill Clinton has publicly acknowledged, and a subpoena to former Secretary of State.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Moving.
To her, Ms. Maxwell's nephew worked for your 2008 presidential campaign, shortly after you became Secretary of State. That is a much weaker connection to Elaine Maxwell than the guy who's in this picture over my shoulder right now, who knows much more about Jeffrey Epstein and Elaine Maxwell than Hillary Clinton.
Hostile UAV in the area. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
know about Destiny? Oh boy, here we go. It's got Kirk! Yeah, I just got escorted from Kirk, baby.
We're in Tampa, Florida for Turning Point USA's annual Student Action Summit. TPUSA is a voter-driving juggernaut for the Republican Party, led by 31-year-old Charlie Kirk.
They're happy, that's why you know they haven't been on social media.
But this year will be menaced by something.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
I thought he was older. I didn't know he was 31. I thought he was older.
Started by a group of progressive influencers and organizers, including the massively popular.
Here he is. All right.
Twitter streamer Destiny. The whole world's in the wrong, right? You need to do the exact same behavior as if I couldn't get away with doing Destiny. They won.
Enemy soldier incoming.
They have to get in.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Oh, uh-oh. They're trying to bring him in.
Bounty target's gone dark. We lost the contract.
He's wearing sunglasses.
What?
Like Superman did the same thing. They wore glasses. Yeah.
There's a major streamer named Destiny who's a Democratic streamer. He appears to be debating Byron
You have reinforcements inbound.
right-wing red pill guy.
Go get after it.
Do you remember, I've never seen Byron happier than when those girls were discussing why Hitler did what he did to the Jews. I don't know if he's ever been happy. I've never seen him smile.
10 remaining. Keep pushing. We've got 10 squads active in the field.
You know, it's like watching a cockpit.
Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind.
Young people may be tuning out the news, but this new form of
Hostile UAV in the area.
political debate is blowing up online. Its cultural significance is something well known to Kirk because he's part of it.
Democrat socialism is completely different.
I can talk about socialism for hours.
I'm surrounded by 20 woke colleges.
Your squad mate has redeployed. Well done.
Apart from online debates, directly to hundreds of college campuses.
I do think this is a really good idea. I mean, like, the fact that he goes out and does this is a great content idea. I know Steven Crowder did something that's similar to this, too. Yeah, is this video edited to enlarge the space? I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area.
It's the lack of depth. Well, when exactly do heart waves begin to grow?
Tell me what to make viral content. Its primary goal is to register Gen Z to vote MAGA.
I love it. Obviously, I mean, like, I don't know if this is really accusation. Are you truly accusing this guy?
Enemy dropping into the AR. Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
I could see that making sense.
The fact that we are now becoming like, we're becoming the cool kids now.
But I just want to be clear.
Enemy UAV is online.
For voters.
No, there's nothing wrong with talking.
Well, that's what we're doing here today. It's an open conversation.
What's his name?
People like this always use the word dangerous because they want to equate a conversation.
Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close.
They do that. They
Get a UAV on grid.
Violent in a response to a conversation.
Buy the fucking loadout, you piece of shit. Thank you.
Friendly loadout drops on the way. Track on, I need eyes overhead.
Keep in mind at an event organized by the All America crew down the street from the convention center, both conservatives and liberals have
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
voices try to
Squad's in the safe zone. Enemy UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, that's
Enemy
about
advanced UAV
Trump,
overhead.
about the fucking, that's
Squad
the
mates back on
assassin.
station. Good work. Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal.
Republicans vertically are very well considered when it comes
I
to
think one of the big reasons why a lot of left-wing policies aren't popular online is because they're not popular.
Enemy UAV is online.
If you're talking about like a lot of these edge case issues, stuff like no borders, the trans issues, stuff like that, it's because they're not popular period. That's the reason why. I mean, if you interview and you poll people, you see what the
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
clearly indicates that
Be
this is
advised,
a
resurgence is no longer active. This is for keeps.
It's imaginary thinking, exactly it is. And I think that also another big
Supply
issue
crates
that
have been
the
restocked.
reason why
Load
they're
up.
not popular is because
Hostile
the people
UAV in the
pushing them
area.
are generally very autocratic. And they're trying to push them and they demonize anybody else who doesn't think like they do. And I think that alienates people. It does in the long term.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
There's people who in 2020 they thought the election was stolen in every state basically, but they still shut up to vote next time. So something is happening there where they're really big on going.
Enemy soldier incoming.
By Russia. And they still came back and they voted in record numbers for Biden. I think that ever since the 2016 election, every election has been fake.
Hostile UAV in the
Every election
area.
is fake. Every election is rigged. People were saying the 2024 election was rigged. And what else can you do? Yeah, I know, right? But that's what I'm saying. They're still saying it? I'm just saying, right? That's the reason. I disagree with that. I don't think any of the elections were rigged. And I think that people are just coping with it.
That's right. That shows at every single level to where people are organizing, or people are creating alternative media networks, whether you're talking Tim Pool,
Enemy UAV is online.
Or trying to get into college kids like Charlie Kirk.
Requesting recon
about
above.
And they're gathering all these different people. For Charlie Kirk is school kids, but the single focus is winning elections. It's incredible.
I think that's a good point. Obviously, like, they're definitely focused on the goal more than the left is. And this is kind of what I was discussing more yesterday about exactly about how a lot of I think a lot of left-wing thinking ends up
enemy UAV overhead
cannibalizing itself. Because if you agree with like a leftist person on 9 out of 10 things, the one thing will get them to call you a Nazi. And if you can agree with a conservative on 1 out of 10 things, they can still work with you on those 1 out of 10 things and not call you a fucking communist. Now, obviously, there are extremes that do not really follow this, but I do think this is a general trend. This is definitely a general cultural trend that liberal thought is much more narrow than conservative thought. And the acceptance of different viewpoints, etc., is very, very narrow inside of like liberal and Russian. And holding for less Russian nesting ball testing has operational in the AI elections. 2020 was indeed rigged.
Yes,
I don't
the
want to
fight
talk
zone.
about that. I literally don't. I don't want to get into it. I don't care. I think it's rigged. That's true. Go ahead. I think most people are actually more open to disagreement. I don't think it's helpful to say that you don't agree on this.
Why are you not hovering?
I do think absolutely there's a trend.
And somehow I feel like on the left, I don't know how this happened online, maybe it's because we tend to be younger or whatever, but somehow the party's messaging apparatus is just got hijacked from people, by people who want to create changes.
The reason why is because it's been hijacked by virtue signaling narcissistic liberals that are mentally ill. That's the reason why. Is that it's being hijacked in the entire messaging campaign. You realize this, and I think he does realize this, but I think the reason
you're in the top three, don't let up now.
People are there for these movements, not for the actual movement itself, but for how the movement makes them feel. So it doesn't matter what the outcome is for them, because it's not about the outcome. It's about the way that they feel whenever they participate in the behavior. They view political opinions and different types of political messaging as social accessories. And because they're using political messaging and political activism as a social accessory, it doesn't matter to them whether that messaging is effective or not, because it's not about being effective. It's about being able to be seen as a person who has these viewpoints. And that's what happens.
I think it's incredibly destructive.
It's massively destructive, by the way. It completely is destructive. I think a great example for this is think about how many super, like, hardcore pro-Palestine people refused to vote for Kamala Harris, even though she aligned with them on more issues. Like, whenever you take these, like, extreme viewpoints, and, like, you know, she condemned Hamas or something like that, that's true? Yeah, it was not good. Cares about left or right, just go for common sense. Well, I'm talking about, like, a general trend, right? Uber safe space people? Yeah, exactly. Destiny still shills for Democrats? Well, I mean, Destiny, I think, is just trying to be pragmatic, right? I mean, that's all there is to it. Echo chamber mentality? Yeah, I would say so. Kamala was booed when discussing Hamas? Exactly. And that's because it's been taken over. Any of the people that are booing Kamala Harris for, you know, talking about Hamas negatively, if they were under the control of Hamas, their life would be a living hell. But they're not, and so they get to live in a comfortable, air-conditioned home where they can order DoorDash, and they live in a gated community, and, you know, the police come if you call the police if you hear a weird noise at night.
Ruck up, you're headed to the war zone.
They have no problem virtue signaling about how good this is. The world that starves people and kills people. That's what I was really saying before about how it's about simple.
Damn, look at my ball.
Yeah, but right there, yeah.
No, you're not. Don't you hate when motherfuckers be like, sorry, I'm just trying to do something, and they're doing everything but what they should be doing? They said they were doing. They're ridiculous. You know that, right? Bring me one of those. Or let me get some of that. No, like, no. Thought I was gonna be tripping and tropping. Trippy troppy? Troppy trippy. Don't tell me what to do, little donkey. Little donkey.
If you want to win elections, you have to remove that from your vocabulary. Like, right-wing people for a very long time voted against it. Even medical marijuana and it was a huge proposition. I would say Trump was one of the first candidates that didn't really run.
It's dead.
Marijuana being this evil, bad devil that is happening. I still am. But play alive, right? Like that. The amount of it that's going on like 2005.
Your team leader. Set a drop point.
Use your battery.
That's dead.
That one charges by USB-C, right? That one charges with the PS4 charger. And then I have that one plugged in right now, and you just can charge my controller.
this for the nature of it existing. It's not that people believe it. It's just that they simply believe it.
You have one year. We haven't even raised $1 million yet. And we're able to get all of these creators essentially anywhere.
That's not that one. That's not. Hold
yes,
on.
it is.
They should be supporting it.
I just want to hit it. God.
You don't listen.
But I think that after Occupy Wall Street, I think the Democratic Party was, I think that the elites and the people were carrying out what happened after Occupy Wall Street, and they falsely poison-pilled the entire liberal leftist left-wing movement with identity politics. They poisoned the entire thing. And the Democratic Party, in my opinion, this sounds crazy, but I think that they are engineered to lose.
It's all on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy.
And it's working as intended. Because the people that are at the top are making these decisions. And again, if they win, sabotaging a group of people that if they get into power and they don't have this identity politics, political elite ruling class. So I think that they've used identity politics to poison pill.
Get ready, you're redeploying.
And that's the reason why you don't have conversations.
Your squad made it to the safe
Like,
zone.
why are all these illegal aliens
You're losing ground, moving.
inside of these factories to begin with? Why is this even a noble person protecting it all? What kind of self-respecting leftist person that's a
in the area?
It's a good thing that you have a bunch of these people working that have no control, no ownership of the production, and nothing. Like, you would assume that, like, this is absolutely not a good thing, but you have them going lockstep with it because they have been poisoned. That's what's happened.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Has been a party of race politics since their founding. They were never the party of the small man. Well, I mean, I just gave you the point of reference where I think that it changed, where I think that they provided a perspective of the small man, and just that was enough to scare the companies into poisoning all of politics with race politics and identity politics to distract them from class politics and from income disparity and income inequality. I will refer back to one of the many statistics that after the year 2021, after the COVID recession, over 90% of the recovery in the economy was experienced by literally the top 1% of the economy.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
The top 1% of the population. That number going up isn't your grab, but it's theirs.
Enemy counter UAV
and because
inbound.
they control so much of it, they want you to believe that the number going up is going to help you. It's a wealth transfer. It's a massive wealth transfer. Exactly. The Democrats just own the working class for the majority of the race. Exactly. I think they 100% did. Did race and identity politics come in Obama's time? Like Obama being the first black president definitely put race politics in the forefront. It absolutely did. But I think that more so, it was after Wall Street in 2011, 2012, and social politics really started taking hold in 2013 and 14. It was like right after. Ran for president. One of the reasons why he has such an explosive especially on is because of his direct reputation.
The enemy took that one, but we'll get them back.
Race politics.
If Ken Martin's watching this, text me back. But really, I mean, I think we haven't been able to see the DNC really get off the ground since the election, because I think a lot of people have internally that
Forget that they don't care. They don't give a shit.
It's a ground game that must reflect the online culture he and millions of young Americans are part of, one that is often characterized by un-PC language.
Why it's okay to use the word loser. I'm going to tell you something, that if you want young men to vote for you, policing their language is the way to lose. Young men use all kinds of slurs constantly around each other. They still use the F word, they still use the N word, they do it constantly. And the R word isn't the R word, it's retard. Young men are crass, aggressive, I think, you know, like, kind of brusque. Like, they're assholes. And, yeah, they're like, it's exactly a bathroom talk. Yeah, exactly, and that's the way that men talk. And so when you have a bunch of Karens sitting around virtue signaling about how bad saying retard is, I'm sorry, but you're not going to win the votes of the young men. Yeah, they're abrasive, exactly, they are. And this starts at about age, I would say, for boys, like 8 or 9.
That's fucking up.
And from 8 or 9 to like 50. That's the way guys are.
Insults and crude humor like the joke. This tweet Destiny sent, poking conservatives by saying the kids who died in the Texas floods were proof that God
We're headed to the war zone.
exists.
Get geared up and stand by. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war
I
zone.
don't really even think this is true. I think that in some cases it's true, and he's right that people are landful in cases where they do bad, but they're not cases where they're good. Like, but I think that like there's elements of this, but it's not good.
Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. Mark a drop point near squad and hit the field. Enemy soldier incoming.
Evaluate your analysis of intelligence. Because intelligence isn't just simple.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Do math.
An enemy squad is hunting you. Stay sharp. Check your map. I've marked a point containing enemy intel nearby. Capture it for information on the next gas spread.
Has the ability to create outcomes that are beneficial for yourself. If you think that you're really smart, but you constantly can't create outcomes that are beneficial for you, I don't think you're actually that smart.
Your squad mate has reached the intel. Joining them will speed up the process.
Platform in order to win elections. But what you really need, I think, is just extremist messaging. I think that's what you need.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Event giving the unhead American organizers hope there will be appetite for similar debates on college campuses this fall.
I do 100 hours of this semester. 100 hours, in addition to 2 hours of
Enemy counter
browser and 3 more days.
And so the fun for this semester is Charlie Kirk shows up at campuses
Capture
all across
complete.
the country.
Hell of a job.
And you
Uploading information on the next gas break.
That's smart. That's smart. That's a good idea.
Enough money to get there, we absolutely will. People wonder why the youth are shifting
live
to
shooting.
the right.
Yeah.
And that's a big reason why. He's put the footwork in and we haven't.
I think that this is definitely a really good thing that Democrats are realizing this. And also,
enemies dropping into the
AR.
AR.
This is a really good video by CNN. I think it was. This is like unironically a good video that was fair. Yeah, they're discussing it in a general.
Squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
Mark
the remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
They disenfranchised and they deplatformed so many people that those people now are so large that they can create their own platforms, like what Charlie Kirk has done. And so they can no longer rely on just simply removing people's access to discussion. And so now that they have to come to the table, they have to come, there's what they come to Jesus moment here, right? Where like, hey, maybe what we're doing isn't working. And now many viewers? Yeah, you acknowledge it. Yeah, I know.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunting.
The active shooter at Emory University. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull this up. You create a better product through competition. But the real problem, I'm gonna tell you right now, the real problem that Democrats have more than anything is that they have an obsession with identity politics.
Stand by for redeployment.
80-20 approval ratings. You have to kill that. If you can't kill that, you're killing
You have reinforcements inbound.
It is a literal fucking cancer that has infested leftist politics, and it has killed their ability to affect any sort of military. Because nobody wants to be in the problem. Nobody wants to vote for a person.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
It's the same as flat Earth, for example. If I knew somebody believed in the flat Earth theory, I would never vote for them. Because their
Loadout drop headed your way.
Capacity for compromise. Period. I would never vote for them. A lot of people view these gender ideology things as the exact same thing. And it is
You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy.
You cannot be a rational.
Enemy UAV is online. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Enemy UAV overhead. You have reinforcements inbound.
You ever hear the old love bed they used to talk about? This is one of those places. It's really a great place to be.
Enemy UAV is online. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
You're looking at double razor wire around. The Texas prison, you're looking at dorms with bunk beds, housing, lots of doors, guards, inmates, just one layer of razor wire fencing. The very important thing, not only does Maxwell transfer shortly after just days after also against the Bureau of Prisons rules, is convicted sex offenders, they have to be held in a low security level facility. The only way to get around that is
your squad is down. Stay alive to bring them back.
As you experts don't propose that it is especially rare for sex offenders like her to get that treatment, that even if she did cooperate,
your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
So with that, I will say it's currently unclear why and how Maxwell got transferred. I'm not sure but you did have a reporter asking Trump about it.
Are you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Delaney Maxwell?
You have reinforcements inbound.
I read about it just like.
And do you believe that she's not
really, part of the reason the transfer people is now in conversation with they're just kind of flabbergasted by it. For example, one former prison warden said someone gave special preference to Maxwell.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
If the country they have a sex offense on not going to a place like that. Period.
Whoa, put me in a gun.
Say things like, John, the private police were reloading. Federal prison stabbers erupting in John and outrageous hearing about that. One writing another writing, whether sex offenders allowed at the camp, I don't care who she spits on.
Identified enemy blast trap.
Running here, that's all you. You're scaring me around. Reloading. Good kill. Marking the record on your attack map.
American public outraged by the special treatment according to a pedophile and a criminally charged child sex offender. Then, in quick but interesting news, a new Coast Guard report just came out, and it found that the Titan submersible that killed 5 people, it was preventable. Right? Luckily, they didn't seem like it would be preventable if you thought, hey, I
enemy soldier incoming.
Look down to see the Titan, and it really key contributing factor to the flying hazard. Right? According to reports, it largely came down to 6 things. Right off the bat, the design was flawed and questionable materials, while the CEO stopped and rushed, refusing to bring us up to a volunteer. Former director of Marine Operations fired days after reporting concerns about the subcarbon fiber.
You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them down. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
Outdoor parking lot in Canada over the winter to save money. Even that, it doesn't touch on the toxic work environment stuff.
So glad I don't have to run in here. That's all you. You're scaring me around.
Including 17 safety recommendations that the Coast Guard says is aimed at strengthening oversight of submersible operations, improving coordination among federal agencies, closing gaps in international maritime.
Hostile UAV in the area.
UAV available for destiny.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy advanced UAV is active.
UAV standing by.
Resurgence window is ending. Watch your 6.
UAV available for destiny.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Hostile UAV in the area. Stand to you, soldier. Stay sharp. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Gas is closing in. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
I wear MeUndies, I think you should too. And right now, it's a deal. Like, I mean, it's 50% off at MeUndies.
That's all you. You're scaring me around. Fire sale's over. Adjusting pricing. So, nice.
In huge international news, tens of thousands of people trapped in the same city in Sudan are facing madness. Have the UN
Switching back.
World's largest humanitarian crisis. But starting with this siege, it's called El Fasher. It's the capital of the state of Darfur, and it's the last major city there is still incredible. RSF, we try to keep control of it once a year during the time that the plans and money was delivered by plane. So things like, for example, in June and ambush.
Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game.
So with almost no danger, roughly 300,000 people remaining in the city.
Supply crates are restocked. I advise you to load up now.
Everyone in the city is facing but also, the city pretty much the same for people all over the city. So you've got the UN describing the broader hunger and displacement crisis in Sudan as unprecedented.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
The war has killed tens of thousands of people, displaced millions of them, tens of millions facing hunger. It's also the only place in the world where famine conditions can be confirmed with multiple.
Okay, what are we looking at?
Last year, the UN declared famine in the displacement camps surrounding El Fasher. It's expected that starvation would take over the city itself.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is moving.
This ties back to the United States because what's happening here is making things worse there. What I'm talking about are the recent cuts to USAID, where the U.S. needs development. In general, we've had experts saying the impact would be devastating. A study published in Lancet, for example, found that in the absence of USAID, 14 million more people would die worldwide in the next 5 years. A third of that 14 million would be children under 5. So here's an extent to be especially hard, because according to data from the UN, the agency provided 44% of the world. In fact, an emergency logistics coordinator for Doctors Without Borders saying that Sudan is becoming a case study for the impact of USAID cuts. And that is to people like the former U.S. Special Envoy of the country, both left taken under the Trump administration, saying that the cuts, they've already come to the body count. But also, I will note, it's not just the U.S. The a while, like when it comes to this war, it seems like there's just no end in sight. Back in March, you have the RSF drawn that would be a turning point. Then, just a month later, the group declared its own parallel government. So years after the conflict was actually expected a whole lot worse. They were warned about it.
Wait, though, there's a long way from your location. Move like you're leaving.
Legitimacy leverage. It's like more likely it will only make the war even
Enemy
harder.
UAV overhead.
Yeah,
All on you. Stay alive till your squad can redeploy. You were 1 of 10 remaining. Not bad. We lost that one, but we'll get a W next time.
The thing is, they're like based allegations, including murder, rape, ethnic cleansing, and even genocide. With something so that is also a bit of side of the government has been accused of war crimes as well. And all of this is it's not happening inside of the vacuum. Right? All this violence, all this suffering, it's being helped along in part by outside forces, namely foreign nations sending money, weapons, or keeping people in the country. This has included Sudan's neighbors like Egypt, it's even included Russia and Ukraine, and most notoriously it has included the UAE and the United Arab Emirates. Specifically, it's been used in supplying weapons, drones, and other military systems to the RSF. In fact, just this week, Sudan accused the country of sending Colombian mercenaries to fight alongside the RSF. And this has actually been a point of contention here in the U.S. So the U.S. has authorized massive weapons sales to the UAE, and we've actually seen some members of Congress trying to block those sales to protest the war. So, we'll see what happens there, because for so long, this conflict has been overshadowed by all the other warships going on in the world. Then, finally today, let's end with congratulations and talk about y'all's comments on yesterday. Starting with congratulations to Michael T. He's latest week winner who just scored $500 on tickets. Michael is saying he's still decided between seeing The Outsider, Happy Ending, Broadway. You know, for the rest of you, that's right. He's still giving away $500 on tickets. Definitely have to stay if you haven't already. Made a match. Today, the next winner and snagging $500 for seeing a favorite artist, touring a band, or playing a little silly down the all you're going to do is just add a little BDS to your CD chat profile for a chance to weekly $500 rise whenever it's necessary. But with that said, let's talk about y'all's comments and get a big chill and some comment. You know, like the people in that crowd, so many of the comments were people being outspoken about that town hall. With Brody saying that town hall is hard to watch. The people you run for are telling you you're betraying them for money and you're still excusing it to their faces. Then Spencer Justice writing, quote, fascists don't hold town halls and take questions. Immediately announces this is the last in-person town hall they plan on holding because of negative response. For that, I'm getting replies like he couldn't handle the facts, and we need a law making this mandatory as well as making attendance record/activity law public. We also had a lot of people grabbing onto the specific healthcare moment. Some saying I was heartened to hear the crowd at the town hall. Healthcare.
Do you think that people who are 28 years old that can work and refuse to work get free healthcare?
And Ava writing, I'm shocked this man has the nerve to say that a 28-year-old employee doesn't have healthcare. Basically, if someone is in between jobs and gets hit by a car, job interview even, they're supposed to just die from pay off the rest of their life. Do not believe it, right? And finally, with this saying, Mike was not ready for that absolute blood and hate. Good on the people of Nebraska for having teeth. So there you get some people saying that's not teeth, that's quite literally all bark, no bite. Which ends up sounding like a weird criticism, like they should be violent, but here's what I'll say. It is important to have bark and bite. So if you're someone that watched those clips and your reaction was somewhere between fuck yeah, or you want to look at those snaps, enjoy the bark, embrace the bark, but also bite in the right similar ideals. Find where you want to get people registered to vote, all day. You know, it's not one or the other. It's fun. Step out of here. Thank you for watching. If you're looking for more news, show or I got that brand new podcast down in the description. As always, love your face. Stay safe out there. Stay safe. Be right back. Humiliated Trump is so nice, but reaction this time is exposed a lot of the Trump. I think everyone's getting caught on camera or getting worse, but the craziest yet. The big push to let 16-year-olds vote in elections has everyone divided. We're talking about all of that. It's brand new to the Franco show you daily, Don. Starting South Park just humiliated the Trump administration. Less about Trump himself and more people in his orbit. But also, more the episode aired last night, because the Department of Homeland Security is not talking to promote itself. still, the episode's on South Park with the caption, join.ice.gov. But in South Park, ratioing the government commenting, wait, so we are relevant? Hashtag eat a bag of dicks. With that, of course, referencing the White House last month responding to the first episode where they said, the show hasn't been relevant for over 20 years and is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas and a desperate attempt for attention. But really, whatever you think about South Park, they have people's attention. And they got it again last night on an episode that focused on the elementary school counselor, Mr. Mackey, where he loses his job because what the Trump administration is doing to schools, and because he needs money, he joins ICE for his large salary. And as they're mocking the low quality of people being allowed in to ICE, we are introduced to Trump DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Well, over the course of the episode, they really lean into mocking aspects of why she's been called ICE Barbie, but everything seems to be for a photo shoot or a video. People having to constantly put on makeup, inject stuff, just keep her face from falling off, which literally it does fall off. But in addition to that, they really lean into the dog controversy with Kristi Noem, which, in case you forgot, she once told and then defended a story about how she shot and killed her own dog because it was untrainable. Over the course of the episode, she just shoots dog after dog in the face. She even snipes crypto, and as the credits run, she shoots up a dog store. And then, as far as their critique of ICE, the new recruits load into trucks for the first ICE raid. You have an agent advising them to keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times, like a Disneyland ride. Raid a Dora the Explorer live show. ICE even later raids Heaven. Noem reminding her agents if it's brown, it goes down. And then, separate from that, they included J.D. Vance this week as a pint-sized baby-faced sycophant whom Trump called annoying and stupid. Trump even kicking Vance off screen at one point like it's a football, but the VP loyally returning to his side as if nothing happened. And then separate from the administration itself, South Park made fun of Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk types, like rage bait and influencer debate bros. And Garvin at one point, he was taking on this role, saying, these young college girls are totally unprepared, so I can just destroy them and also edit out the ones that actually argue back well. It just feels so good. And then, notably, as far as the reactions to this week we saw some of the people portrayed in South Park trying to roll with it. For Charlie Kirk saying the whole thing's awesome, he found it hilarious. J.D. Vance also seemingly taking that angle, saying, well, I finally made it, which, seems to be a drastically different reaction than from the first episode, where you had the White House going, they're not even relevant, and reports coming out that the real president was reportedly seething. And of course, all of this is playing out as South Park has now 48 more episodes to go with their new contract, with them seemingly set up to be a fixture of political discourse for a while. And then, next up in the news today, we've got to talk about ICE's latest controversial and likely illegal raid, the agency's massive recruitment campaign, and key import battle in the White House's war on non-citizen students, and the president's most recent effort to gain more seats in Congress by any means necessary. Starting with that raid, which involved masked, heavily armed ICE agents jumping out of a rental truck and ambushing people at an LA.
I don't. Traffic, bad drivers, green eggs and ham, and of course, Nintendo's business practices. That last one I have moaned and groaned on for years, because I love their games, but the way the company is run is the most unfriendly corporation in the gaming space. I don't think they're the greediest, nor do I think they're like the most degenerate or anything. That still firmly belongs to Ubisoft. They wear that crown proudly. I don't know what happens over there at Ubisoft. I guess their workday consists of going in and huffing paint thinner and then eating glue. But it is crazy how out of touch that company is, and everything you could possibly do wrong as a business, they do with a smile on their face. Nintendo is nowhere near that level, but I think Nintendo is just so anti-consumer and very aggressive to the people that love their games. They make incredible games, but they make it abundantly clear they really don't like you to enjoy their products in ways that they don't intend for it to be used. They're not afraid to bring that fucking hammer down. They throw their meat on the table and say, suck or else. They have many times over the years shut down community events for a variety of reasons. And recently they put their peepers on a speedrunning charity event called RTA, where they gave them a warning that unauthorized Nintendo games would no longer be permissible by this event. They gave Nintendo's permission for it. But they gave them that warning way too late, thus they couldn't get that permission in time. This has been going on for almost a decade now without hiccups. They've and now all of a sudden, Nintendo puts up a big stink about it saying, whoa, scoundrels, you can't do that, you fucking hooligans, you need our permission for each game here. I guess they just had the itch, they were scratching at their neck looking for something else to shut down for people that love their games. So they went out of their way to target this charity event. And while they're not shutting it down per se, they did just put a big damper on it by forcing the event to have to omit Nintendo games because they didn't get enough time to get Nintendo's permission after receiving their notice. This event's been run for the past 9 years, and then suddenly this time around they received a warning from Nintendo about using games without permission. They do still have hopes that they'll be able to put Nintendo titles back into this event in the future, but this came so suddenly, way too quickly, that there's no way they can get permission in time for it. Thus, they've had to pull the titles from this upcoming RTA, which starts today. RTA in Japan made the announcement on their website explaining the absence of the titles. Apparently, Nintendo pointed out to the nonprofit on June 13th that organizations require prior permission to use Nintendo games, adding that RTA in Japan's previous use of Nintendo titles was unauthorized, as permission was not obtained in advance. Oh no! That's a big-time crime right there. Unauthorized playing of a Nintendo game. Oh boy. That's some big potatoes right there. But anyway, immediately upon receiving the notification, RTA in Japan began negotiations in the hopes that they could use the titles for future events, but as of right now, it hasn't really gone anywhere. It's been decided that RTA in Japan will apply for permission on a per event basis every single time one of their contestants wants to play even if it has been featured in previous RTA in Japan event. And their announcement RTA revealed that they were unable to satisfy the process in time for 2025. They also apologized to everyone who applied to speedrun Nintendo games during the event. So I think the videos on to explain the reaction to this. So at first glance it seems like they were expecting Nintendo games. However, the majority of Japanese-speaking situation or even signed with Nintendo minutes RTA in Japan started off with a small volunteer effort. Over the past 2 years, it has grown into a large public event with is now registered as a corporation association with all the bureaucracy and responsibility. The event's growing prominence is likely what makes it some concerts even are responsible and proactively taking measures to ensure that they have permission to avoid disruption to speedruns. Oh God, I hate this something. This should be a positive thing. That this small volunteer run effort has grown into something that generates real meaningful change and help to the charitable organization. This should be a celebration, not like a, well, you got too big, you should have known, you should have went and sucked on Nintendo's titties over there. Should have begged to be able to play those games there. You should have known. You're not allowed to just play games on the big screen and try and raise money for charity. That's illegal. And you know what? If Nintendo wants you to ask permission, fine. Why couldn't they have told you that months in advance so that way they could actually go through this process and have them present at the RTA in Japan as they have been for so many years previously? Clearly, June 13th wasn't enough time here. This is apparently a pretty long process. Why did they wait so long? Why not give them this notice at the start of the year or something? Why did they wait until there was no time left to possibly get the negotiations settled and get permission to have them played? Why did they wait so long? Why didn't they make that clear explicitly earlier? If this has become so big and it is already so known that Nintendo games are integral and have been woven deeply into the event, why wouldn't that have been made more clear to the organizers way before it was like at the deadline? It doesn't make sense. It's just so unnecessary to begin with, by the way. I don't think there's any justification or excuse for it. Like, it's not that big of a deal. They are playing your games because they love them and they want to use them as a way of generating positive change in the world. I will never be able to wrap my noodle around the Nintendo perception of every player. They treat everyone that touches their game as a threat to their company somehow. Unless you are playing a game privately in your own home, you are viewed as like an actual adversary to them. If you play this game in like a public manner, they will put you under the microscope. It doesn't make sense to me. This thing fine, but maybe just have that be more of like a collaborative effort at that point. Like, hey, we really love that you asked us to do this, so you should be like a big part of this. We love what you're doing with this charity speedrunning event. We love that you love our game. Let us get started. Just talk to us first. As opposed to be like, you need our permission for each individual game, and if not, you cannot have us there. We will come after you. So that is such a different time. If they want this to be more collaborative with permission, fine. But give them that warning soon. And then also, maybe, like, for this one, they could have been like, hey, I know you didn't tell me this in time. You can still play our games this time around. We did, like, our expedited permission for this, but just know, for the following events next year, we would like to go through, like, a deeper negotiation and work more together in order to ensure everything is fully authorized. Like, you didn't need to come in here with the fucking sledgehammer. It's a charity event. It should be something to be celebrated. And overall, it's just so pathetic from Nintendo here. Again, it's your games, sure, you can legally do this, but why do you want to be the biggest douchebag on the planet? They're just a bully. They are now bullying a non-profit charity speedrunner unauthorized use of their games. They're just playing. They are just playing your games while trying to raise money for a really good cause. What kind of company has an issue with that? They're not stepping on your toes or anything. They just love your games and want to play them, speedrun them, and raise money for a good cause. How does that not fit in line with the Nintendo MO of bringing positivity through this art? It's just crazy to me. And unsurprisingly, I've seen a lot of Nintendros defending this, as there always will be. There are people that will fight tooth and nail for the honor of Nintendo as they continuously get spit upon by the company, but they love that spit in their mouth. They live for that shit. They do all their PR for free. There are people saying that it's not that big of a deal. This is a legal thing, and they gotta ask permission if they want Nintendo games. They're not shutting them down. They're just saying you need our permission to play those games. And I know I'm about to repeat myself, but it is just a point that needs to be made strongly. There's no real way to wiggle out of this checkmate here. If it isn't that big of a deal of asking permission from Nintendo to play these games, why did they wait until there was no time left for RTA in Japan to get that permission? Why wouldn't they have given them this warning, this notice, much sooner, so that way they could go through this entire process, go through this whole song and dance that Nintendo requires them to do? It does seem like there's a lot of moving parts to it. Why wouldn't they tell them this and get this going many months ago? This event has become big enough that clearly Nintendo is aware. They could have easily reached out to them and let them know much earlier this year. So that way they would have had time and they would have gotten the permission to be here. Instead, they waited until there was absolutely no time on the clock. They couldn't get the buzzer beater negotiations over the finish line. Thus, they just had to remove the Nintendo games or else face potential punishment. I don't understand how anyone could look at this and think Nintendo's in the right here. If they want you to have to ask permission, fine. But make that clear way in advance so that way they can do that. I don't think there's a strong defense for it. Now, I've made it clear I have no plans of buying Nintendo property again until this company has a drastic overhaul. I know, what a brave hero, but I keep getting asked, what do I think of DK Bonanza and all that? I think the game looks great. I have no plans of getting it. I don't have a Nintendo Switch 2. I have no plans of buying Nintendo Switch 2. Even though I'm the biggest FromSoft fanboy there is, I am so fucking deep in the hypnotism that I must consume all FromSoft. Their upcoming Switch 2 exclusive game, Dustblood, still not going to be getting it if Nintendo as a company doesn't change, or at least show that they're willing to work more with the community and go in a better direction. It's shit like this is exactly why. I can't stand it. It's so incredibly unnecessary. It's a speedrunning charity event. Isn't it so weird to encourage successful companies to want people to side with them always? People side with a corporation over an individual now. One of the speedrunning events, the charity event, is a company too, but it is a non-profit organization that solely is doing this to generate money for a charitable good cause, using products that they own to make a positive impact. Them, blaming them, saying that they were in the wrong, just because Nintendo said so. Because Nintendo reached out at the last minute saying, no, you can't play our games because you didn't get our permission, you need to get our permission, let's start. When there was no time to start and finish that negotiation, thus they had to get rid of those games, which are a big part of the event, apparently. I just don't know how people can be at this point where all of a sudden they look at that and be like, yeah, Nintendo was super right. It's just super weird to me. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this bit. That's it. Jeff. Briefly mention the situation of the movie a few days ago, just as a tiny little blurb. Basically a cameo appearance in a Marvel movie. I just kind of went over the very basics of everything going wrong with Unity. But things have only gotten worse since then, so I just want to make a whole video here going over the dancing on Unity is great.
Now, of course, they're not actually dead yet, but they are doing everything in their power to put themselves in the dirt. They are bent on self-destruction, and nothing will stop them. It's like a scene out of 24 with Jack Bauer interrogating a terrorist, and they're doing everything they can to take the cyanide pill to end it all. That's Unity as a business right now. So a channel called Upper Echelon just released an incredible video going over all of the new information about this situation, so I'm going to show you some clips of that, as well as just give you the broader stuff as well, just in case you're unfamiliar with all of it. This is going to be an all-encompassing biblical smackdown of everything Unity related.
Unity Technologies, a video game software company responsible for making the Unity game engine, has recently adjusted their fee structure. On top of a flat subscription service, they will now charge game developers per install with retroactive terms of service changes, and that monetization scheme will have a severe negative impact on the creation of projects.
In a nutshell, that's where all of this disaster stems from. He is just giving you the macaroni, so allow me to give you the cheese. Unity made a big announcement about a change to their monetization model where if you reach a certain level of success with their product, they will then start dipping their greedy, grubby little paws into your pockets and take a little piece for themselves out. So, if you're using Unity Personal and Unity Plus, you're eligible for this fee once you reach 200K in revenue over the last 12 months and have 200K in lifetime installed, and that number increases to $1 million in 12 months and $1 million in 12 months. So basically, they will start taking money, and it's dictated per install of a game once it reaches the level. Now, there is no faith in this company left. There's nothing but bad will, so no one really has any faith that they have popular downloads. A lot of people were very quick to point out that you can absolutely punch someone in the face by just constantly reinstalling these games on like virtual machines. Like, no, we've solved everything. Actually, piracy is now. We'll know if that's happening. But no one believes them because it's very hard to take them at their word when they have no good faith left. So, there is potential for this to be exploited in a big way where you could cost companies or individuals tons and tons and tons of money just by gamifying this fee. And it's not like Unity really has an incentive to stop that because they're making the money off of that fee. That's money going into their piggy bank. So heavens to Betsy, sports fans, you tell me how the fuck would they cash out this increased money exploit when they're the ones that benefit? But anyway, this is the big bang that created the universe of problems for Unity here and started all of the hoopla with this entire catastrophe. The best way I've seen it described is imagine if Adobe started to put up a big stink about imagine Adobe comes out and says, you know what, we've arbitrarily decided that certain level of views are going to be subject to a fee because they use Adobe Premiere to edit. So, Mr. Beast, for example, Mr. Beast will now start paying X amount of dollars per view because he edited his package. It should be pretty clear why that is an extremely scummy and ridiculous idea. So let's fundamentally what games doing here. People paid for the tools. They made their own games with those tools. Adobe, sorry, now I'm getting lost in my own fucking here, the fantasy I've drafted. Unity should not be entitled for a fee per install on a game that is successful. It's literally suffering from success.
We already know about John Riccitiello, however you say that, the CEO. He sold a bit of his stock right before this all happened. He was the former CEO at EA Games.
John Riccitiello, more like John Sissitiello, because he's a little bitch. Man, what a humbug. If Unity wasn't dead before this video, they're definitely dead after this one, because that was an absolute heater. So anyway, this CEO is John Riccitiello, however you say it, I also don't know. Upper Echelon is about to the need of these discoveries, but I want to continue laying the foundation for all of the CEOs and knowledge that should have coverage. So, this CEO is a very important component for this entire company. He is a former EA employee, former EA CEO, who was too greedy for EA. Let that sink in for a moment, marinate on those juices, let that percolate in your noodles for a moment. Someone was too greedy for EA, and it's this cartoon villain here. This goofball is the mayor of Doofustown. I don't know how this clown keeps landing prestigious positions. In 2011, during a stockholder meeting, He said, when you're 6 hours into playing Battlefield and you run out of ammo in your clip and we ask you for $1 to reload, you're really not that price sensitive at that point in time. So he's using this as a gold standard example of successful monetization, where you're deep into Battlefield, you're in the middle of doing something, and then bang, we flash a jump scare on screen that says you need to give us $1 if you want to reload right now. And he believes most players would relent and just give them $1 because they're actively doing something and now have to pay in order to keep doing it. It's beyond evil. It is remarkably greedy. He also fell into some hot water last year where he called developers fucking idiots if they didn't focus on monetization. This dusty, crusty, abominable zombie only treats the games industry as a means to put the squeeze on consumers and hose them for every single dollar they have to their name. It's not surprising to see the direction Unity's going with this goofball at the helm. But what is surprising is the fact that John Riccitiello keeps landing powerful positions in the industry. He is not good at his job. His ideas are atrocious. He is a money repellent. EA couldn't even act on his advice because it was so over-the-top Looney Tunes level evil greed. He does not succeed as a leader. All he does is lead companies to fucking ruin, like reputational ruin, with what he's doing with Unity now. He just sinks the ship with terrible business ideas. I don't know how he even got the Unity CEO role. So now that's the basic lore rundown on the history of John, the money's gone, Riccitiello. Now, as Upper Echelon briefly mentioned there, this guy also sold a pretty substantial amount of Unity stock right before this announcement came out. Which, you know, hey, I'm not the feds here, I'm not the authorities, but to me, in my little caveman brain, that sounds a little bit like insider trading. There's no way this guy is dumb enough to have not realized the backlash that would ensue from this. And he happened to dump quite a bit of stock right before making the announcement. That's a little peculiar, don't you think? Complete coincidence, perhaps.
But who's this? Lamar Barzi. Credit where credit is due. Tugging on this thread is the result of a post on Unity user. I'll link to that down below. So Lamar Barzi is on the board of directors at Unity, but he's also the CEO of the company
Iron Source is a company that merged with Unity for $1.4 billion. Iron Source is a business that fundamentally focuses on monetizing developers' apps. And this merger is actually pretty controversial because a lot of users have reported some shady things with the Iron Source platform and alleged that there was malware, there was adware bundled with certain things, just a lot of things that were alarming. Eventually, Iron Source coped by saying, like, hey, bad actors, platform. So, this merger already was pretty sour in terms of perception due to all of these things that you.
But it turns out that when you go down the list of Unity insiders who are selling stock in the company, this guy is by far the most aggressive. Over the past year alone, according to Fintel, Lamar Barzi has sold upwards of $20 million in Unity stock, which is interesting considering.
$20 million, huh? That is very interesting, I'd say. Now, of course, this isn't like the most unheard of thing ever with, you know, insiders selling stock. But the volume that he's selling, especially in comparison to the others, the frequency, and just the company all makes this a very interesting case of selling 20 million worth of your stock.
First, at the same time as this $4.4 billion deal takes place, a company called Apple made a competing offer to buy out Unity completely for $20 billion. Unity rejected this deal, citing that the deal, quote, was not reasonably expected to result in a proposal.
Upper Echelon goes on to say that he finds it odd that they rejected that, considering the $20 billion offer is pretty significantly above the market cap at the time. But he did say that with the Apple deal, Unity would have been dropped to 9%, so there is complications to it. But this is an important piece of the puzzle here with everything going on, because Upper Echelon expanded it further into the merger with Iron, which was significantly less than they would have got with Apple. There is a bit of a head scratcher to it, but Upper Echelon is diving deep this year, picking out all the breadcrumbs.
During the deal with Iron Source, two investment companies, Sequoia Capital and Silver Lake, pledged to come on board with $1 billion invested in the deal itself. Two more people from each of those companies will be named board of directors, Egon Durbin and Rolaf Botha. Starting with Egon Durbin, who is a founding principal and managing director at Silver Lake, which it now appears has sold the entirety of their directly held remaining stock in Unity Technologies, disclosed as of yesterday.
Casually sliding in that D's nuts moment was spectacular. Really appreciate it. So, the important takeaways here is after the Iron Source merger with Unity, two new people get added to the board, and they're both some pretty shady actors. Well, one of them, Ava, actually dumped all of his held Unity stock, which was disclosed yesterday. At this point, Upper Echelon drags us kicking. We're able to take a look at this septic tank for what it really is. Characters come on board, and Upper Echelon examines their connections. And Aegon, in particular, had a notable past where he was pretty tight with Tesla, especially during that whole boogeyman moment where he was that whole thing that floated around the show. And overall, both seem very enthusiastic to charge out the wazoo for API access. Twitter managed their pricing model for API access not too long ago. Reddit most recently made a change to their pricing model for API access. That's the catalyst for the Reddit blackout that many of you might remember. Not just controls all the accounts that were offline for 48 hours. Basically, the new tech trend is massive corporations charging a lot of money for API access, and Upper Echelon draws in parallel with the way Unity's pricing model reflects the API pricing models for Twitter and Reddit. And given the connections of the two new members that are on board, it isn't far-fetched to assume that this is the direction Unity wants to go. It's all in line with those models, which is bad. That is bad for everybody in the community. The API changes on Twitter and Reddit were wildly detrimental to a lot of different things. And Twitter changes are also extremely detrimental to a lot of different things. It is a bad thing. But it actually gets worse.
Here's a much better visualization of what's actually happening from a username so. In yellow, it indicates the portion of developers who will now lose between 10 and 25% of their revenue with Unity's new terms of service. In orange, they stand to lose between 25 and 50%. Red can lose between 50 and 100%, and that scary black line off to the left, not huge, but it is there. That's the area where these new terms will bankrupt your company if Unity decided to charge you more money per install than you have.
There's no way this Twitter user put more work into this than the company did make this decision. This is something that under no circumstances should have ever flown. Period. Because there's no point where you as the company should bankrupt the people using the product because they're succeeding when using the product. Now, I realize I didn't answer this in the beginning, but they are changing the policy. But it doesn't mean that the companies that use Unity for their games are retroactively responsible to pay for the installation of what's already done prior to this new agreement. It's going forward. So yes, the rules change, but it doesn't enforce retroactively for payment. So a lot of terms are changing, and there is a lot of discussion there, which has led to a pretty deep and interesting discussion around if Unity's legally. And I'm not because what I've researched and it is legal to change the license that allows to still hold previous products to when you made the game that license. It's legal to do that, it's just a more to do and then enforce it that way retroactively. There is a lot of nuance, the whole thing is just a messy fucking disaster. But I don't think it's per se. But who knows? I've seen discussions about potential class action lawsuits from developers, so I guess the big point here with this graph is that under this new monetization policy, none of them should go bankrupt just because their game is succeeding, because this fee is taking more money from developers than the games they've made is making them. So they're literally losing money with more installs. it's unbelievable. And it's not like Unity wouldn't know that. Unity has this thing. Again, there's no way a clear decision or research or analysis that the company has done. Unity has to know this. They don't give a fuck about it.
Focusing on the casual mobile market, we see this right here. Unity is offering a runtime fee waiver if you switch to level play, as it tries to kill app load. Level play is a service from IronSource. That decision emulates a pattern that began with Twitter, was mirrored by Reddit, and is now making its way through the broader markets. The decision itself appears to be aimed at killing a competing service after Unity actually rejected a buyout offer from that service's owner in favor of a merger with IronSource, who stands to gain the most from this entire controversy.
I went a little out of order here, but I wanted to save this point for last. So apparently Unity is offering a fee waiver if you switch to the IronSource service. So the conclusion here, the overall conclusion that Upper Echelon draws from all of this information is that Unity is going down the modern tech trend model of the API Twitter and something very similar when it comes to game development and products. And it seems like a lot of this is pursuing a competitor that actually offers a buy them out, AppLove. AppLove is a service that does directly compete with what IronSource is offering, level 1. So it seems like all this is trying to solve that trend and also trying to destroy that competitor. Now, I highly encourage all of you to go finish Upper Echelon's video because he gets into a lot more of the nitty-gritty here, as well as how developers are combating this currently and what they can do going forward in order to fight back against this kind of fight. There's still so many pieces left on the chessboard that Upper Echelon does go to. I want to put a link to this video in the description of this one. I highly encourage you to go check out the rest of it if you want to see more as well as how the article goes, because again, there's still a lot of this, and Upper Echelon does a great job at shedding light on all of it. So yeah, I think so many gamers and about the Unity changes, this trend is not something that people should be celebrating, not that anybody should. And it really is a horrible trend with all of the API pricing changes and now Unity trying to integrate that model into gaming. All of this is a much worse thing for consumers, the average person, in this case, gamers and game developers. It is a bad scenario all around. So this situation is one that I really don't think Unity should ever recover from. The company deserves to fail for this, 100%. This is an impressive level of delusional greed that should absolutely So yeah, I just wanted to kind of overall just think about it. Yeah.
Definitely ruined that generation, and the guy who blazes anti-Semitic Twitch. XQC has responded calling Hassan a cockroach. Streamer Aiden Ross has exposed Hassan for apparently secretly trying to sign with Kick. Admiral has responded. Streamer Destiny has appeared on CNN, and Hassan is very jealous. They're having a massive back and forth beef, and it's getting pretty personal. More side characters are entering the series to humiliate themselves. Subscribe, and your day will be blessed with good fortune.
What game is this in platform?
This is Warzone on PS5.
Swear to God. Worst possible direction ever. Crypto casino is launched. They start funneling creators on this platform on Twitch. They start getting a bunch of people hooked on online gambling, a bunch of teenagers hooked on online gambling. These guys go, hey, we'll just make our own goddamn website. Then they created Kick. Kick created an entire generation of Kick streamers have irreparably caused damage to the collective psyche of the youth. Okay, people just became as worse as possible with no repercussions whatsoever. Became more normal, just like it became normal to be evil and gross.
Dude, there is just no way this guy is talking. You actively support 3 different terrorist groups, and you're talking about evil. Dude, you lie and slander people every single day. How are you possibly complaining? Dude, this guy, he had a gacha sponsor a few days ago. Well, in the past, he cried about a gacha being the streamlined gambling. He would never support it or something. Yet, for a few bucks, he totally sells out again. Massive freaking hypocrite. Even the actual home cinema is actually impressed at this level of protection.
It's also really dumb because you got kicked, but that's not the end of the process. Then you got Elon Musk and then making sure it's breeding ground way more than it was before. So now people are just like, oh, I don't know, let's go after the whole family.
Repeatedly platform back at Donato Dobbs's people. Pull up his videos and support him because it's crazy. The orbiter, Mike from PA, saying that I don't know what to say.
Jewish is not an ethnicity. This constructed ethnicity. This ethnicity.
When it was so obvious, you couldn't even condemn that. It's just absolutely crazy. You did less than get it. You at least said, hey, this was bad. And then she, proceeded to defend it. But, at least she had the courtesy to say the word, okay, this was kind of bad. Anyway, so after this XQC responded, calling him a cockroach.
He wants to shut down ideas that aren't his. If your ideas aren't left or radicalized left, they shouldn't be shown at all. If you say something that isn't pretty much terrorism, well, dude, we cannot be doing that on websites. We only do terrorism. Only that. Anything else but terrorism, we do not support that, dude. Come on, man. Lock in. What an absolute problem is that? A lot of the things that he pushes are actually dangerous. Do you understand? When we first talked, like the CEO, like people that murder people and empathy, it's dangerous. People go out and actually it's trash. It's weird. I understand. You live people on the right. People are maybe racist. I understand that. These are also bad. Sometimes are also dangerous. But that doesn't mean that people are weird. Stop protecting us.
Not gonna lie, massive XQC dump. I'm talking about streamers just have pigs. And this is kind of what Hassan does. He automatically allows it's like SpongeBob where Patrick's brain actually connects. That's what's happening to XQC right now. An overwhelming amount of stupidity actually connected the neurons in his brain and put him on the right side of history here. XQC. When XQC actually seems like the absolute scholar in the room, you know there's something wrong going on here. And I mean, everything he said is absolutely spot on. Hassan is a terrible, dangerous influence, normalizing terrorist support, terrorism itself, normalizing bigotry on a massive scale, promoting it to millions of people. And I literally get messages every day from you guys saying, I'm literally doing God's work with this series because of exposing this absolute massive psychopath here. So I appreciate that as well. And honestly, not to be dramatic, this is literally a matter of good versus evil, like straight up. Moving on to Aiden Ross exposing Hassan. Aiden Ross drops a massive bombshell about Hasanami and Twitch. Alleges that Hassan tried to secure a no gambling deal with Kick in the beginning, but didn't get the offer he wanted. Also alleges that Twitch tried to secure a deal with Sting, but didn't get the desired offer.
Here's what I'm gonna leave by Hassan. I'm not gonna say when, I'm not gonna say how, I'm not gonna say what. Hassan wanted to come to Kick in the very beginning. They offered him an amount and he didn't like it, obviously, because they're not worth that much. So no gambling. And that's the truth. You're mad as that Kick is working. Hassan, how could you talk about Kick communities and Kick creators being the toxic and the cancer? Bro, when you preach to your community, they're brainwashed by you, bro. You live in a $5 million house. You buy nice clothes, you buy designer, you buy jewelry, you buy everything you want to do. You never donate to anything that you preach and all this stuff. You contradict yourself every time. You're a terrorist. You don't even like America. He knows it. He does it, Chad. He really, really does it. I'm just being real.
Use this time for some target practice. Real things coming. the AR.
$5 million not enough. It needs like 10, 20 Dan Clancy would not be very happy. You're not invited to the dinner.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
You might actually get banned now. Just kidding. This isn't Harry Potter. This isn't fantasy magic universe. That sort of thing doesn't happen here.
He knows it takes work, Jack. He wishes he took that back at the very beginning.
Fuck you, asshole.
Thank you, asshole. Thank you, asshole. Hell no. No, I really want to know. Also, when were seatbelts made? What exactly is a seatbelt? What comprises a seatbelt? Who thought of a seatbelt?
Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Enemy soldier incoming.
Super jealous in general. When XQC got his $100 million was crying so hard about it, bro. He was trying to guilt trip XQC to feel super bad about it as well. When now we found out that Hassan was in the process of negotiating as well, bro. He just couldn't get a bit of
You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy.
Hassan and his orbiters, right? Because he's so extreme. That's the last line anyone
Back on station. He's actually achieved that goal because there's been so many people now that are manipulated by people like Hassan and people that are in his orbit and in his, like his community, that now they have no problem going to state.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Because they're already being called Nazis, called, genocide lovers, etc. And so why would people try to come to the table and get your approval when you're lying about it? And I think that's really where the problem is. Why would be surprised when they stop?
I mean, that's kind of true. If you're already considered like this Nazi scumbag and supporting alt-right laws of Richter, then obviously they're not going to be like, well, Nazi seems like a pretty reasonable person here. I feel like if you're a regular person,
we're returning you to the front. Earn this.
You can get pretty annoyed and just be like, alright, I guess I'm going to take now. I mean, the thing about King is nobody over there is like hiding how scummy they are. Someone's not openly be like, hey, I'm a piece of shit. They're not like producing when you're like, well, we actually care about people here, guys, but also we support terrorists. Like, that's what pisses people off, right? And I just find it interesting the line that Hassan draws in terms of morality, right? Terrorism good. Supporting terrorists is okay. But gambling is bad, yeah. So like, what kind of wavy ass line have you drawn? You draw a line where it starts escalating into enemy soldiers incoming. He's still that. The fact that he thinks gambling is morally questionable when he supports terrorists, it's such a ridiculous. So then he talks about how Hassan sort of created Kick because he wants to push being so moral and moderation and just push being bad at everything.
Kick created an entire generation of shitheads. Yes, created Kick. And so did
died. And that's right.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy UAV overhead.
We have to understand this, is that it's completely about power. Right now, the power lies in the hands of people that are not Hassan. Hassan in 2022, let's say, had a complete monopoly on these.
Enemies dropping into the
There was
AR.
no other place to discuss any sort of viewpoints on the internet. You couldn't speak out against any of these things at all. And his viewpoints and the way
Indicating
he
fire station. Visual over cache.
message, and people were not allowed to criticize or complain about it. Now things have changed, and there are other places that have viewpoints. And that
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
person who doesn't want to have their viewpoints challenged. And I get that, I understand that.
Loadout drop headed your way.
The way the world is that if you alienate enough people, they end up making their own place.
I mean, it's kind of like a law of the universe, you know?
Enemy UAV is online.
There's a reaction for every
Enter indicated location.
radicalizing people on the other side as well. But kind of more than that, I feel like people are just sick of having to suck up to Hassan squad, right? He had such a monopoly on Twitch and
Park requesting LDBR strike.
people just started to get annoyed that how the fuck is this guy just allowed to say all this shit and get away with it, right? You can't just openly be insane and expect to be taken seriously. And it's always been protected by this goddamn moderator. In general, and I feel like it legitimately is like a turning point in
Waypoint locked.
space. People want to know that you shouldn't have to fear having Hassan and his degenerate squad trying to ruin your life over lies. You shouldn't have to fear that saying a common sense opinion will have you labeled as a Nazi and a wandering person and people will I feel like it's time for a change.
Hostile UAV in the area.
On the internet. Wait, who is this? Arrest Hassan? I cover treason. I just want him to back up his tough guy rhetoric. I'll be at any protest and with the back of conscious of threat. If he pulls another BB, oh my god, this is a threat. Twitch basically
indicated location.
like Reddit. The 60 to 80% of stickers more be the legal organization so hard that we lean towards people like Ashley for saying nuance.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Disagree that on a lot of things, but he's not gonna like try to hunt you down or you know, he's not gonna be completely disingenuous about this situation, which is why a lot more people sort of gravitate towards him. Kick's success was because of Twitch's stupidity. Let's all be real. No one
Hostile UAV in the area.
wants to collab with this liquor anymore. It's only a matter of time before he finally gets off Twitch. Then he talked about why
He was in the safe zone.
so hard to actually
You've got gas moving in.
And that's what's happened, is that people like Hassan have purity tested each other, they purity tested themselves into the most distilled and radical people possible, and they've alienated everybody who is tangentially on their side, like Destiny, like a lot of us see eye to eye with a lot of issues. Like all four of us see eye to eye with many issues. But because of these really narrow wedge social
Enemy
issues,
UAV is online.
it's like this other person's a fucking Nazi. And this is the issue, is that I think that this is why this type of messaging is falling apart, is that if conservatives can agree with you on 1 out of 10 things, they will generally try to find common ground.
Hostile
And
UAV in the area.
can agree with you on 9 out of 10 things, they'll call you a Nazi for it not being 10 out of 10.
Honestly, I don't think it's fair to say that because a lot of people are just, you know, pretty middle of the line, pretty normal people. It's only like the far, far lefty extremists like Hassan's audience there who are actually crazy. And I don't believe obviously, you know, as the Disney, they're all political in some sense, and they have their own opinions. So they're always trying to shift people towards their side.
indicated location.
I think it's just a matter of common sense versus fucking psychopath.
Enemy UAV overhead. Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
It's like such a dude, I'm just exposing a crazy person, dude. If Hassan was the far right person, this content would not
Enemy UAV is online.
a controversial opinion.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Now the reason it gets money is because Hassan has done this brilliant strategy of tying himself to a political movement, a very emotional
Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close.
himself to it, whether it be free
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Shotgun shells. Eyes on enemy.
This is not the case. Otherwise, Ethan would not be going
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Hassan always does this bullshit. Like, if you criticize him, it's like, you don't support Palestine, you're an Israel dick rider, far-right, modern Britain,
Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
Destiny and CNN. Hassan is very mad that Destiny is actually more popular than him. Here we got a tweet, we got the screenshot of Hassan on CNN, 140K views, and then Destiny is like 12 hours ago, 200K views. How Democratic streamers like Destiny are taking on MAGA and Charlie Kirk.
Fire failed done. Right to the base door. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
So Hassan is reacting to the video here. Hassan compares his and Destiny's edgy humor. Also says that Destiny acts like Israel. Every time. Like, all of his enemies are just goddamn.
You literally constantly box people, point them the key on the
Oh my god.
No more second shots. Supply crates have been restocked. Load up. Go get your revenge.
Like, he must be getting off of this. He must not like his mind goes to finish because how can you do this game on
Head to the safe zone. Losing ground.
forces in American society. I'm punching up.
10 remain. We're almost done here.
I'm not fucking punching down.
We've got 10 squads active in the field.
punching up. Were you the guy who literally doxed a random guy who left like a hate comment in your chat? Literally pulled out a gun on it. But no, I'm punching up all of the guys. At least admit it. Also for edgy humor, you actually gotta be funny. There needs to be a punchline or something. I don't think it's very funny to go, I'm a terrorist, guys, R-E-R-R, guys. Like, hilarious joke right here. You know, laughing at little dead babies, be like, yeah, quite some funny. There's no hint of, like, actual irony or there or anything. I mean, I guess the song has, like, an element of accidental humor. Like, when he says he's so
Move to the safe zone. Gas is inbound. Hostile UAV in the area. Your squad is down. Stay alive to bring them back. Enemy dropping into the AO.
And people think I'm silly when I say this, but he's been granted an institutional monopoly on Twitch by whoever keeps him there, and he's the only leftist influencer, right? All the other ones fall in line. Nobody's been
Hostile airstrike incoming.
Right, but there is basically no huge.
Top 5. You're in the top 3. Don't let up now.
West Turkish,
straight up humiliation ritual for Hassan here. I mean, he's getting bodied by all of his ops. Lesser views than Asmongold, lesser views than Destiny, lesser views than a goddamn slot tuber, dude. Like, literally people would rather watch you being criticized than actually watch you. You're like basically Johnny Somali or something like that, right? Particularly embarrassing when this is your entire life, right? His entire life revolves around getting more views, and he has like a mental breakdown each time his views drop or something, and he's like so fascinated how Asmongold is more popular than him, despite him being the educated political commentator. And when this is your entire life and you suck at it, that is American. Alright, that is numbers are inflated potentially. Now, I don't know for sure, obviously, but Dan Clancy recently did come out and say, oh yeah, Twitch has this massive view buying problem, and he conveniently said, oh, it's mostly the people who get no viewers. They're the ones view buying guys, which literally makes no sense. It's like the smaller streamers are view buying. Obviously, it would make more sense for the top streamers to be view buying because you wouldn't notice if a chat goes from 20 to 30k. You'd be like, all right, that's pretty normal. Maybe they did something popular today. But if a chat goes from 0 to 2,000 viewers, they're like, okay, what the okay, this is a bunch of bullshit, right? You can immediately tell. And obviously, Gunnar Lord, Dan Clancy is protecting his professional pride here, right?
You talk like a rapper in interviews, talk about King Von, that's so funny. Yeah, dude, keep coping. He's just, yeah, I'm so scared. That's what I meant. I do love people who, like, try to present Destiny as this, like, scary individual as well, and not just like a repulsive freak. Yeah, dude, you're talking about him like you're talking about King Kong, dude. Motherfucker went to Israel to defend his side, bro. Dude, what do you mean? He's just a weirdo freak.
I mean, if he's so stupid, just debate him and destroy him and, like, make him, expose him as a fraud, right? Oh, wait, he literally runs from him in every opportunity, bans his name in his chat. You can't even say Destiny, you have to type D, and people have to automatically assume what you're talking about there. Instead, he wants to debate Sloth Tuber.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Son of a bitch. Oh god, I hit the cushion. Thank god it hit the cushion. That's a motherfucking out.
Watch the sky.
Damn, double entendres.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy dropping into the AR. Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
You denigrate them below you, and you say that, hey, I'm disrespected.
Resurgence. Stay alive and keep squad in the fight. Alright, soldier. Mark a drop point for your squad and go get after it. You're ready to go. Enemy airstrike in the area. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Enemy UAV is online. Overhead. Bounty target marked. Kill them all. Watch the sky.
It's funny because like the only way it's such a retarded thing to say. Like I'm sorry, but like if you can't comment on the shit that I'm saying, say the R word. Hey, yeah, what? Literally said the exact same thing that I just said. Like what the fuck are you guys talking about?
Get ready. You're redeployed.
He basically said what everybody in the call and everybody in the chat was thinking there. And Hassan is so denigrated and humiliated there. He's so absolutely distraught at the fact that people legitimately think Destiny is way smarter, way more eloquent, and way more better at just political arguments in general than Hassan, and he can't handle it. And that's why Hassan and Destiny are...
You have reinforcements inbound.
And that's why Asmongold is a lifelong enemy.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Even in terms of politics, more than Hassan. Anyways, moving on.
All bounty targets destroyed. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
Have you ever talked about making a video criticizing?
It's pretty well handled by.
Target down. Marking the rest of them.
No.
Yeah, I think that guy's
I'm horrible. I'm depressed.
Stand by for redeployment.
I'm not a woman. And you in a wig doesn't count, you pig.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
So when you gonna get Demon Slayer 2, you big Demon Slayer fan, so I can whoop your ass. You're a bigger Demon Slayer fan than me. I guess I'm just a bigger fighting game fan.
Enemy dropping into the AR. You've got a loadout drop inbound.
I don't like it yet. I think I'm gonna wait till they work on it and then buy it. It feels slow as fuck.
You have reinforcements
And I don't mean like it feels like, oh, this is an army game, so like, you just trying to aim in on something feels slow as balls. It's not fluid. Well, that's just how I felt. Even in the firing range, I would try and aim at something that would take 10 years. I'm like, okay. It needs Call of Duty. It's doing everything right. It just needs Call of Duty's combat speed. No, they don't never be.
We've got 10 squads active in the field.
Well,
Oh my god, bro. Ethan Klein on Instagram is a different demon. People are making it so easy for me to support Ethan, and I don't agree with them.
Stand to you, soldier. Stay sharp.
Here's the thing happening. You have people that don't like Ethan at all.
Gas is moving.
Because the other side is so unbelievably
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
The reason why he's not making a video on Ethan is because he's afraid of getting sued. That's the real reason why. Is that now that holding people accountable for saying things about him.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Now there's a risk. And that's the reason why he's actually not. And I think Noah Samson is probably going to get sued by Ethan too. I don't really know whether that's going to happen or not. But again,
taking effective fire!
And you start fighting over and over and over. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to attack.
We're returning you to the front. Earn this.
Slanders Ethan, and then starts crying when Ethan fights back. Oh, don't mention drama in my chat, guys. Like, you're the one who started it, and now that you're losing, you're crying.
The rule, KP Jack Boy, is that we don't really tolerate drama.
They're harassing Ethan, you know, slanderous shit all the time. Then they get smacked with a lawsuit, and suddenly they're quiet. Suddenly they're like, oh, I'm screaming all this shit. Like, you get what you deserve. You started it. You deserve it. And there's fewer and fewer people left. There's like Noah Samson left, and of course Hassan, the final boss, right? And I think more
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced. Enemy UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV. Enemy advanced UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV. Resurgence is about to end. Make it count.
Good luck. Over to you, moving on to Hassan talking about suing Ethan for defamation. This is coming from the arrest #1 on Twitch, alright? The guy who and people mom-murdering cockroaches, really lovers, like literally
losing ground, moving.
Every single level humanly possible, over and over and over again, doubling down over and over again. This guy could literally get sued in 10 different ways by 10 different people, and he has the audacity to even talk about this. Hassan explains why he won't sue Ethan for defamation. Views are guys. He's losing relevance.
He wants us to sue him for defamation. I think the
Fire round over. Just frightening.
I gotta know, because his views are dwindling, and he's losing relevance as he continuously does the same old bullshit over and over again. And while it's incredibly satisfying with Rickman and Cole, the irony is when Sam Cedar and I did that, that was the best one. So there is
Enemy
no
UAV
reason
overhead.
That's what he wants desperately.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Basically what
UAV is
launched
active.
this last
Enemy UAV is
lawsuit,
online.
thought everyone was going to weirdly come to his defense, and then basically nobody did.
Be advised, resurgence is no longer active. This is the key.
Apparently, according to Hassan, nobody supported Ethan in the whole lawsuit. Like against
Supply crates are restocked. Advise you to load up now.
Despite the fact that, from what I understand, most of the internet outside of Hassan's echo chamber was pretty much in unanimous agreement that these people need to be held accountable. You know, they're breaking copyright and, you know, there's a bunch of other horrible shit that just so happened to get their karma through this copyright lawsuit, right? So I feel like everybody thought that it was a good thing. The orbiters are getting what they deserve. I don't know what Hassan's argument was there. He also talked about how views are dwindling. Brother, I don't know why you're trying to compare with Ethan.
Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone.
But at least he gets his audience involves being an open anti-Semitic creator. And I feel like his entire audience right now is the Israel-Palestine issue. Like, that is 99% of his coverage. So that's pretty much why he chooses to continue going down this path, doubling down over and over again. And I really don't know why this guy is comparing gig sizes when he's getting destroyed on YouTube by a slop tuber, bro. Like, it's actually embarrassing. You get more hate watchers than actual watchers. Like, people hate watch you through my channel more than they actually watch you. It's actually embarrassing. And notice how he only wants to
Contract failed. The objective's been lost.
I wonder why.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Bit slapped there, but you know, it's just pathetic and a desperate attempt to actually act top. Also, notice how whenever Hassan talks, he never gives any examples. So when he's talking about the defamation thing, how exactly did Ethan defame you? What is the statement? What is the sentence? When I pointed out, I pointed out several things. You know, calling people PDF bombs, honorary cockroaches, etc., etc. Right? So what is your argument? I feel like he literally has no case against Ethan, and he's just trying to act up.
So now he's just like moving in the direction exactly
what gas moving in.
He will continuously yell into an increasingly smaller hug box of also,
got 4 remaining. Stay sharp.
What more can I get out of that
5 squads still operational in the AR.
Oh, today? Yeah.
Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
I told this to Sam as well. Incredibly defamatory Ethan has been, and I was like, we want them to the long drawn out legal battle for the just like denying that recognition.
Dude, opium is absolutely crazy, bro. Hamas bro, without your brand of politics, you would literally be nothing. I feel like it's
hit us hard that time. Dust yourself off, regroup, and get back out there.
Get over yourself. Ethan was a successful creator before that. And he's like shit about me like, oh, you need Hassan to be relevant. And that's exactly the same argument they made before. Oh, you need Mr. Beast to be relevant. Oh, you need KSI to be relevant. Oh, you need Logan. Okay, so which one is it? Alright, apparently it's everybody and anybody. At a certain point, you gotta admit that it kind of doesn't matter who I'm actually talking about. People are watching regardless, right? And yes, some people are recurring lolcows. Some, you know, there's different sagas and shit like that. And I particularly do love shitting on certain people over and over because I find their stupidity very hilarious, right? But the fact remains, I can move on any day, alright? I can move on any day to another topic. It just so happens that it's not as quite the entertaining lolcow, alright? So I absolutely do not need him. Then this next part, he calls out Ethan and his wife, implying that Elon manipulated Ethan into marrying her as part of Israel propaganda. You just cannot make this shit up. This guy is so far gone. Everything is related to Israel, guys. I ran out of eggs for breakfast. This might be Israel's doing, guys. Clearly, you don't see the propaganda. The woman at the grocery store is an Israel dick rider. You don't understand, guys. She gave you one less egg. Hassan implies Ethan Klein is a victim to Hasbara propaganda because he met Hila on Birthright and married her after.
Sexy IDF type stuff was my friends who went on Birthright being like, yeah, at some point during Birthright, they brought in a bunch of IDF soldiers to sort of join us. And I noticed they were all really, really attractive. And I was like, is Hasbara looks maxing?
Well, I mean, Birthright is like, I mean, that's the purpose of it, right? Is to try to get...
Check weapons and gear.
Something on the good catch.
That's better.
We no longer have a punch.
Enemy soldier incoming. moving into the AO.
Basically a loving family, right? Ethan and Hila probably, love each other very much. They got kids and stuff. So, I feel like this jealousy coming out. He's trying to connect everything to Israel somehow. It just makes it look good for Christ. We get it. Israel bad, but come on, you really need to go this far? Moving on to him crashing out over Asmongold. Apparently he forgot to take his ass and started losing his mind again.
Dusted them.
Who wants to be wrong all the time? It doesn't make any sense.
Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
Ain't no way Hassan is talking, bro. How? How do you say that with a straight face, bro? You gotta be laughing now with a straight face. I find it to be a puzzle. You gotta know what's going on. Also, what is perfect Hassan not to mow? That's the classic. Also, who is leader? I assume that means Ethan or Destiny, and they are banned in Hassan's chat or something.
Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster.
Because you're literally Voldemort or something.
We're clear here.
I remember the early days of the series, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to get past episode 10. I don't know if we're going to
Enemy UAV is online.
And here we are on 80, bro. That's the amount of stupidity in the whole Hassan orbit. Right after this, he starts talking about Hamas.
But the more bridges you cross, the more aggressive you have to be Palestinians. Like, you have to turn into a you have to put on the goddamn Al-Qassam brigade,
25 remain.
blood, water,
Rally
and
on
run
air.
around
Keep your head
talking
up.
about
Turn the
how
face
Hamas
to
is glorious and great at this point. Make up for what you have done wrong thus far.
Right, so what did he mean by this? What did he mean by saying Hamas is great? Am I misunderstanding something here? What exactly did you mean by this, Hassan? I would love an explanation. Also, while you're at it, what did you mean by saying in a previous video that you would rather donate your money directly to Hamas? I don't know, just interesting statements. You know what's the 8th wonder of the world? The fact that Hassan Piker has not been arrested, dude. What the fuck? This guy is like straight up working for the ops, dude. Holy moly, just like open terrorist propaganda. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. Moving on to more Hassan crash outs. If you remember, Hassan in a previous video was calling Israelis inbred, ridiculous anti-Semitism, and Admiral was reacting to some of those clips here. And Hassan basically constantly pauses it to make it seem like Asmongold is defending Israel here, but then he accidentally lets the video play where Asmon specifically says that he does not support Israel.
You are left with a country that is packed to the fucking gills with inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid, Haredi population.
Terrorists from Hamas, like on October 7th, came over and they killed Israeli citizens.
Yeah. This guy's based, by the way. Based. He's so based. He's basically defending Israel's right to defend itself, guys. Chat. It's kind of based, right? Israel's kind of based still, right? Because killing Palestinian cockroaches, right? Based.
And then also because
remember,
Enemy soldier incoming.
Okay. Remember.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Well, it's simple. It's because people in this territory shoot rockets and RPGs from Israel. Israel needs the Iron Dome to protect themselves. Now, obviously, they need to
Song like "Remind Me the World Exists." Oh, I have nothing left to say.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're looking at bands
Enemies are dropping
whose
into
work
the
has been
area.
publicly
Watch the
criticized
skies.
by members of Number 10, Muse, Tom York, Radiohead. Modern British alternative ode shows a lot. It's certainly no surprise they were really influenced by electronically infused prod drivers used. That connection is gradually likely because of an unlikely view. Radiohead frontman Tom York aggressively hostile eliminated. In a 2019 interview for Sunday Times, he slammed the reliability.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
About his disdain. In a 2010 Panorama interview, Muse drummer Tommy Powers he also insisted that he still respects Radiohead's music. But your
green light with the point to the war zone. Enemy soldier incoming. Stay alive. What is the fight?
Sure, the lights, or seeing green. But in a 2018 NME interview, he called Duran Duran a particularly egregious example of music industry consumerism at the time. He also revealed that Sam Lamont and company were big fans of The Cure. Smith seemed upset about putting down his fellow 80s icons. But such candor goes to show how honestly anti-pop he is.
Squad mate back on station. Good work.
Number 8, Led Zeppelin, Pete Townsend, The Who. 70s rock doesn't get much louder
Enemy
or
UAV
more loud
overhead.
than Led Zeppelin and The Who. Still, the latter's guitarist believes that his contemporaries weren't
Hostile
as
UAV
innovative
in
as
the
fans
area.
thought.
I haven't liked a single thing that they've done. I hate the fact that I'm never even slightly compared.
I was hoping they didn't see me. Probably because I poked out at that last second.
Townsend has charged Zeppelin with being poor imitators in interviews for years. Finally, in 2019, he told the Toronto Sun that The Who invented heavy metal. Whether that claim is valid, he just plain doesn't like Zeppelin's music. Both bands are respected as titans of one genre or another, but Townsend is quick to dismiss any comparisons. Number 7, Green Day, John Lydon, The Sex Pistols / Public Image Limited.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Since his days
Romanian operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
fellow musicians.
Enemy UAV overhead.
John Lydon's public image. Yet his feud with Green Day is especially nasty. One of the most prominent punk bands,
all squad mates are in the safe zone.
has its roots in his work.
Gas is
In
inbound.
fact, he's publicly knocked them as poor imitators as far back as the 90s. He also expressed dismay over Green Day's hypocritical commercialization of blasting the system. Billy Joe Armstrong has in turn blasted Lydon for his openness about being in it for the money. Whether these artists represent some decline in punk's ideas, fans seem to favor solidarity more than Lydon and Armstrong.
I am Chuck, and I was born in London. I am no vulture. This is my culture.
Number 6, Aerosmith.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
For Perhaps most rock star singers are in some way influenced by the Rolling Stones frontman. Still, Mick Jagger has gotten pretty candid about his dislike of prodigies like the New York Dolls, the Stranglers, and Oasis. The most notable of these so-called rubbish groups is Aerosmith. Despite their innovative hard rock, Jagger agrees with the Stones, especially with regard to this is the sore spot of the legendary vocalist who told the magazine Rolling Stone that he resented early comparisons to Jagger. Jagger is clearly no less frustrated by this. Though he once described Tyler as almost too bloody sweet during an encounter, his emotions for Aerosmith's music are pretty bitter.
I thought that was awesome! I have 3 things to say about it. Ow! Wow!
Number 5. The Monkees. Jimi Hendrix, the Jimi Hendrix Experience. To promote their band in the U.S., Jimi Hendrix's UK-based band opened for the Monkees in 1967. The pop superstars were glad to help the guitar wizard break out back home, but it was a rough gig for Hendrix, who later told journalist Steve Barker that he hated the Monkees' music. He actually considered them a national embarrassment. And as much as the band appreciated the blues rockers' different style, concert-goers did not. The tension eventually prompted the Experience to depart in the middle of the tour. Hendrix ultimately didn't need the Monkees to become a permanent global phenomenon. Considering his embarrassing experience with them, it must have been a relief. Number 4, Bikini Kill. Courtney Love, Hole. Bikini Kill and Hole were 2 of the leading female-led punk and alternative rock bands of the 90s. But solidarity was a tall order for Hole singer Courtney Love. She and Bikini Kill's Kathleen Hanna famously got in a fight backstage at Lollapalooza in 1995.
That's closing in. Later people were like, they fought. There was this rivalry, and they fought. Like, dude, I was standing there watching Courtney walk up and attacked me.
24 years later, Love took to social media to dub Bikini Kill the biggest hoax in the history of rock and roll. She then elaborated that she found them amateurish and superficial. Hannah never learned where the violent hostility came from, having never met Love before their brawl. She was said to be in a bad place after the deaths of husband Kurt Cobain and bassist Kristen Pfaff. Whatever is behind her feud, Love's musical taste was super attractive.
It's a real bummer for reminiscing herself by another woman.
Jerry Garcia, 1 of 25 remaining. Both exemplifying California's
Broke their armor.
their devoted followings. It sounds like the fans would be each other's biggest fans. Well, this message here because kind words for the Doors. It went deeper than his objection to singer Jim Morrison's grim and vulgar. In Blair Jackson's book, Conversations Dead, Garcia extensively criticized Morrison's eccentric style and the band's altogether brittle sound. It may not be a fair assessment when the Doors had 3 instrumentalists to the Dead's huge ensemble. Still, while history supports Morrison's pretenses of cult stardom, he never lit Garcia's fire. Number 2, Pearl Jam. Kurt Cobain, Nirvana.
Nirvana's Kurt Cobain made some rather disparaging remarks about Pearl Jam's music. which he thought was too commercial to be truly alternative.
Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain was never shy about scolding commercialism or the bands he felt represented it. Pearl Jam were far from fluff like glam metal, but not far enough for their fellow Seattle grunge leader.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. We're heading to the Warzone. Get geared up. Stand by.
Even so far as to call them posers who exploit the grunge movements. While they really did come from the same underground as Nirvana, roots under a sound Cobain despised. This one-sided feud has played a key role in debates about the first and most successful. For Cobain, the real debate was whether Pearl Jam would reach a wall. Number 1, the Beatles. Lou Reed, the Velvet Underground. It's almost a prerequisite. The Beatles were the The Velvet Underground leader turned legendary solo artist Lou Reed once praised the Fab Four's prolific experimental rock. He's quoted as saying songwriters ever. In later interviews, however, he claimed it never happened. Reed correctly dismissed previous praise and lamented the legacy.
No.
Was the far better art rocker, calling the Beatles pretentious later work instead of simple rock and roll.
Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the Warzone.
In the comments.
I mean, I've realized that, you know, the same people that like our band like their band, so why
Did you enjoy this video? Check out these other clips if you want to watch it. And be sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of our latest videos.
Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster.
Welcome to Rock Market. Today we're looking at lead singers in rock bands with the most vocal talent, stage presence, and overall showmanship. We're not considering solo acts or front women, as they deserve their own lists.
Positive ID on the bounty target. Hunt them down.
Number 30, Joey Ramone, The Ramones. Jeffrey Hyman was a trailblazer of punk rock.
Bounty target, the KIA. Well done.
Only provided vocals in the Ramones, but with an upbeat intensity to make their irreverent lyrics come alive. His anthemic voice is
Squad mates redeploying. Well done. Enemy counter UAV
with long
inbound.
hair, leather jacket, and sunglasses that turned an otherwise casual look into a new standard for cool. And Ramone had the on-stage attitude to back up, moving around his bandmates with only a mic and clear swag. Everything about him epitomized a natural rock star with no pretenses. Years after his untimely passing in 2001, Joey Ramone continues to influence punk's iconoclastic art and the image to draw attention to it.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Number 29, Ronnie James Dio, Elf, Rainbow, Dio, etc. Many bands' identities have been set by Ronnie James Dio.
Enemy UAV is online.
He first broke out with Elf. Deep Purple guitarist Richie Blackmore lightened that problem with Rainbow before Dio replaced Ozzy Osbourne in Black Sabbath. Finally,
The group simply known as Dio cemented him as an independent force of nature. Dio's influence was key to the development of the heavy metal vocal style. He also popularized the devil horns hand gesture. He didn't need to ham up live performances to command audiences with his epic voice and visible emotion. This made Dio one of metal's most sought-after vocalists in his lifetime, with a legacy as one of the genre's defining
UAV overhead.
Number 28,
Enemy UAV is online.
Johnny Rotten Leiden.
All squad mates are in the safe zone.
As one of mainstream punk's rowdiest acts, these people were as wild in their public image as they were in their music. At the front of the chaos was the spiky-haired Johnny Rotten's unhinged vocals and energetic when he tamed it and returned to his legal name to the Public Image Limited. It was a more mainstream sound than Pistols, and yet it can be argued that the post-punk leader's genre experimentation and brash content are sometimes more maverick. Same intense charisma. No matter Leiden's changes in name, style, and even politics, he's never truly lost that rowdy reputation. Number 27, Anthony Kiedis, Red Hot Chili Peppers. High energy and versatility made the Red Hot Chili Peppers one of alternative rock's hottest acts. With rap, punk, metal, and more, Anthony Kiedis has an astounding vocal range, and he translates that to live performances from kicking antics to seductive crooning, all while giving the mic in a signature way. It's only a matter of time before the showman throws off his shirt.
Enemy UAV overhead.
He does have to keep up with Base's pretty on shape.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunted.
Still, Kiedis brings a commanding swagger to the Chili Peppers' staggering concerts. Even as he's matured past scandal and substance use over the years, his vocal and physical prowess never fails to captivate the audience. Number 26, Tom York, Radiohead, and The Smile. With all of Radiohead's innovative genre bending, Tom York is a spectacle just by himself. The multi-instrumentalist is crucial to the band's elaborate sound and striking, often politically charged lyrics. None of it is too big for York's deeply soulful vocal style.
Solid force is aimed the enemy. Clear for them.
And none of that can prepare listeners for the ethereal stance or erratic energy he brings to concerts. His iconic neck flailing does seem to put the head in Radiohead, with the rest of the band focusing more on technical craft. The renowned alt-rockers York's thrilling work with The Smile and as a solo artist confirms that he just contributed that.
Why did I think that was the teammate?
Number 25, Joe Strummer, The Clash, and the Mescaleros.
Why was my gut at single fire? What the
overrun with anarchists and
You'll get another shot.
Joe Strummer was an important voice at the center of The Clash.
Squad's in the safe zone. Yes, inbound.
And wrote international comments on left-wing lyrics and front-end bodily vocals, with shades of new wave and reggae. Such experiments laid the groundwork for post-punk, but Strummer was more politically direct in his intensity than many contemporaries. He truly had something to say. His power and stage presence was stirring audiences into a grooving frenzy. This style continued into his follow-up group, the Mescaleros, until his death in 2002. It was an untimely end, but Strummer's stardom as a social and artistic revolutionary will never fade. Number 24, Paul Stanley, Kiss. Kiss was basically a whole band of frontmen. Each member can sing and deliver eclectic live performances, with Paul Stanley as their undeniable leader. His passionate vocals are enough of a thrill. In concert with Kiss, he stood firm in his gaudy black outfits and white makeup, usually without a shirt. Purposely as the band bandmates coordinated, his charisma and crowd Although Kiss disbanded in 2023, Stanley has never shed his solo artist, showing off his musical range with Paul Stanley's Soul Station. His breakout band may resolutely be one of the great acts of hard rock, but they just barely represented Stanley's dynamism.
Under fire!
Number 23, John Bon Jovi. Bon Jovi. A group of rock virtuosos from working-class New Jersey have a true star for their namesake.
Back on stage. Don't get after it.
The handsome John Bon Jovi, known by John Bon Jovi, boosted the glam metal scene with a youthfully intense voice and look. His mix of bluesy storytelling and rebellious energy fired up a generation of listeners. His live persona steers them down with frantic physicality. Been a leader in rock, scope and showmanship to command the largest venues. All of that has held up through all the years and expansion of stylistic range.
Inserting additional armor.
Embodiment of his era and genre. Number 22, David Byrne, Talking Heads. David Byrne all but reinvented the idea of a rock star with the new Talking Heads. Everything about his artistry and appearance has a certain eccentricity that forgoes pop cliches for genuine personality. He simply knows how to write great music with a message and deliver it with infectious vocals. Never mind Talking Heads' live performances, noted for elaborate production values as an extension of the band's charming personas and satirical songwriting. Byrne's iconic contrast between stoic expression and boisterous dancing rounds out the ingenious It makes sense that Scott Rogers is regarded as one of the greatest concert stars of all time. Byrne alone is hailed as a one-of-a-kind artist.
Supply crates have been restocked. Load up. Squad mates back on station. Good work.
Number 21, James Hetfield, Metallica. As one of the founders of thrash, Metallica took heavy metal to a new level of intensity on James Hetfield's explosive musicianship. The virtuoso rhythm guitarist and guttural vocalist defines the heavy yet sophisticated sound that metalheads everywhere know.
SDR, ready for launch. Hostiles in the area.
Just as iconic as Hetfield's assertive wide stance and all-round larger-than-life presence on the stage. Still, he knows how to get down with the people. The pyrotechnics of one of the biggest live acts in an industry barely measure up to the physical stride of the band. That intensity has never wavered in 4 decades of personal and creative trials for the magnetic Hetfield. If Metallica is an institution, he is the worthy face. Number 20, Bon Scott, AC/DC. Scottish-born Australian singer Bon Scott was the secret ingredient that turned AC/DC into an international brand. His stellar shrieks were radical for 70s rock voices. Additionally, he helped put a harder edge to a decade known for softer music. Scott's vocal abilities and Angus Young's power chords became a match made in rock heaven. Without the singer's effortless contributions, there would be no harmony. The vocalist tragically died before he could show the world more of the depths of his immense talents. While AC/DC continued without the performer, his lasting impact on the group was never forgotten.
I wasn't paying attention to the fucking map.
By the end of the 1980s, U2 became one of the biggest bands and live acts in rock history. Their one and only lead singer Bono was an undeniably charismatic and singular presence. He constantly used the height of his celebrity to promote charitable causes and share his beliefs. While some loved to hate on the vocalist, his lyrical content stood above his contemporaries. Many failed to credit the performer for his influence on pop rock in general. If you wrote him off as just a pretentious guy with sunglasses, listen to his contributions on albums like The Joshua Tree. Bono succeeded in being both a great frontman and a pretty good role model. Number 18, Eddie Vedder, Pearl Jam. Eddie Vedder brought a unique lyrical ability and strong personality.
We're in the top three, don't let up now.
His role in Pearl Jam made him a cult figure for the grunge movement. Led by his deep voice, the group's debut album 10 became an unforgettable 90s rock experience. The singer's stage antics like climbing the light rigging and stage diving helped endear him to fans. Over the decades, the alternative rock group toured the world with a devoted following. Vedder penned lyrics about real-world issues and wore his heart on his flannel sleeve. His continued appreciation of the Pearl Jam fanbase contributed to his status as a rock and roll Hall of Fame frontman. Number 17, Gerard Way, My Chemical Romance. Gerard Way co-created My Chemical Romance after being deeply affected by the attacks on September 11th.
When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city.
While the songs he performed helped him work through his personal demons, they became relatable to the legions of fans that supported the group. Way's contributions to the sounds of emo and alternative rock changed the game for artists in the 2000s. Behind the eyeliner, the frontman was much more than a stereotypical goth performer. The singer's personal and emotional writing led to several modern classics such as The Black Parade. There were few figures in the same decade that were as uniquely visionary as him. Number 16, Rob Halford, Judas Priest. There's a reason that Rob Halford and his band Judas Priest are referred to as metal gods. Although he got into heavy metal and hard rock, his superior vocal range could have helped him have a successful opera career. Fortunately for his fans, Halford helped bolster the British wing of the metal craze in the late 70s and 80s. He and the band provided a hardcore soundtrack to activities like motorcycle riding. Along the way, the vocalist broke down barriers when he came out as gay in a subgenre that didn't have much LGBTQ+ representation at the time. Halford's authenticity and dedication to his craft built up Judas Priest as a force of nature in the rock world.
Use this time for some dog break.
Serving as Linkin Park's lead vocalist and guitarist,
Enemy
Chester
soldier
Bennington
incoming.
definitely deserved all the praise he got over the years.
The video hit 3,000 likes. I said if we reached 3,000 likes, the gear would be shit.
Changing Lucky. I don't know.
Are you alright yourself? Are you happy you did this to me? Truth be told, it's my fault. I made the deal. Onward to the video. NetherRealm finally dropped the newest patch for Mortal Kombat 1, and it's disappointing, to say the least. We were told this something exciting, and that's word for word, by the way.
Ding bong.
But to make matters worse, none of the bottom tiers got any buffs. Only the
Bing bong, bing bong.
who are actually lower than the tier depending on who you ask. But I don't think anyone considers them the bottom. Regardless, they got some buffs, so that's nice. But Omni and Super and the bottom tiers got nothing. Then you have Omni-Man, who got the most old buff of all time. No new moves or abilities, nothing like that. Instead, he got this kind of on screen, which is nothing incredible.
Eliminate targets to bring them back faster.
As one of the latest buffs in history. However, this is good news. Really got some buffs, right? More than one has the most damage and grow in the game. And Striker recovers quickly now, which means his range combos are more common. You can do it more often. And one more neat thing about the cameos is their wake-ups got better. Not for every cameo, but for a decent amount. They now have better wake-ups that can get the opponent off you, which is a great change, honestly. And I wish every cameo character got this because that would have been a meta change, which is what I wanted to see. Everyone knows that one and not enough ways to deal with it defensively. In other words, we need more defensive options, and some cameo characters give you that now if you use them, like Frost, for example, which is definitely a step in the right direction, but why not do it for everything? I wish everyone had done something big like that. Alright, everyone, that's the quick spark notes of the update, but honestly, a lot of characters got
returning you to the front
in this video. I just wanted to hit the main stuff right away, but for example, we may got a cool buff that I really like.
I can't believe that.
So without any further ado, let's cover these changes in detail. And every now and then, I'll throw some gameplay footage on screen.
I'm sick.
But alright, here we go. A big shout out to Ice Cream for posting the patch notes early, even before NetherRealm. And yes, this update is already live. If you hop on Mortal Kombat 1 right now, you can test these out. So
let's go, little baby bomb.
Don't get off. Having attacks does 30 damage instead of 20. So yeah, a little bit of stuff. Nice. Next up is Havoc, top some nerfs. The first hit of Flesh Wound now hits mid instead of overhead. And the second hit is now overhead plus mid. Yeah, Havoc doesn't do his cheap low overhead mix anymore, but he still has mix. He still has the unblockable mix and the low mix, just not that one overhead mix, which I personally don't think is a huge deal. In fact, if I could nerf the character myself, I would have done something similar to this. Because Havoc already has incredible damage, really good range. He doesn't need
squad mate is redeploying.
Oh, and
well
tons
done.
of health. Not enough people talk about that. Havoc has really high health in this game. Alright, increased combo damage scaling after stab. For anyone not aware, that means the combo actually means less damage overall. More combo scaling means less combo damage. Last but not least, destroying balance, recovery on block and miss has been increased by 7 frames, which means this move is now easier to find. Next up is Kinsey. Heightened senses can now be special canceled. That's neat, more combo options, more pressure, right, more mix-up on block, and Impaler, away back punch, and Senko stand
what's in the safe zone.
That's good. Less frames on recovery is great. It means the move is harder to find. Next up is a remake, and I like these changes. Calculated, back kick recovers 7 frames faster on hit, which means more options afterwards, better pressure, and possibly new combo routes too, but I'm not certain on that topic. But here's the really cool one. Sky Lantern, when detonated, now hits overhead, was mid. Yeah, that's kind of cool. The exploding lanterns now hit overhead instead of mid. I love that change. Alright, next up is Route 10. Punishing all can now be special cancel, which is
deserves a little bit more. He's kind of a bland character right now with not too much creativity, so I think he needs more in the future. Great. The water beam and enhanced water beam starts up 3 frames faster. That's good. Rain's a bit better of his own. With that said, though, he's still slow, like one of the slowest characters in the game, so maybe that can get buffed in the near future. Reptile, Dr. Reckle, and Neat Trick are no longer more negative when called. I love when the mid-tiers get buffed, and I hope Honeybee likes this change. It's nothing crazy, but I think it's a good change. Hopefully
Inserting armor.
Alright, Shane Sun, one of the few low tiers to get buffed. Now recovers 3 frames faster, that's good, harder to punish. And Spin Kick can now be special canceled and does 50 damage instead of 70. So if there was more stuff to be special canceled, more combos, more mixes, all that stuff. Don't forget, special cancel also has cameo. So if your cameo has over next up is Quan Chi. He does deserve buffs. Psycho Skull and Enhanced Psycho Skull starts up 5 frames faster. Oh boy, better zoning. Sorcerer Smack has 2 more frames of block stun. That's good, good change. Val already has 5 more frames of hit stun. That's going to be great for pressure. Also, more special moves can't go into. Someone test that for us. Now hits overhead instead of mid and had its region adjusted. So it's better at hitting the opponent, most likely. They can avoid it. How big these changes are for Quan Chi because they don't play him, but I'm glad he got some buffs. Next up is Omni-Man with the lamest buff in history. Earthquake Stomp, second hit, has 5 more frames of block stun. Yippee. It's so random. This might actually
get ready, you redeploy.
For anyone not aware, behind you is what makes Ermax loops possible with Janet Cage and specific other champions. So with this frame decrease, are those loops gone? Does Ermax no longer have his frame anymore? How is it so? Next up is Homelander, increased combo damage after boss drop.
Enemy UAV is online.
Which, as mentioned earlier, increased combo damage means the combo do less damage after it's moved. And these moves will also do less damage. Alright, Conan, officially released on range blitz and Barbarian Blade to sometimes not be a great situation. Barbarian Blitz and Barbarian Blade recover 5 frames faster on hit and miss. That's really good. Atlantean Bulwark has 7 more frames of hit advantage.
Losing ground, moving.
I'm wondering if you can stand from the command grab after. Also, possibly better special moves, because some special moves are too slow to combo naturally, but with more hits done, they could actually work. In other words, all of these are interesting, because some players, like Vegetable, are already winning tournaments with Tony. Alright, next up is multi-player laceration. Mid was an overhead, so the mix-up is gone, and increased combo scale after the first nasal pierce, which once again means less damage in the combo overall. So T1000 pump
I'm good.
Which on the one hand is fair, but as you're
getting you back in the fight.
So speaking of Cyrax, active mode is now destroyed with hit by other projectiles.
We have an armor box
so
here.
Cyrax freezes you in the green foam, and one of your projectiles hits it, you're actually free. I guess it's interesting, but not the nerf I would have done. I would have nerfed the command grab and the throw. If Cyrax is throwing you in any way when the bombs go off, she should fall down too, not just get knocked backward and keep the combo going. She should fall down so she can't keep the combo going.
UAV overhead.
That's embarrassing. But that's just me. Here's the official changes. Close, mid, and far bomb build less meter when performed and do less damage when blocked. Bomb miss block builds less meter when performed and does less damage when blocked. So yeah, the bombs do less chip damage now and don't build as much meter, which is good.
UAV in the area.
Builds the meter for you and can drain the opponent's meter. In fact, Cyrax can drain the opponent's meter too. So overall, I'm not sure how big these bursts really are. I think the command grab should have been hurt. Alright, next up is Spectre. And Burst Grenade no longer builds meter on miss. That's a good change. For anyone watching who's not aware, lots of Sector players would jump backwards and just fire that move over and over again, which was great zoning and built meter the entire time. Air burst grenade damage is 50, it was 60, so damage nerf. Air burst grenade and grenade do less damage when blocked, fantastic. Flamethrower does 30 damage on the first hit instead of 50, and 50 damage on the second hit instead of 30. So this change is interesting because overall the flamethrower does the same damage unless you stop it short, which players do with Motaro, right? Next up is enhanced flamethrower. The first hit does 50 damage instead of 90, and the second hit does 50 damage instead of 30. Still the same situation. Overall, the flamethrower does the same damage unless you interrupt the second hit. And that's it for the main characters.
Enemy soldier incoming.
But real quick, my
Enemy destroyed. Use your TAC-MAP to hunt down the rest of them.
And I wish NetherRealm did something more extreme in this update, because we got told it would be exciting, and I'm not really hyped right now. But alright, Frost. I asked 23 frames of invincibility on the way down instead of 11. So that's pretty good. This move is now used to get the opponent off of you in a minute, which is good because I think tons of casual players still don't know that cameos have invulnerability on certain moves. Instead, tons of players are stuck using enhanced attacks to get armor on their main characters, but you don't have to do that. The cameos hit of Twisted Hit is no longer more negative when claws block. And Twisted Hit now has 29 frames of invulnerability instead of 11. That's a big window. So Darius is a good defensive hit to get people off you. And that's not actually it. There is a part 2. 1 second here. Where is part 2? Alright, here it is, Jax. Adjusted hit reach of ground pound resulting in significantly increased range, so that's kind of a stealth nerf, but it was rare. Also fixed a rare issue that could cause ground pound to work improperly if an opponent Shang Tsung was interrupted out of a cameo copy. So that's very specific, but it's been fixed. Goro, this change is kind of big. His forward throw now does 150 damage. That means that Goro has the highest damaging throw in the game right now. Next up is Striker. Low grenade cost, high grenade cost, and full auto refill rates increase after use. That's a big change, because Striker gets good combos off all 3 of these. Full auto is the craziest move he has right now. With certain characters like Scorpion, he gets like 50-60% damage off 1 bar with this move. It's insane. And it looks like NetherRealm said, yeah, more of that. And I'm wondering if Super is to blame for this. Alright, next up is Sector. Alternate Fatal Blow. Attack now hits high instead of mid, and can no longer angle downward. Oof, that's a pretty decent nerf. The opponent can now duck this move, so make sure you combo into it or punish their move with this move. Don't do it raw, they can duck it. Scorpion. Hellblade's refill rate slightly increased after use and recovers 3 frames faster on block. So not punishable. Fantastic. Hallelujah. Sub-Zero. Arctic Armor can now absorb infinite hits, up from 4. Alright, fantastic buff. Cold Shoulder now has 23 frames of invulnerability instead of 11. So again, a great get-off-me tool. I'm not sure why only certain cameos got these buffs, but here we are. Next up is Movado, who caught a nerf. Best speed forward and mid drop refill rates decrease after use. Ugh. Yep, so we can't use these moves as often, which is a shame, but I understand why NetherRealm did it. Way too many people are relying on Movado. Alright, last but not least, we have Trimmer, who caught a pretty big nerf, but it's justified. Trust me, I'll explain. When Trimmer is interrupted by an attack, he now has a 10-second cooldown. It used to be 3. Yeah, that's a pretty big nerf, but deserved, because Trimmer could interrupt and be able to get hit, and now if he gets hit, he has 10-second cooldown. For anyone not aware, Trimmer is the best cameo in the game right now. Well, maybe not right now, but before this update, Trimmer was the best cameo. Yeah. Now, Cameo's got way more attention than the main characters, in my opinion. I'm hoping the next final update for Mortal Kombat 1 will bring some new attacks for certain characters like Omni-Man, Peacemaker, maybe even Tanya. I think she deserves a command break. But yeah, overall, I don't think this patch was bad, but it was disappointing. Tons of people are mad on this right now. They are sad about this update. And honestly, it's kind of NetherRealm's fault, because they said it would be an exciting update, not just buffs to the mid-tiers and nerfs to the top tier. But hey, let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. How do you feel about this update? And leave a like if you enjoyed today's video. Finally, finish that combo by subscribing and ringing that bell so you never miss any future videos. Come back next time, and as always, stay underdogs.
creepy facts you'll never forget. Tumors can grow teeth and hair. These tumors, known as serotomas, which is what is used for monstrous tumor, can contain all kinds of tissue, including teeth, hair, bone, muscle, elements of nervous systems, and even eyes. A brain-eating amoeba was discovered in 1965 that lives in warm freshwater lakes, rivers, and soils. In other words, common places that people touch in the summertime. This amoeba, known as the Naegleria fowleri, has a 97% fatality rate, and there's no known cure. The United States has lost 6 nuclear weapons, and the worst part is, they were all lost over the course of decades, not all at once, between 1950 and 1968. The longest one hasn't been seen in 73 years. And between 1950 and 1980, there have been 32 documented nuclear weapon accidents that involve the unexpected accidental launching, firing, detonating, theft, or loss of these weapons. Rabbits are known to eat their young if they get stressed enough. Interestingly, rabbits don't eat meat. They're not carnivorous, but they will eat their babies under some circumstances. For example, if the baby's weak and will die, or if there are predators around, or she even just thought the placenta was the baby, or if she's malnourished and just needs a snack. Nobody knows how anesthetics work. We know that it knocks people out and it messes with your consciousness, but the actual mechanism behind general anesthesia wasn't known when it was first found in 1846, and we still don't have a full explanation. This is why sometimes you can actually wake up and be paralyzed during surgery. It happens to 1 or 2 out of every 1,000 patients. Plants have been known to grow inside people's bodies. A man named Ron Stevens was inhaled a seed by accident and was due to the size of a tumor which he had to get removed through surgery. Bowling balls have often been found to contain substantial amounts of fecal matter. Candy bars are legally allowed to contain rodent filth. In the amount of 1 or more rodent hairs per 100 grams of candy, as well as trace amounts of rat. Butterflies have been known to drink blood, urine, excrement, sweat, and fluids from a decomposing area. Cannibalism is common among hamsters. Not only will mother hamsters sometimes eat their entire first or even second litter, but sometimes even the surviving pups will eat its siblings as soon as its mother weans them. Demodex, or follicle mites, are horrifying creatures that belong to the spider family that live in human skin. These arachnids are cousins of spiders and ticks, and in fact, you could have a colony of anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 living in your skin right now. Flushing the toilet propels small drops of aerosolized fecal matter through the air as far as 20 feet or 6.1 meters. In fact, urine, feces, and vomit stay in the air for up to 20 seconds. So if you're ever using a public bathroom, you know what you're breathing in. 1 pound of peanut butter is legally allowed to contain up to 150 bug fragments and 5 rodent hairs. Some of the most prestigious libraries in the United States have books bound in human skin. The Boston Athenaeum has an 1837 copy of George Walton's memoirs bound in his own skin. The Cleveland Public Library has a Quran that's been bound in the skin of its previous owner. Even Harvard's Houghton Library has a book called Destinies of the Soul that's bound in human flesh. There are currently 4 sunken nuclear submarines at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. One in particular, located near Bermuda, holds 16 live nuclear warheads. The Iron Maiden was an upright coffin with interior spikes used as a medieval torture device. The victim was forced inside, and as the door closed, his lungs and eyes were pierced by the spikes. But the prongs were too short to kill instantly, so the prisoner lingered in agony for hours before dying. In 2021, a 17-year-old girl in the United Kingdom nearly died after swallowing so much of her own hair structure that wrapped around her organs. This is a rare condition. Coffee is legally allowed animal food per pound, and as much as 4% to 6% of beans by count are also allowed to be insect-infested or moldy. In 2009, a study by leading fossil expert Emmanuel Rogers suggests that modern humans actually hunted and ate Neanderthals, a species that years ago as modern humans migrated to Europe. Protein is rare in some parts of Kenya, so the native Maasai people drink cow's blood for nourishment. Cotard syndrome is a condition wherein the patient believes they're dying, dead, or missing parts of their bodies.
Some people with Cotard syndrome may stop speaking or eating since they believe that they will ever survive the electric chair. 17-year-old Willie Francis described it as, I tried to say goodbye, but my tongue got stuck like peanut butter, and I felt pain in my head and my left leg, and I jumped the straps. I discovered what's called fatal familial insomnia, which is a brain disorder wherein the it can begin as mild as insomnia, but generally worsens, causing mental and physical deterioration. There's no known cure to death. Theoretically, it takes approximately 400 humans to have enough iron to forge a sword from blood. This is based on the average human having 3.5 to 4 grams of iron in their body, and a 1 hand and a half sword weighs 1.5 kilograms or 1,500 grams. There are between 25 to 50 serial killers who were active in the United States at any given time. Serial killers account for about 1 in the United States every year. Approximately 4,500 unidentified bodies are recovered each year in the United States, and after 1 year, approximately 1,000 of those bodies remain unidentified. Some male animals escape by biting a female so that its mouth fuses with her body. Their circular forces become united nutrients, while the female becomes a self-fertilizing mother. This is called sexual parasitism, which is the human body, including bones. In 2012, an Oregon farmer went out to feed his animals and never came back. The family member checked and found dentures part of his body that they could actually based on a real story. Director Wes Craven revealed that the inspiration for the film came from a story that he read in the New York Times about a boy who was having a sleeping night and refused to sleep for days out of fear. The same night that he succumbed to exhaustion, he died in his sleep, but not before screaming for help in the middle of the night because of his nightmare. Your bed can have up to 10 million dust mites in it. Dust mites love warm weather and skin cells, making your bed the ideal home to microscopically multiply by the millions. The Devil Bible, also known as the Holy Scripture, is the largest Latin manuscript known to exist. It contains a full-page portrait of Satan. It is believed to be a contract of a monk who sold his soul to Satan in the 13th century in order to escape execution. The small island of Poveglia in Italy is said to be the most haunted island in the world. In the 18th century, the Romans quarantined patients with the plague on Poveglia Island, as well as other diseased individuals who were left to die. The area was later turned into a mental hospital, which closed in 1968, and has been abandoned ever since due to paranormal activity. Vampire moths exist and will suck your blood for almost an hour. In fact, there are 17 species of the Calyptra genus that exist in the United States alone, as well as other countries. Medical errors cause over 250,000 deaths every year in the United States. Everything from incorrect diagnosis, delays in therapies, errors during surgery, and even sloppy doctor handwriting all contribute to this. These numbers are significantly higher in the United States than other developed countries. 1 in 50 people in the United States has an unruptured brain aneurysm. That's approximately 6.5 million people with brain aneurysms that can rupture at any moment, which are fatal in 50% of the cases. Your cycle is the dirtiest thing that you have. It has approximately 10 times more bacteria on it than the average public restroom toilet. Rat caves are when a group of rats live in close quarters and get their tails tangled together. Once a rat king exists, it becomes difficult for the rats to survive, and they often die. The collection of rats will begin to decay, creating a strong odor that you will definitely
Hello.
80 million bacteria are exchanged in a single kiss. In fact, kissing can transmit more disease than you may realize, including herpes, syphilis, HPV, meningitis, germs that cause gum disease, and even coronavirus. Over 68 cases of homicidal sleepwalking have gone to court. It's also known as homicidal somnambulism or sleepwalking murder. A study conducted in 2013 concluded that 58% of sleepwalkers display some form of violent behavior, 31% towards themselves, and 46% towards their partners sleeping next to them. A book written all the way back back in 1898 predicted the sinking of the Titanic. This book, entitled Futility, referred to a ship almost identical to the Titanic called the Titan that was unsinkable, had too few lifeboats, and that it would also hit an iceberg and sink. You've heard of the Big Bang, but scientists have posited a new theory called the Big Rip, in where eventually the universe will expand to a point where the force of the expansion will pull galaxies further and further apart from each other. Objects will be pulled from their stars, and other things will happen until eventually everything down to the very atoms that you're made of will be ripped apart, ending all life in the universe as we know it. The catacombs of Paris hold the remains of more than 6 million
What if
people.
it is?
Even its walls were made of skull and bones. The chance that someone will die on their birthday is 6.7%, which is much higher than any other day of the year. Your eyes have a separate immune system from the rest of the body. Once your body's immune system discovers that you have eyes, it will actually attack and inflame the blood vessels in the back of your eyes. This can lead to loss of vision or even going blind. In 2019, a Brazilian trafficker serving a 73-year sentence tried to escape from prison by disguising himself as his teenage daughter. His plan was to leave her behind in his place as they were similar heights. But as he approached the exit, it was his nervousness that set off his arms. He unalived himself 3 days later. There's a woman who has a rare genetic mutation that makes her unable to feel pain or anxiety. Despite numerous injuries throughout her life, such as burning her arm and others, Jo had never needed painkillers as she's unable to feel any of it. The WannaCry ransom attack that occurred in 2017 that targeted computers worldwide was propagated using Eternal Blue, an exploit developed by the United States National Security Agency. It was stolen and leaked by a group called the Shadow Brokers a month prior to the attack. When the Ottoman Empire invaded Wallachia in Romania in the 15th century, they found exactly 23,844 impaled Turks that Vlad the Impaler had left for them. Yes, they actually counted them. In 2022, a residential developer planned to create a community of mini-castles in Mediterranean Turkey, but due to economic turmoil, the community now sits as an abandoned ghost town with hundreds of identical half-finished mini-castles. The Hindenburg disaster of 1937 was a famous airship accident that occurred on May 6th, but a little-known fact is that it actually had more survivors than it had fatalities, with 62 out of 97 passengers surviving. Cats and goats are among the most invasive species in the world, having serious impact on biological diversity and/or human activity. The first person to ever die in an air crash was Jean-François Pietro de Rozier, who made the first manned-free balloon flight in 1783, and later died in 1785, attempting to fly across the English Channel. Pistachios can spontaneously combust when stored in large quantities. They have a tendency to self-heat and can literally catch fire. Pigs can carry bad pathogens despite being asymptomatic and can become a reservoir for the disease. 1 in 5 office coffee cups contains fecal bacteria and E. coli, which can cause diarrhea, food poisoning, and infection. Potatoes contain toxic compounds called glycolactones that cannot be reduced in cooking. Consumption of high doses of glycolactones can cause diarrhea, vomiting, and, in cases, death. Many people know that chocolate can be in small amounts for dogs, ferrets, horses, and cats. But what you didn't know is that this is caused by the alkaloid theobromine, which in high doses is also toxic to humans. A New Jersey girl named Shanta Darby once set fire to her ex-boyfriend's home, burning it to the ground when she simply found out that he took someone else to the prom. Whale falls, which are when the carcass of a whale has fallen to the ocean floor, are a major source of nutrients for the ocean's glacial or abyssal zones. The remains of about 690,000 whales have been broken down on the ocean floor currently, with the bodies being picked clean, the skeletons dissolve, with ultimately a reef form from it. The green paste that you get along with sushi in restaurants is not really a body. It's a mixture of horseradish, mustard powder, and food color. Genuine wasabi is rare, and likely not even served in most high-end sushi restaurants. This is because it's difficult to grow, takes about 3 years to mature, and is quite expensive. The Rafflesia arnoldi, also known as the corpse flower, is one of the largest flowers in the world. It got its name because it gives off a terrible and strong stench similar to that of rotting flesh. It's native to the rainforests of Sumatra and Borneo. One of the reasons that people drive aggressively and get road rage is the sense of anxiety while driving. People feel more empowered while driving than in the rest of their lives, combined with the sensation that they can feel a little bit more on the road than outside of a car. On October 31st, 2018, the longest lightning bolt ever recorded was a length of 440 miles or 700 kilometers, nearly stretching from one end of the world to the other. A lightning strike can literally cook you from the inside out and can cause other long-term effects, including seizures, heart attacks, memory loss, and cataracts from the bright light. The Loch Ness Monster has a scientific name, the proposed by Sir Peter Scott, for the Ness Monster without a fin, but also is an anagram of Monster Hoax by Sir Peter S. A type of antivirus found in called Colobopsis explodens, or the suicidal attack. Its rare combat mechanism involves exploding in self-defense, smothering enemies with toxic yellow goo. Singers in Las Vegas can kick you out if you win too much, even if you haven't cheated or done anything wrong. They're private any patron for any reason. The Matrix defense is a real legal defense that can be used in a court of law and based on the premise of the franchise The Matrix. A defendant using this defense can claim that they committed a crime because they believe that they were in a simulated world, and this defense is actually being used in multiple cases successfully where the accused were sent to mental care facilities instead of prisons. Voids form under tree wells. The upper branches from the tree prevent snow from falling below it, creating a pocket that's a serious peril for skiers and snowboarders. Several people die every year from falling headfirst into these voids. Baby giraffes fall 6 feet or 1.83 meters to the ground when they fall. All this hurts them, but snapping the vocal cord is there to let out a sound, with the shock of the fall stimulating the baby to take its first breath. A newborn baby has 75% water, a slightly higher water content than bananas, but slightly less than potatoes. In the 1980s, the mom went for Air 301 testing early, and instead of taking down the plane, instead, simply because the perpetrators failed to take into account that Japan does not observe daylight savings. A man nearly died at an airport security checkpoint in Nuremberg after drinking a full liter of vodka rather than surrendering it before taking his flight. The man became severely impaired and had to be taken to a hospital and treated for alcohol poisoning. A Nevada couple were once charged with child neglect after their kids became malnourished while the couple played online games for days at a time. Their 11-month-old hair was so matted to her head that it had to be shaved, and her 22-month-old brother had difficulty walking due to lack of muscle development. Speaking of video games, follow me on Twitch. Link is in the description. No kids though, so I can go live every day. It's fine. Multi-millionaire David Pfizer has arranged to freeze his body in liquid nitrogen when he dies, in hopes of being brought back to life one day. A 41-year-old British woman named Sharon Tendler married what she called the love of her life, a male dolphin named Cindy. The woman had met Cindy 15 years before and said it was love at first sight. To fight loneliness, a Navy wife in Georgia purchased a mannequin dressed like a sailor to stand in for her husband, who was serving at sea. The woman takes the mannequin to dinner, movies, and shopping. Trichotillomania is the behavioral disorder that makes people rip out their own hair, pulling it out from the scalp, eyebrows, eyelashes, and more, with bald patches as a result. The condition affects as many as 9 million Americans, 90% of which are women. There's a rare neurological disorder called alien hand syndrome, or AHS, which causes the sufferer's hands to move independently without his or her control or reaction. People with AHS have been known to punch or choke themselves and tear at their clothing without meaning to do so, and use the helmet to curb the injury. The condition typically arises after trauma to the brain surgery, or a stroke. The Bible is the most shoplifted book. Kagra delusion is a condition where people convinced that usually those closest to them, have been replaced by identical imposters. The condition affects both sexes, but occurs more frequently in women. Humans shed about 1.5 billion an hour. Bath sponges and washcloths can be filled with this and their accompanying skin bacteria that can cause infection if it ends up in the wrong part of the body. A person can live without eating for weeks, but will only survive 11 days without sleep. A sneeze expels germ-filled droplets up to about 8 feet or 2.44 meters. The water content of the droplets evaporates quickly, but thousands of virus cells remain suspended in the air and can infect others. According to UNICEF, 60% of the world's people, or about 4.5 billion people, don't have a toilet that safely manages human waste at home. The United States has approximately 2.3 million people behind bars, making it the world leader in the number and percentage of residents that they incarcerate. Indonesia is often plagued by so many wildfires that breathing air near the burn sites is at times equivalent to smoking 80 packs of cigarettes. There's an asteroid the size of a big swimming pool headed towards Earth and is expected to arrive on Valentine's Day 2046, according to NASA. Tularemia is an infectious disease that is contracted by inhaling particles from an infected rabbit rounded up by a lawnmower. Symptoms may include fever, skin ulcers, and occasionally a form that results in pneumonia or a throat infection. Bottled water is often cleaner and more pure than ordinary tap water, but it's not true. A test conducted by the Natural Resources Defense Council discovered that a third of all bottled water showed significant chemical or bacterial contamination, including arsenic, nitrogen, carcinogenic compounds, and coliform bacteria. About 97% of imported food is never inspected by the FDA or USDA, the two agencies responsible for protecting Americans from tainted products. The FDA inspects just 2.3% of the 10.4 million annual shipments of imported food because of a lack of resources. Parasitic roundworms such as Anisakis simplex are frequently found in fish and can lead to anisakaiasis in humans, a condition marked by severe abdominal and gastric pain, nausea, vomiting, abdominal distension, and can last for months. Peanut allergies affect an estimated 4 million Americans and can be life-threatening. Almost half of annual emergency room visits and 2/3 of deaths due to anaphylaxis are the result of peanut allergies. Red-colored grocery items like fruit punch and strawberry yogurt are often dyed with carmine. Carmine is the most widely used red food coloring, which is made up from ground-up cochineal beetles. These ground-up cochineal beetles are also used extensively in the cosmetics industry and is found in many lipsticks. Rhubarb leaves contain a high concentration of oxalate, which is poisonous in large doses. Think about that next time you have a rhubarb pie. Apricots, cherries, and peach pits contain carcinogenic acids, which release cyanide. It would take a huge dose to kill you, but there have been reports of children in Turkey suffering from apricot poisoning. In 2004, a Syracuse, New York woman required emergency surgery and hospitalization after the bit of a dentist's off lodged near her eye. Just thought I'd let you know in case some of you weren't afraid of the dentist. Horn accent syndrome is an extremely rare brain disorder that causes sufferers to speak involuntarily in a foreign accent. The illness is the result of trauma affecting the area of the brain that controls speech. If you sneeze too hard, you can actually fracture a rib. But if you try to suppress it, you might actually rupture a blood vessel in your head or neck and drop your leg. To death can actually happen. The body's protective mechanism, fight or flight response, pumps adrenaline into the blood, causing increased blood flow to muscles and dilate the pupils. However, if the heart is overwhelmed with adrenaline, the heart can go into abnormal rhythms that are not compatible with life. If that's triggered, you will drop dead. Only 10% of the cells in our body are actually human. The rest are the 90 trillion bacteria that live on covering our bodies from head to toe. It's estimated that smoking one cigarette takes 11 minutes off the life of the average person. So if you smoke, you might want to start doing the math. Fresh urine is cleaner than your saliva. facial skin. Healthy urine is sterile and contains little to no bacteria when it leaves your body. About 1 in 3,000 babies are born with teeth. If the teeth are membranous, they will be reabsorbed into the body. However, if they're fixed firmly, don't remove them, or no other teeth will reappear in that place until the permanent teeth start to come out. Tooth snakes cause more human deaths than any other in the world. The Russell's viper is a spectacled cobra, named for the eyeglasses design on the leather hood. Both are extremely venomous and found in highly populated areas in Southeast Asia. The funnel web spider is Australia's most dangerous arachnid, with a bite capable of causing death in as little as 15 minutes. There's a surgery where an ophthalmologist will put one of your teeth in your eye and it can actually help you see. One of your teeth combined and planted in your teeth until it has enough blood supply, then it's implanted back into your eye socket. Real skeletons were used in the 1982 film. They were not in the medical supply center and were much less expensive than the cost. There's a ghost radio station in Russia that's been broadcasting a growing monotonous tone for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the last 40 years that every few seconds it's joined by a second sound, like some ghostly ship sounding far. The reason that dogs like squeaky toys so much is the screams of their prey. Ducklings often engage in cannibalistic behaviors. The underlying reasons for birds turning to cannibalism are not known, but it's associated with boredom and is aggravated by overcrowding, lack of ventilation, and faulty nutrition.
No.
When you die, the last sense to leave your body is that of the ability to hear. In other words, you're still conscious when the doctor declares you dead. Horned lizards can defend themselves by squirting blood out of their eyes. This restricts blood flow to the heart and ruptures the ocular sinus, resulting in a jet stream of blood that can shoot up from the eye socket, a process known as autohemorrhaging. Alien hand syndrome, a phenomenon in which you lose control of your hand entirely. Your mind is no longer in control of your hand. It acts as if it has a mind of its own. Some ants turn into zombies and parasitic funguses, which manipulate their brain. The zombie genus Ophiocordyceps is a microorganism that's able to reorganize the brains of different species. Mind-controlling chemical cocktail, fully controlling the body. Some people are born with extra nipples or even extra breasts. Extra
I wish I was
commonly
that.
found in the armpits, but can develop anywhere along the mandible, which extend from the armpits to the upper thigh. Every child actually has this condition. Goosebumps are caused by pure emotion, a fight or flight reflex that once made us completely and kept us warm by making our hair stand straight up. We lost the fur in evolution, but not the reflex. A 2011 study revealed crows can remember human faces. They also have the ability to hold grudges for up to 2 years. In Japan, people are so overworked that ending your own life resulting from overwork, known as karojisatsu, is an officially recognized and compensated occupational hazard. By some estimates, 5% of self-deaths in Japan are company-related. A New York Times study of rampage killings found that although most perpetrators of workplace massacres make specific threats or exhibited clear warning signs, these warnings are often ignored or dismissed. It's possible to develop a disease called schistosomiasis after coming into contact with water-containing snails infected by human waste. Snail larvae infiltrate your body and grow into adult worms up to half an inch long. They live in the bloodstream, causing inflammation, organ enlargement, intestinal bleeding, bladder cancer, and even death. Sharing that air is the most common way that people pass on eye infections and conjunctivitis, aka pink eye. Baseball has the highest fatality rate among sports for children ages 5 to 14, with 3 to 4 deaths a year. In ancient Greece, boxing was a much more brutal sport than it is today. Fighters wore leather straps to protect their fists, and the contest did not end until one of the fighters was unconscious, or, in some cases, dead. If you ascend too quickly while scuba diving, nitrogen forms bubbles in the body, causing tissue and nerve damage, and in some cases, it can actually cause paralysis or death if the bubbles run. Black urine can be a sign that you have alkaptonuria, a rare hereditary condition that causes teeth to turn pitch black upon exposure to air. Black urine can cause arthritis and can inhibit cardiac, pulmonary, and kidney function. Red urine can indicate kidney disease, kidney cancer, or aloe poisoning. Green urine can result from infections caused by Pseudomonas aeruginosa, a bacteria found in soil and water. Green urine disease can be fatal if it spreads to the lungs, urinary tract, or kidneys. The United States has only 4.4% of the world's population, but consumes over 80% of the world's opioids. The crank bug is a hallucination commonly experienced by meth users, where they feel as though insects are creeping on or underneath their skin, causing them to pick or scratch obsessively. 2/3 of the world's executions occur in China. Hanging originated about 2,500 years ago in Persia as a method of execution. It became the favored method in many countries because it remained a visible deterrent of crime, but was less boring than beheading. Approximately 800 tornadoes are reported in the United States each year, causing 15 fatalities and 1,500 injuries. A tornado can happen in any season and at any hour, from mountains to the Himalayas. And even if you're a mile underground, a tornado can still drill its way down through the earth and get you. The Hurricane Katrina haunting. During the events of Hurricane Katrina, there were many stories of brave nurses, doctors, paramedics, and more doing everything they could. What those individuals saw in those days and weeks surrounding the disaster impacted them forever. But in the case of one medical worker, her volunteering she never shared her name, so we'll call her Bethany. From New Orleans and the surrounding areas, volunteers like Bethany were tasked with the grisliest of jobs. She wasn't just tasked with finding the stranded people who needed medical assistance, but instead, in fact, was asked to move from building to building to find the bodies of those who had drowned as the waters penetrated residential areas during the storm. Though terrible, the top task was essential, bringing closure to families who had lost loved ones. Although much of the water had receded, there was still enough on the ground, but some areas could be accessed by boat, and then by trudging through it in the rain. Other volunteers would wade through the murky water to a house and explore the dark rooms inside. Because bodies had usually been in water for some time, they began to decompose. The rotten smell was less tangible than Bethany had ever encountered before, and so under her nose, just to stop herself from vomiting out the skin. And if Bethany did that, she would not be able to retrieve it. Instead, she would spray paint a large yellow X on the outside of the building, alerting revival crews to the presence of a body. Though each discovery was frightening and heartbreaking, there was one instance that had left Bethany shaken to her core to this day. She and her assigned partner, Jay, found a house that was very run down. In fact, it was resembling a shack when she discovered it. As soon as she saw the building, a shiver ran down her spine. For some unknown reason, she knew that there was something very wrong about this particular place. Despite her instincts telling her that she should turn around and leave the dilapidated house behind, Bethany had a job to do, so she did it. She and Jay waded out to the building and then entered it slowly. As soon as she crossed the threshold to the darkness inside, she could smell it. There was a body rotting somewhere inside. Alongside this, however, there was also another smell. It smelled like earth and mold. Looking at her colleague Jay, Bethany could see that he was white as a sheet. He wasn't the type of person to be overwhelmed or nervous at doing that job, but he was looking clearly frightened. Looking around the hallway where they both stood, Bethany was shocked to see bones hanging from the ceiling. Although the bones didn't look human, they were cut in a realistic fashion. Suddenly, Bethany remembered that voodoo was practiced in that part of the world. Hairs on her neck she had goosebumps all over her body. Jay noticed the bones too, and that's when they found strange marks etched in the walls of the house. Pulling their nerves together, Jay search of the origin of the virus. They enter the kitchen, and that the bomb was high in overhead beam. It was rotten, nonetheless. Dead eyes stared at the two rescue volunteers, and the face had a little smile frozen in rigor mortis. Then sounded. Something truly evil was nearby, and Jay and Bethany knew it. They rushed out of the house and marked it with a yellow X for the retrieval crew. After that day, Bethany and Jay never quite got over that experience. They both agreed that they had heard the cackling noise, and whatever it was not human. Experiences of a crime cleaner. After leaving high school, Jack landed a job as water for buildings. It was intensive work, but at first, Jack was happy just to have a full-time income. That happened, however, his first assignment was to clean out a basement that had flooded with sewage. When the job was complete, Jack was called into his boss's office. He was told then and there that the company was putting together a specialized cleanup. This seemed surprising as he had only been with the company for a few days. Jack wondered why he wasn't selected because it was described to him as important work. He was shown a variety of equipment that he would use, including hazmat and dangerous cleaning chemicals. Still, the boss was vague about what Jack was cleaning up. It finally became clear when he went to the job as part of a new cleanup crew. An elderly person had died inside a house and had been sitting in a chair and decomposed. Jack was unnerved by this, but he was given assurances that he would never actually have to see the body. That promise was broken immediately. When he arrived, the deceased was still there as a crime scene investigation team were prepared to move the body from the house. The body was so rotten that it had decomposed into pieces. Despite the hazmat suit, the smell of death was everywhere throughout the house. Once the coroner's team had removed the remains, Jack and his team had got to work. But that was when the strangeness began. Jack was instructed to disassemble the chair the deceased had been sitting on. He first removed the back of the chair, putting the pieces in a hazmat bag. All of this was done to stop any possible disease from spreading. As he moved away from the rest of the chair with the bag in hand, it began to slowly rock back and forth by itself. It was as if the deceased person was still there, moving around on the chair. Eventually, the rocking stopped, and Jack persuaded himself that there must have been a natural explanation for why it was moving on its own. He took the rest of the chair apart, but as he did so, he began to feel ill. Again, he easily persuaded himself that feeling nauseous under the circumstances was perfectly natural. Once the chair was removed, Jack turned his attention to the floor around the chair. It was heavily stained with rotten fluids from the body. He was instructed to pour cleaning chemicals over the spot and let it soak through the carpet to the floorboards underneath. Jack went out to the van to get the chemicals, but when he returned inside, he heard a noise coming from the basement. 3 other members of the cleanup crew had been down there looking to assess what might have dripped through the floor as the person decomposed. But instead, they had seen something that terrified them. They scrambled up the stairs and ran out as if they were being chased. Just as Jack was placing the bottle of chemicals next to the floor stain. When Jack caught up with them, the cleanup crew told him that someone was down in the basement. It had been difficult for them to see exactly who it was because it was so cluttered with boxes and other belongings, but someone was most definitely down there. Jack thought it was probably someone homeless sleeping down there, so he walked back over to the house and stood next to a small open window that looked into the basement at the base of the building. After waiting a few minutes and hearing nothing, Jack decided to go inside and search the basement. With flashlights in hand, they slowly descended underneath the house. No matter how hard they searched, however, they couldn't find anyone hiding down there. On the dusty floor, all that could be seen was the cleanup crew themselves. Convinced the men in the basement had just spooked themselves, Jack and his coworker began to go up the stairs. And that's when they heard it. A horrible hacking cough right behind them. They turned and looked around again, but there was no sign of anyone down there. The only strange thing was that in one corner of the room, dust had been kicked up, as if someone or something recently moved past there. Jack then called the rest of the crew back
Check
into
weapons
the house.
and gear. The whole
However, Jack returned to the spot and killed exactly behind the door. The body
Citizens have all the right to record whatever they want, but suspects who pull out their phones after being asked for identification are always a red flag. I mean, it can't be a coincidence. On August 13th, 2024, an officer initiated a traffic stop upon witnessing a speeding vehicle. Usually the suspect receives just a minor ticket, but this entitled woman wanted drama.
rental car.
You know what we do? You want to try again? Is the Sarge on his way? I'm going to see if she can hear.
Head to the safe zone. We've got gas moving in.
Did you give the other officer your ID now? I can hear you. Ma'am. Hey, ma'am. Just give me out for a second. No, we don't have to show you our stuff. Yeah, okay. You have rights too, but we don't have to show you that stuff, ma'am. No, it doesn't work that way, ma'am. It doesn't work that way, ma'am. She just told you that she did. And we don't have to show you our radar report. No, we don't.
You've made it to the top 10. We've got 10 squads active in the field. My station vulnerability exploited. Good work, team. Discount is applied. Getting UAV on grid.
Yes, you're right here.
You're getting another chance. Weapons free. You have reinforcements inbound.
Despite one of the cops even threatening her with a lawful arrest, this woman still didn't budge. Finally, the officers had to resort to the extreme option, one that would leave the suspect in utter shock.
Some of your squad is outside the safe
Yes,
zone.
ma'am. What's that? My supervisor here? The supervisor coming here? That gentleman is not my supervisor. I actually don't know his name. It's a daytime track team. I've only seen him a few times. I knew they're rare. What's that? That's correct. Because you're refusing to provide your
Enemy
identification.
dropping into the AO.
No, you did not provide your identification. That is what you did do.
Enemy UAV is
I
online.
believe you said you were speeding. Is that correct? Instead of providing your ID and possibly getting a speeding ticket, your car's now getting towed.
SCV has been destroyed.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
I watch those videos and I'm like, what?
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
Yeah, fuck you, we're gonna show up. It's gone.
My time to do a car.
Here, I'm gonna ask you, you lawful order to step out of the vehicle. Yeah, I'm giving you a lawful order to step out of the vehicle.
There's an airstrike available.
Okay? Lawful order to step out of the vehicle. You're failing to provide your ID at a lawful traffic stop. You're fine. Okay. So you can either hold the window down, or I will break it.
Reloading.
Okay. So, thank you for giving plenty of opportunities here. Are you going to provide your ID? Absolutely. Are you going to provide your ID?
What great.
Reading. Reading was the reason for the traffic stop. Are you going to provide your ID? Are you going to provide your ID? Okay. I've asked you several times, you refuse to answer. Are you going to step out of the vehicle? Are you going to step out of the vehicle? Okay, ma'am, you are now under arrest. You are under arrest for obstruction of official business and failing to provide your ID. Step out of the vehicle. Step out of the vehicle. I'm telling you one more time. Step out of the vehicle or I'm going to break the window. Okay.
supervisor, this woman would finally accept that she was at fault. But that's exactly where you're wrong.
Are you the supervisor? And what's your name? I have done nothing wrong. I have done absolutely nothing wrong, officer. I promise to God, oh my dad.
Bitty bitty bum bum, bitty bitty bum bum. That's what I say it sounds like when he talks. No, I'm not. Where the hoes at though? That's why I can make one a housewife.
I was not, officer, it was vehicles in front of me. How did you pick me out of all the people? That's what I don't understand. I was not speeding at all.
Enemy soldier incoming.
I'm crazy. Isaiah shit his pants. I feel like courage to carry the dog. On a good day. And on a bad day, I feel like those AI dancing dogs on Instagram. I can't go in. Why is chocolate from the booty so rich?
It's like drivers that want to require certain drivers.
All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
No.
Whoa.
Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates.
You better have downloaded Demon Slayer too.
Damn, I'm deleting Red Dead Redemption. I got to, bro. All I hear is nowhere to go. Whoa. Better fucking downloaded Demon Slayer, and I was like, oh, I fucking gotta.
Me and Mike have been playing it for 2 days. You're all the way, and he's good at it. He's finally putting these kind of games together.
Oh, just wait. Like Michael says all the time. You never work.
Squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
It's so good. It's so good. I just needed a break from it. My Jeebus. Brother in Christ.
Hostile UAV in the area. You have reinforcements inbound. Bounty targets are up. Get after them. Your squad mates back on station. Good work. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Yep. Yeah. That's how he has it.
Swap in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving.
It's said and done.
In the end, the woman was charged
Back on the
with
station.
obstruction.
Go get off.
This woman was entitled. When believed in our next suspect, who's not only a brat,
single fucking game system, bro. I'm gonna get from all the PlayStations to all the Xboxes to all the fucking Nintendos, and then they're gonna be like, "Remember for me?" I'm like, "Fuck off."
No, too.
I'm like, you gotta be good to play my shit.
I am good, Papa.
Bro, hey, so you ever seen well, I'm pretty sure you have fucking Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, you know how that motherfucker has his room all locked up, and fucking clicks a button and that bitch That's exactly how I have my fucking game room locked the fuck up, dude, like a safe. Nobody's gonna be allowed in that shit, not even my wife. I already know everything that's in here is half of mine. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
So everything's in your name?
I opened Stadium yesterday, remember?
What?
Yeah.
I opened Stadium on Warzone.
Oh, nice.
I did that whole Stadium thing. That shit is sick.
What you saying are for the dispatch line.
You have reinforcements inbound.
He's like, what's up? He's like,
Enemy soldier incoming.
he's like, what's up? I'm gonna do it real quick. And I was like, you know what? I was like, I ain't never done it. I was like, it'll be a first. No, do you get anything? He's like, I think you just get like, that's actually kind of sick.
You lost track of the bounty target. Contract failed.
Other video to...
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Is this your phone with the briefcase?
Yeah.
He tried to, while
I
my
want to see the video too.
showing off my face yesterday, because he
No,
can't
I want to see it.
And he was like,
I don't see it.
Squad mates back on station. Good work. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
He's like, I just made it. And I looked at him and I was like, quarter of the way to flat 3, like, been at flat 3, I was like, it'll be at 9.
Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone. Enemies dropping into the AR. Marks remaining operators in that squad. Hunt them down.
Yeah, look at it. Slug out. Slug out.
Standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy.
Hey! Domestic! You gonna shut my mouth? Walk. No, I'm not walking.
You have reinforcements inbound.
11:37. Domestic. Police.
Bounty targets marked. Kill them all.
Don't touch me. I'm asking you. Don't touch me.
Pull away.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Fire sale
I'm
active.
asking you to
Buy
don't touch
station
me.
prices have been reduced.
I'm asking you to don't touch me.
Then have a seat, we'll let go of you.
11:37. 5 police against 1 woman. 105 pounds.
Please just have a seat in the
I don't want to have a
Hostile UAV in the area.
So we transport you back. If you don't have a seat, we're going to charge you with actual resisting arrest.
Go for it. Let's go to court. 11:37. 5 police officers.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Arrest a 500-pound woman.
Alright, have a seat.
Don't touch me.
Have a seat.
Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close.
We're done with you, okay?
Oh, no, you're not my arm.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Kick him.
I just watched you do it.
Priority Primary objective complete. All
At the
targets
police station,
eliminated.
the woman kept demanding a lawyer
Enemy UAV is online.
flaunting a privileged, self-entitled attitude, but the cops weren't having any of it. Instead, they made sure she knew she was being a brat.
Some of your squad is outside the safe zone.
Tell her not to go anywhere.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy advanced UAV is active.
No, not you. I wasn't thinking it either.
Fire sales over. Just in private.
I love this
Enemy
theater.
dropping into
My
the
leg
AO.
is backwards. How do I keep you in this way? Love to see it. Show it. Must have not been late last night. Let's take a picture of that
UAV
first.
in the area.
There you go. Take a picture of that.
Sit down.
Touch me.
Sit down.
Touch.
You're under arrest.
Surgeons is close. No more second chance. Supply crates have been restocked. Load up.
Reason to keep me.
Actually, no, we did because you have been arrested for domestic battery, which is the reason why we told you you're under arrest.
I want my phone.
Because that is you're still good. This is your first stop, right? So we gotta process you. We gotta get you through fingerprints, photographs.
And I want my phone to document this.
Stop. After this stop, you get to go to the DuPage County Jail, where you're gonna spend the night.
Move to the safe zone.
All right.
Gas is inbound.
Pretty strong too.
Only 10 left.
I want my phone.
Got 10 squads.
All the songs tonight is phone call.
Precision airstrike standing by.
Here! For what?
Domestic battery.
Precision airstrike ready for sale.
Tomorrow. So these officers are then show it to me.
Okay, there's no video review on it.
So why are you looking at it on this picture? So why are you looking at it on this
No, your boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever he is to you, he showed us video from the security camera tonight.
Oh, I have phone on my camera. It's all recorded. So if you need me to
Knowing their rights, he actually knows about the rule. This was no exception. The conflict the officers explained what was coming next. $1 million.
Fuck you, asshole.
Keep your head up and return to base for debrief. You're in the
Fuck,
top
nothing
3.
clean,
Don't let up
right?
now.
You clean my battery, somebody so. In the dark, like. So why don't you pull it up?
I'll tell you. But, yeah.
I test them all together.
We can call.
I will if I get my phone.
You're not getting one tonight.
Well, I'm not going anywhere until I have my phone.
See how that goes for you.
Don't worry, I'm marking all of it down. I put all of it in the paper so. I know. So are yours. Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
Don't worry about it. I'm here doing classes. But that's okay.
Because you're John and me this whole time. Bother them.
Or because you pushed me in a car.
I'm not holding the car. Because you're trying to take an officer.
He didn't seem to complain. He didn't seem that big.
It was taken care of. That's fine. Yeah.
He took care of it, yes, yeah.
I'm trying.
Glad your wife thinks so. A girlfriend. Oh, no. I know it's going from you.
I really don't care for you.
I know you don't.
I'm not on anybody's side. I'm on the law side, I guess.
You're on the law side. That's why I don't have a random right now.
Don't you start your shit.
Because you don't know the law, but...
Yeah.
Something like 132.
Please do.
Before answering any questions or make any statements,
Enemies are dropping into the area.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
There's real crimes of fight out there, and then they said you guys could go climb up animal control or domestic abuse. I think it's atrocious.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, it's for everybody.
Enemies dropping into the AR.
Yeah, because bond court's not until roughly probably like 8:30, 9 a.m. They'll probably give you a place to stay
All
for the night.
stations green light. We're deploying to the war zone.
Yeah.
Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Your team leader. Set a drop point for your squad soldier.
So we should be done probably by noon.
Shut up.
Enemy UAV overhead.
No. So you're gonna have to get into contact with someone to go pick up your
Squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
This present woman received charges of domestic battery, including physical contact and resisting arrest. If you think this suspect showed a bad case of entitlement, just wait until you meet our next one.
Get after us. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Officers were called to a casino after reports of a drunk person throwing a drink at someone at the bar. When they arrived, they found an extremely uncooperative woman.
Loadout drop. Here's your way. Enemy squad done it for you.
Thank you. What's your contact number?
Why are you guys questioning me when I'm the one that got attacked? Anyway, if obviously...
Bounty target identified.
Fuck if you are.
It's like, honestly, you guys are...
Oh, it's a sniper.
You are invading my privacy. You're invading my privacy because I need a looter and you need to move out because I want to go. I don't want to press charges.
Back on station. Good
If I want to press charges, that's why. Let me leave. Let me leave. Yes, I'm leaving. Let me leave. Why am I not leaving?
Because I have another officer talking to the other people.
Well, I don't give a...
So I'm going to speak.
Well, I'm not pressing charges. Okay, well, let me leave.
So if you want to have your chance,
enemy UAV is online.
I don't want you to be here.
That's fine. So
all bounty
Can I go?
Can I go? That's what you talk to me.
Can I go? Can I go? No, because you, honestly, you're stopping me. That's against the law. That's against the law for me to stay here. That's against the law. You touch me. You touch me. That's against the law. Okay, let me record it. That's fine. That's against the law. That's against the law for you to touch me. I don't give a... I don't give a...
Do you want to go on this one or do you want to sit down and talk with us?
Can you leave me?
No. You're going to have to sit down.
You have reinforcements inbound.
No.
Because this is against the law. For you're trapping me.
Hostile UAV in the area.
You're trapping me. Don't touch me. You're touching me. You're touching me. You're touching me. You're touching me. You're trapping me.
Did you throw bottles at somebody?
No, you're trapping me. Don't touch me. Look, you're touching me. You're touching me.
You threw a bottle at somebody's head.
I didn't throw no bottle. Nobody said.
Okay,
I didn't throw no bottle. Nobody said. Don't touch me.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Nobody said. I didn't throw no bottle. Nobody said.
So, what's up?
Okay, show me the video. Show me the video. Okay, show me the video.
Do you want to go in there?
Show me the video. Show me the video.
I'm going to look at it.
Okay, well, show me the video. Show me the video. Show me the video. They're touching me. They're touching me.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
They're touching me. He's touching me.
UAV overhead.
Yeah, he's touching me.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. Stand to you, soldier. Stay sharp. Squad mate back on station. Good work. Target down. Marking the rest.
Let me see the video.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest.
Also kept misusing 911. She had already racked up enough
Over the buy
charges to
station
justify an
mark.
arrest.
Head to the buy station before time runs out and get a discounted
to
item.
explain her side of the story, but instead of cooperating, she continued to argue and resist.
Do you want to have the chance to get your side of the story or not?
But I already said it.
No, you do not.
But I already said it.
You're not going to fight with us one bit. I barely got your information.
Hostile UAV in the area.
I said, leave me alone.
Enemy UAV is online.
Leave me alone.
That's not how it works.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
You threw a drink at somebody.
Okay, show me the video.
Do you want to
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
Show me the video.
do you want to tell your side or not?
Okay, show me the video. I need the video. Let me see 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 the video.
But at this point, it's really not.
Okay, well, let me see the
Hostile
video.
UAV in the
Let me see
area.
the video. Let me see the video. No complaints, you see? Let me see the video. Let me see the video where I threw the drink at somebody's face. Let me see the video. Okay, well, let me see the video where I threw somebody's drink. Okay, let me see. I don't give a... You cannot touch me. You cannot touch me. Okay, I want to see the video where I threw a drink at somebody's face that you claim. Like you claim. I want to see the video.
You will not
Let me talk.
You will know what you can do.
Enemy soldier incoming. Squad's in the safe zone. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
So if you call that,
10 remain. You're almost done here.
there's no video you
We've got 10 squads active. You're out of time. The buy station is closed.
I I do somebody a drink in their face. Let me see the video. I want to see the video.
Alright, run her, see if she actually gets ready for me.
I want to see the video.
Oh my god, I did not just do that.
So, I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you hear this fake information,
I don't care. I don't care. You cannot touch me.
I will if you give me the video.
No, you can. I don't care. They're over here faking me. They're over here faking me. Just because I'm trans. Just because I'm trans, they're faking me. They're over here faking me because I'm trans. They're over here disrespecting me because I'm trans. They're faking me.
Is active. 5 station prices are adjusted.
They're faking me because I'm
Enemy
trans.
UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV.
Got it going on. They're trying to frame me. No!
Enemy UAV overhead.
When all else failed and the disrespect only escalated, the officers finally made their decision.
Can you send me a detective? Can you send me the sheriff? I want the sheriff. I want the sheriff over here. Let me call the nosy officer. Let me call the sheriff. Let me call the news right now. Let me call the news. Let me call the news because you guys are framing me. Let me call the news.
You've got gas moving in.
Souls, you got your idea?
No.
No?
Enemy dropping into the AO.
So you're refusing to provide your ID to us?
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
You're on route to get arrested right now.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead. Fire failed done. Prices are back to normal. Enemy UAV is online.
I need a lawyer right now, and I don't want you to be in front of me. I need someone right here. So get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me, back. You cannot do that. You favor me. For what? Yes, because I don't give a about you. I need a lawyer.
Be advised, the search is no longer active. This is for keeps. Hostile UAV in the area. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you to load up now.
Can you send me a lawyer? Can you send me a cop or something? Because they're over here framing me just because I'm trans. They're already here. Disrespectful. This white man over here, he pushed me. He hit me. I have a bruise on my shoulder when you pushed me.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
On my shoulder because he pushed
Enemy
me.
UAV is online.
At the casino, he pushed me and I want to press charges too.
Hostile UAV in the area. Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind.
Okay, you ready? Alright, you're going now.
No.
There you go. It's because of your...
No, what?
Enemy UAV is online.
You see? They're arresting me. They're arresting me for what?
Take your purse
For
off.
what? No. Arresting me for what? What am I doing? But no, they're arresting me. They're arresting me. They're arresting me. They're arresting me.
Okay. Ma'am, this displays full.
Oh, no. You cannot take my phone.
Here you got it.
Enemy UAV
This
overhead.
is Officer Doc with the Plains Police. We need to hang up, okay?
No.
Thank
For
you.
what? For what? For what? Why are you going to do that? Why are you going to do that?
So, I have a serious question for you. You said that you were a transgender.
Some of your squad is outside the safe zone.
I don't give a
Okay.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Five one. A female officer down here for a search.
Okay, why are you touching me? Some of them put girl.
Yes, about that.
Man, don't touch nothing, man.
Yes.
Like that. Stop touching me.
Obstructing, filing false police report.
I need my stuff. Get rid of my stuff. Stop.
There's stuff on him.
No, I didn't. Can't get my stuff.
Enemy precision airstrike. Find cover.
No. Leave me alone. Why you guys are doing that to me? Why do that?
Get to the safe zone. Gas is moving. Only 4 left. 5 squads still operational with the AR.
The woman was charged with aggravated battery against a peace officer, reporting a false alarm or complaint via 911, obstructing identification and resisting a peace officer.
Police officers are public servants, but that doesn't mean they have to put up with disrespect or play babysitter to entitled adults acting like toddlers. Unfortunately, some people push boundaries, mistaking patience for weakness, and end up making a bad situation even worse for themselves.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
On July 9th, 2024, Sarasota police officers responded to the Mabel Bar and Grill. Apparently, a bartender and his girlfriend were arguing with customers, and the manager had called for police assistance. He wanted the woman trespassed and had already fired her boyfriend, but Susanna wasn't done.
Next up.
I'm fed up, sir. I'm a woman. Experience with this person. Do not put your hands on me. Do not. I said everything.
Would you like a trespass warning or a trespass? Okay. Hey, why are you getting up in this damn space? Do you want to go to jail? Because you're pressing me on this. Do you have a ride home? You do? Okay. Are they here? Are they here? Your ride?
Yeah.
Okay. So how close you live? Can I get the car going?
No.
You're not?
No.
You came to trespass from the bar.
Trespass from the bar.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
And there's a little stinky booty baby. That's what it is. You like that, Isaiah? Shut up. When did Michael get back? It's been the game's so loud I didn't even hear him get back. I got killed by Josh Giddy. I don't know who he is, but it sounds good. Little baby bomb, little baby bomb.
Enemy soldier incoming. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
That's not my sound, though. That's not my sound, though. That's a song by Gunny. Wet and wild. Wet and wild.
Resurgence. Survive and redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back fast. Alright, soldier. Mark the drop point. Go get armor.
Oh, I'm ready to rumble.
Your objective's simple. Eliminate all bounty targets.
Yeah.
Mark remaining operators in that squad. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunting. Enemy soldier incoming.
Good shit.
Safe zone. Gas is inbound. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Visual on Tango.
Just like tapping him in the face, wouldn't walk away. I'm like, trying to put her in handcuffs.
meaning Suzanne trespass warning. That is,
Got 10
she
squads
had
active in the
drunk
field.
and acted like a spoiled toddler.
Enemy UAV is online.
Josh Giddey again, you piece of shit. Wait, isn't that fucking NBA player that had like that high school dater girl? They're like, oh, he's a pedophile.
Timeline expired. UAV exit the DAO.
LDBR awaits targeting data.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Move it. Precision airstrike available.
LDBR ready for launch.
Copy. Warzone 3-1 on approach. Strike is out. 60 rounds. Out.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Impact. No hit.
This is going to be kind of running. And we also look at the in here, essentially, you probably have
Fire solution was bad. Missed.
Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Yeah, your owner can get in touch with, I guess, in this case, I know he wants to follow up on it, but it's that essentially, like, fire and probably the thing, but, you know, I don't know.
Counter UAV available for testing.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Focus is in position. Deploying ECM.
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
UAV available for tasking.
Enemy UAV overhead.
UAV standing. UAV available for tasking. UAV standing by. UAV available for tasking. UAV standing by.
Hostile UAV in the
I pushed you
area.
guys hard.
It's all on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy.
And they're on my ass now.
Enemy UAV is online. Get ready.
Oh, look at him, you stupid son of a bitch. Should have kept the fucking
Too close.
Yeah, I don't go for team. I don't go for anybody.
Dumbass went down right in front of me, and then right when it popped the smoke, I was like, yeah, I'm sure
First and last, please. Right now. First
Susanna was charged with resisting an officer obstruction without violence. She was clearly a brat. But some suspects are so self-righteous, they're blind to their own bad behavior.
Ma'am, stop resisting with me.
I'm not resisting with you.
Yes, you are.
There's
Yes, you are.
going on in this country, and you're prohibiting to us.
On February 27th, 2022, a Doral police officer was approached by a group of young people who reported that a woman was attacking one of them and behaving erratically in the middle of the road. Saying that what happens next is shocking would be an understatement.
My belly button.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up. Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
And wasn't really shocked by her bratty behavior. However, he needed to know what exactly went down before he arrived.
Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone. Enemy soldier incoming. Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Mark Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy dropping in the AO. Last remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Positive ID on the bounty target. Hunt them down.
So, I don't have to worry if you're talking about the Ukraine stuff. Is that hers? Yeah. That's the region for the 39. She talking about the Ukraine stuff, and then... Who are you? Girlfriend? Ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend? Okay, you're good to go, man. You don't have anything to do here, okay? So she's gonna be arrested for funding possession, and she's gonna be taken to TGK. Okay? Bond will be posted either later today or tomorrow. You can walk her out then if you want. Alright, you're good to go for now. Alright? Alright. Take care, man.
Enemy soldier incoming.
So she pulled it out of her sock and she gave me this bag.
Target down. Marking the rest of them.
No. Okay. Do you know if she has an ID on her by any chance?
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Just get her since she told you. Yeah, no, but I need somebody to
According to the young people, the woman had pushed an 11-year-old child. That, paired with possession, put the woman in serious trouble.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Okay, so she was cool with me and I never do that, but I don't want to take her out in a car and then she starts resisting and she wants. Unfortunately, not right now. I can lower the window for you, but that's the most I can do.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Yeah? Oh, alright, give me a second. Yeah, she's resisting.
Stay alive to bring her back.
I can inform us how to treat, so I may contact her. She's talking about some Ukraine stuff.
The woman was charged with battery on youth, resisting and possession. She has since completed a diversion program, and the case was closed as a result.
Thank you, Detective Dale, for sharing these details. So, do you think these folks learned their lesson? Share your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video.
Changing maps.
Resurgence window is ending. Watch the
That's our field upgrade.
He just picked up my whole load out. That's cool.
Stand by for redeployment. All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
Not only does Mike love cooking, but he also loves cooking.
Enemy dropping into
So
the
much that
AO.
on one hot summer night, he came
Squad
to
mates
a
back on
marathon
station.
gas station
Good work.
in Minnesota. And when I asked him what he was doing, why he was there to get tested, his answer was rather...
Fire sales over. Adjusting pricing.
I'm gay? You're gay. Yeah, I like guys. You like guys, so that's why you're right. Okay. Oh, no, I'm not... Okay, I'm not accusing you of otherwise, Mike. I'm sure that's a good old time and everything. I don't think so. But claiming to be attracted to is borderline extreme. Now, obviously, this is some highly illegal activity that we're talking about here, so we make sure to involve law enforcement every step of the way.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Everyone go to prison?
Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game.
You like
supply crates have been restocked. Load up.
He's clearly been around the block a few times, and he's no stranger to being independent. Because it saved why Mike likes to come on, but I think we have the man himself. So let's go ahead and the podcast. Well, boys, it's your boy Skeet Hansen and back at it again. We are once again
Enemy UAV is online.
right outside this lovely Camlin Dollar where we are waiting.
Yes, moving.
I don't know, 30-something years old. He's got like a halfway inverted mustache there. looks like he's wearing one of those liquor store hats. I guess he was full outfit here, but if I had to guess, I'm pretty sure he's going to show up in like a baggy ass, like 4XL jersey. Before that, this was really yeah. I'm guessing either like a long white tee or a big ass jersey, like a football jersey or something. So baggy ass white tee, he'll probably be in that. Verification picture physical from 2 fingers there. It's a talk on the Grindr app. He says that he's trying to get his
hostile armor broken.
Something. And that is a federal offense.
Reloading.
He says that he's in bed, jacking off. While you location, man, can I see some pictures of you naked? He asks if you know his ass.
Still operational with the AR.
You do that, you know?
Yeah, I know. I was like, what?
He asks if she gets blanked. And then goes out. And he even says, I think this is a setup, but, you know, we tested him the other day to see if he would actually leave his house to come up here, and he was actually here at this very family dollar, and then, you know, we canceled out because we weren't going to drive 2.5 hours for nothing in case we bad. But what's really weird is when the he just went
changing minutes.
He went crazy. Cussed the girl out. He says, I'm so pissed off. Have her drop this He tells the girl to block and don't call me again.
Got gas moving in.
It's this bitch ass cold. Like I said, it's not your fault. Somebody think that you pain. So this guy is so mad that he had to walk out. He did it 6 minutes on the way. I don't know, this guy is good. I mean, he said he's going to meet up at 8. It's 7:23 right now. We got a few minutes for work stuff. Sit tight in the Family Dollar parking lot. Alright, so it's been almost 3 hours now since we first arrived in Benton Harbor. Really quick. Now, finally, we're about to walk especially in a neighborhood like this, another update on basically coming and leave back here and then restore. I'm sure it's probably one like a big cat too. He's about 14 minutes away, so the timer gone. This hits 14 minutes. You should see him walking out. Yeah, we haven't seen anyone of his look walking. Like, we have a clear view of the front door and him walking out. We should be here in a minute and a half and it's like a 14-minute walk. One killer. You don't think he's smart enough to lie about what he's wearing? Say what? You don't think he'd be smart enough to lie about what he's wearing? I could see it. I mean, it doesn't sort of...
Okay, that's like sus. I bet you were gonna meet me over here.
Billionaire Playboy philanthropist.
Why can't you just meet me over here? You said you wouldn't after all of this.
Shut up. Don't be coughing like that.
Yeah, you know. Fuck that fool.
Coughing and shit like you own the place.
Hey, weekend also is double XP already. I was gonna
Yeah.
use one of my tokens and shit.
How did I know it was Alize by his gay ass cough? I had to check the party to make sure before I said something. Hi, Alize. Doesn't that tell you something? I know you by your gay ass cough.
Doesn't that tell you something?
I heard the pitch. No, I don't. Shut the fuck up, gay man. No, you're not. You need to abstain from it. You need to be celibate. You need to be celibate. No. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. No, maybe I would if you were good at fighting games, but you're not. Yeah, cause is that what shit sounds like when you take one? That's what it sounds like when I take one. Unfortunate for your name to sound like shit. Too bad you don't have a black cock. No. First of all, black people can't be racist. And since I'm Mexican, also that's double can't be racist. So you can shut the fuck up, Pilgrim. Alright, what are you, fucking a Dagestani? Don't you have like fucking, I don't know, some elbows to take to the face or something? Loser. Good thing I can't hear you because I'm in a game now and it's too loud.
Enemy soldier incoming.
So you said you're just here to attack yourself? Okay. Well, I have...
I heard it too late.
Says otherwise. So this was...
How is he digging in his butt, twin? Stop digging in your butt, twin. That phase is the past. His twin's still digging in his butt. Just so you know, I started that. If you hear anybody say that.
What the fuck?
I started that right now. You're still digging in your butt? No, don't do that.
You should get that shit checked out. It should be illegal.
What the
and
fuck?
what the fuck, dude?
I would regret turning you up. I'm turning you back down. Bye-bye. Playing the game. Stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive.
Okay, well, I don't know the code. It looks like you have a missed call from Erica. And the girl's name in this tablet, her name is Erica. like an Erica. You have an
Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, I'll answer for you. Hello, this is Mike's phone.
You have reinforcements
Hi, who's
inbound.
this?
Well, at the same time, one,
Erica.
Hi, Erica. How old are you?
if I'm being honest, usually when I play with these guys, it's a lot easier with them.
Erica says she's smart, right? Who's this Monica named Erica?
You don't have the sense.
Mike, you have her saved as a contact in your phone. It says Erica. She's telling me she's... So now you admit you are here. Clearly, it's on your... It's saved in your phone. So how old do you think she was, Mike? She told me she's 30. Erica, is this true? Did you tell Mike there that...
Yes.
You were...
Yeah.
No, I never said that. My wife's lying.
She says you're lying. Yeah, I have it right here. It says, Mike. I mean, I have all the facts here.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Well, I have a few more
Squad mate is redeployed.
You think
Well
you
done.
deserve to go? I'm not going to do nothing. You're not going to do anything? I'm trying to get my mom up here from this time to Missouri. Okay. And I'm supposed to be moving into a different house.
Right in front of you. Right in front of you.
Okay, I think this is the wrong step to take. If you're doing something for your mental health. You ask her about older guys. You say that she was yelling, but you can't hold it. I keep telling her this. I told her this. She still hounding me alone. You told her that? And she was hounding you. Seems like you were hounding her and being awfully aggressive. So if you thought it was a setup, Mike, then why? Okay. Okay, you're coming here just to get cigarettes. Okay. Because from the chat logs, it looks like you agreed to meet up at this location.
Your squad made it to the safe zone.
Well, what were you going to do then? It looks like you want to do some ass to mouth.
Enemy advanced UAV is active.
I'm gay. You're gay.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Okay. You don't want to be in this video. So, you're gay, and that's your excuse for that.
There's someone that just popped out that window on your level.
Okay, I'm not accusing you of otherwise. Like, I'm sure that's a good old time and everything, but this...
Yeah, there's people up there.
That you were talking to was going to meet you at this gas station. What you were talking about this morning. You talk about things you want to try with her. And it's just... It's a lot, Mike. Okay. You even asked if she's working for the cops.
Enemy UAV is online.
And you were talking about the guy she looked previously. You asked if
enemy UAV overhead.
Her. You say you kissed and you lifted, and then you put a condom on.
Loadout drop headed your way.
You weren't going to do anything. Well, why ask for things like this if you weren't planning on doing anything? Because she was pounding me, but with the assault charge, I threw urine on another restaurant while I was in there. Why'd you do that? No pun intended, right? No pun intended, right? When you say you threw urine at him, you know, pissing you off, I know. He was walking by, so telling me quit doing it. Right. Okay, yeah. I was doing it. And that was for the assault stuff.
Enemy counter UAV
I see. Okay. What do you think they would hit you with for trying to solicit? I would imagine so, Mike. It's really, you know, it's not a good look. You can't be, you just can't get them to do stuff like this. You asked her if she could get pregnant. Well, why did you want to know that? You were going to do anything, so you were going to... Yeah, I hear you. I've read it here. So you were just going to say hi, and that would have been that. Just a quick hello.
Enemy UAV is online.
Okay. Dad's against predators? Okay.
Fuck, it's getting too hot over here. We're about to get pushed by a third team.
targets marked. Kill them all.
But you understand that you sent the first message to her on Grindr.
Squad mates back on station. Good work.
You let the section start.
Yeah, I was hanging outside that building, and then I turned around and saw them, and I was like, oh, I'm out of here.
Like when you asked her for a new picture and to see her in her panties. You were texting her things of that nature. And she was just sort of, from what I can see, she was sort of going along with it. And then at some point you agreed to meet up with her. So I'm failing to
Enemy
see
counter
where you
UAV
were set up.
inbound.
I told her many times I think it was a setup. I see.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
Like, no one made you come here. You came here
Hostile
in your own
UAV
free
in the area.
See where? Okay. But before you just said you were going to meet her here and go say hi and leave. You're going to take me to Okay. I got you, Mike. We'll get to that in a minute. You got awfully angry at her the other day when you walked over to Family Dollar to meet her and she wasn't there. Oh, no, I got you. Yeah. Okay.
Another self-revive.
Fire sale active.
So
My
you heard
station
that
prices
whole
have
deal.
been
Well,
reduced.
that's where he was. That's why you couldn't see him. Oh, you were hiding in the tree. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, that's a pretty good hiding spot. That one. Okay. Oh, yes, sir. Okay.
With people moving
I
in on
appreciate it,
us.
sir. Appreciate it. Well, that is a good place to hide. I gotta do that. Yeah.
Enemy UAV
Yeah,
overhead.
we figured you might be back in your
Enemy
house.
UAV
We went back there and then, yeah, we
Get
got
ready.
some texting, so we figured we'd come back here.
Hostile
And then actually you decided to come on and use cigarettes. Okay.
Enemy counter UAV
I got you.
inbound. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV.
So that's what we do. So not before you take it. Oh. I see. So this is what you want?
In the safe zone.
What are you gonna go for?
There's people in this house next to us.
What's his name?
Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
I got you. Do you want our attorney's name? Do you give your attorney? Okay, it's usually easier to communicate like that, but... Alright.
Enemy
Talk about
UAV
how she's
overhead.
playing games.
Enemy UAV is online.
You see managed on something
Enemy
that way.
advanced UAV is active. Fire
You're
sales
done
done. Prices are back to normal.
Okay. Can I ask why you sent her the address of the home that's next to yours? So that's not where you live? That is where you live? Why don't you send her your address, or almost your address? Oh, so you wanted to see if she would come to the next door house. Good. Okay. Well, sorry, Mike. Well, if there's nothing else you have to say, I'd let you know.
Be advised,
I just keep
no
answering.
longer active.
So the first one I guess is we're doing an online series about adults who try to beat up people online.
Supply crates are restocked. Advise you to load up now.
It's just a little odd that you still went through with it and showed up here. Oh, you wanted us to, because you want to go for lawsuit, right? Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Alright. You seen the police pull off? Okay. I hear you.
10 remaining.
That's an interesting one. I've never heard that one before.
We've got 10 squads active in the field. Gas, moving.
Are you... Oh, the police? Okay. So they were not a team. You know we didn't have any communication with them before just a few minutes ago, right? No, we didn't, Mike. Not Mike. We found you and then called them. Okay.
Hostile UAV in the area.
So you could have got in a jail cell? Well, that might be what you need. How are we going to file a lawsuit from the jail cell? Okay, you got to cover the guys. You call her a two-faced bitch? Go on, okay. What's that? I think the officer's going to
Fuck, don't go in that room. That building's already has people camping it. Thank Jeebus I revived him. Play for placement and get down, you dumb motherfucker. You're lucky it was positive. Fucking, but I'm gonna say stupid piece of shit.
When you were like, yeah, don't go in there, I have to literally like and then right when I walked in, I saw where they were going. I was like,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I know that sound. You made a diamond, huh?
No, not yet. I have 100 points, probably in the next game or two.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know that sound. That means you made it a platinum or just made it a diamond.
If possible. Yeah, I'll try to work on that. I think I might have one in my rig. Give me 1 second.
usually not buy water when you buy cigarettes. Well, let me check with the officer here and make sure that they don't want the device. Okay. Sure.
Shum bum bum be dum bum bum be dum
Yeah,
bum.
I can give a call for it if you want. Sure.
Let me click the fucking game. Why are you tripping there, bro?
Their prescription. Oh, so you need those? Okay. That's the number you want to call for Gary?
The middle.
The middle. Yeah, the middle.
Look, scroll down for a minute.
Okay.
No, scroll all the way down on top of the phone. Here's the. Can I do it?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, there we go. Gary, right there, right?
Yeah, that one.
Okay, okay.
Hey, Gary, I'm going to jail.
You don't want to explain it to him?
Go ahead.
Mike here has been caught up in a sting operation in which he attempted to commit for sex. The state police are here at the Sunny Stop Marathon gas station. We're waiting on Benton Harbor PD. I guess that's the gist of it.
Tell him if you can go call my mom on Messenger and let her know what's going on.
Go and tell him yourself.
Could you call my mom on Messenger and let her know what's going on? I knew this was a setup, but they kept hounding me on this, and I showed up at Sunny Spot to get 2 packs of cigarettes. That's when they whipped up on me. So I'm ready to go back to prison anyways. I'm tired of everything. No, I came to get
Enemy
cigarettes,
soldier
bro.
incoming. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the side.
Your son-in-law what? Oh, so he's a police officer? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Is he working tonight?
Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
I'd have to ask Gary, probably a month or so. How long have you been talking to Eric again? Moving this week. You don't know? Okay. At least a month or so. He wanted to know if he could get
Resurgent. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster.
ATR awaiting targeting data.
Enemy soldier incoming.
He sent them his end now, just messages, what he wanted to do, what he's here for. He did request them. Alright, I'm just trying to figure out what the code the case
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunting.
So I think they're coming with something for you. Get the OnlyFans up. How many subscriptions do you have on there? Oh yeah, some of them do. Did you ever see Aria Banks? Aria Banks. She's an OnlyFans.
You're getting another chance. Weapons free.
Yeah, it's very nice. Oh, Nina Khalifa. Just a photo of the girl that you're talking to in your camera roll. Did you save that photo?
Swiss cheese, your bitch ass.
Save that.
Swiss cheese.
Renewed images from Instagram. Oh, is your friend right there?
LDBR inbound. Enemy UAV overhead. You have reinforcements inbound.
How you doing, Gary? Okay. I hear it.
Enemy counter UAV
You might want to do a background check on people that you hire.
Well, yeah, I know that. I knew it came.
Oh, okay.
He has been never, been out of acting out of the way.
I hear you.
Enemy
Okay, I
deployed
hear
to
you.
the area. Watch the sky.
Actually, no, you gotta be careful.
Hey, you got some water?
No, I don't, Mike. I took it in there.
Where you go get me a bottle of water?
Yeah.
It's your mom. She says good night, son. You want to call her?
No, I'm going to prison, Mom. No, I'm going to prison. There's the investigators here.
Be advised. Still have squad mates outside the safe zone.
Girl told me she was not it's a setup, so I'll be going to prison.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy soldier incoming.
I'm just going to get me along.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Gary, you still go get my mom, get back out. Alright. Alright, that'll do it. You'll get your money back.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Overhead.
Alright, love you, Mom.
Enemy
Good night.
deployed. Use your tag map to hunt them. Enemy UAV is online. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
I don't think he qualifies as a but
phone. I can't look at it on the search phone, so we're going to take it.
Hostile UAV in the area.
My email's on there. If you guys could email me, whatever. You get to keep that. Oh, keep that. Not the binder, but the rest.
Yeah, we just need the binder. It's an expensive binder.
Yeah. We do a lot. Yeah. We'll grab this stuff. You're already set up.
Yeah, no problem.
All the best.
Just we have a Google Drive folder with like everything, which we can email you.
Yeah, good work.
And then we're going to see if you want to see with us. We're reading random warnings. Have an interview with them. And then following that, we're probably going to call the prosecutor on call. And see how I've never taken it before.
I see.
And so I don't want to go haul off to go to the jail. I think everything needs to do it. Yeah, makes sense. So that's our plan. We're going to retain all that. And then once we get all the files you guys have, that's when we'll submit a full packet to the prosecutor.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
I appreciate the work you guys are doing to protect criminally important. And stuff that we obviously can't do this beautiful about.
Appreciate you guys being along.
Yeah, and I know we both bet our work can handle it.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Yeah, nice.
Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind.
Warm night in summer.
Your squad mate is redeployed.
It's gotta be
Well
fun.
done.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be sitting, Joe. Yeah, talk with them.
Alrighty.
So, there's a whole kind of legal update for both. My partner got your information, I believe. We were going to populate you here, and then we're going to end up going kind of more for that this fall. And then talk to the prosecutor about the potential charges. Okay?
Okay.
So,
Area. Watch the skies.
well, there you have
Good
it.
kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting.
We really did remind me of the prison light from the office. Great show. And per usual, in the state of Michigan, light was not taken off the streets. Probably nothing to happen to them. That's how it is here in Michigan. However, in other states, it really is a shame that most cities in Michigan just won't really do much about this issue. But what can we do? Even if nothing ends up happening to Mike on the legal side of things, I just hope he can learn a valuable lesson.
File is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
And just for his sake, I do hope that he does actually end up going to prison, because that seems to be where he likes to be anyway. Yeah. It was also very interesting that Mike claimed to have fallen into this setup on purpose, just so he would have grounds for a lawsuit. I don't know how well that's going to hold up in court.
Enemy UAV is online.
End up going through with a lawsuit. It's going to be really interesting.
Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six.
We know that there are many other predators out there, just like Mike. And if they have to fall to our investigation, they will be discovered. And they will get seized, just as Mike did. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Steve the Predator. I've been your host, Steve Hansen. Thank you.
Some of your squad is outside the safe zone. Enemy dropping into the AO.
There's one dude in the house, in this house.
10 remain. You're almost done here. Fire sales over. Adjusting prices.
Just ran over there.
No more second chances. Supply crates have been restocked.
Did
Load
you
up.
invite someone up here to meet, or this will be your picture, right? It's your picture. Who did you send that to?
I'll put ammo in this building.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Basically, we had a grinder, and basically when Kumar reached out and asked,
All squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving.
What a boys Steve Hansen, back at it again. As you can see, 3 o'clock in the morning. Latest. We're here. We're Gideon here. And our boy Oma is going to be leaving us in a couple minutes here. He was on Grindr. Talking to this guy. I guess he's everybody working at this hotel. Stuff.
We lost that one, but we'll get a W next time.
Oh yeah, we're making out.
Marking target location.
I was hoping that you would work at White Castle, but yeah, I was hungry. Yeah. So I guess let's go and try to like record things that we.
I mean, I can probably walk through my phone down a bit, and it's like I'm on my phone.
Right, just going in there.
No.
It's over.
Oh, there he is.
What's going on? Oh, how you doing, sir? Would you be a Kumar? Would you be a Kumar? Your name is Kumar? Okay. Did you invite someone up here to meet, or no? So you weren't talking to a, online? No. On the Grindr app? You weren't? Well, how did we, this would be your picture, right? That's your picture? Who did you send that to? You know who you sent it to? Looks to me like you sent it to what you
Neon and Infinite Bolt. God damn, bro. Like,
Kamara 24, he says I'm. And then you talked about kissing, making out, and rimming, I believe it was. You don't remember any now. Do you have your phone on you, Kamara? You have a phone at your desk, maybe? Okay. We need to call the police. Is it back there? Oh, right there. Okay. Do you have Snapchat on your phone?
Fuck you, mean peg.
You got a picture of you in the background? Do you have Snapchat? Oh, looks like it's right there. Can you open that for me? Oh, you signed up? You're signed up. Can you log back in? Oh, that would be sign up. You want to go to the one that says log in. Why do you come out of your... We can sign out of them.
Rucker, you're headed to the war zone. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Someone needs your picture, and they tell you so who do you think is using the picture tomorrow? I don't know. So a little eye. They do have a little story.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
So first you saw
Son of a gun. It's Alize's fault, it's always been. You're not showing me where the holes are at, that's why. And if you say one more time, we're gonna have a problem. You make me sick to my stomach. And to my feet.
All stations, green light.
I don't know what the fuck you just said because the game just started. Loser. Shut your ass up. Take your mic out of your butthole. It's windy.
Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Heads up, an enemy squad marks you as a bounty target.
This right here, this video that was taken, it looks like it was in this exact lobby. I'm not sure where exactly. It looks like, okay, this is wooden pillar that was like right over there. Yeah, that's the same pillar. Looks like it. Yeah. I remember where the somebody trapped me. Someone trapped.
Visual on Tango.
Why would someone trap you? Oh, look yours is that's a fireplace. And this is set live on Snapchat. So, was someone else here that you know of that is live with you?
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
What time you start working today? You work 11 seconds. So no one else could have really sensed that besides you. You've been the only one here since 11? Okay. You just want me out. The only way that we could have gotten a live video is if you took this video. Fireplace and TV is the same one that's right over there.
Enemies dropping into the AR.
They were using your picture, obviously.
You're back on station. Go get off. Mark the remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
So this was taken here. But you didn't take this here. And you know, let's say the police get your number. After they get your number, you go on Snapchat, you put for the number, it shows you a punch. So when you use your number, what we find, what is being like it wasn't. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Oh, you guys oh, well. Look at that. It looks like the boy you were texting there.
So mad at his teammate right now. He could have killed the person that you downed, but instead he started shooting at the person who was full up at you, and the person you downed rezzed, and now both of them are up.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Whoa! Oh, he's right there!
Squad mates back on station. Good work. We're returning you to the front early.
Oh. Come on, I just boys that he was like your friends in my
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
We're on your video chat. That's kind of, isn't that crazy? Come on, how did that happen? Come on, you just, there's only one way. You gotta keep on going. The whole conversation, how was the entire conversation here on your phone? And how was he able to go here? You were telling him you could send him.
You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy soldier incoming.
Right there. It's over here. Come on, the whole conversation. You really can't get out of this point. There's a picture. Someone. How were you lost? So they hacked this Snapchat. They got them in the camera. They took the video right there. They knew that you were the only one working. I'm the one who's working. Yeah, no, I get that. But how did someone else do this? Okay, well, can someone... Okay, you know this is... So, unbelievable. Can you call the police? Yeah. Just so we can get everything straight. You want us to call? Okay. Yeah, we can call. Yeah, that's fine. Just so we can get to the bottom of it. Just so we can get to the bottom of it. Because you said someone might have hacked you. Yeah, on Snapchat, because it wasn't you having this conversation on it. It wasn't you. So, yeah. I don't know what that's about. Okay. Try to get this taken care of. So yeah. So you want to talk to that? I don't know, right? You know. So, I don't say like who would want to do something to you, and who has well, not only do they have access to Snapchat, but they're able to and take selfies and videos from behind the desk and know your work schedule all at the same time. And whenever you get here, you tell a boy to go meet you in the washroom instead of the waiting room. How do they know all this information about you? No, wait a second. He called. He called you. He called me. I did that. Yeah. He said somebody will.
My Stockerino.
He said, I don't have a visit. But what we're trying to figure out, Kumar, is how, if you were having the conversation, how is a sexually charged conversation with on your Snapchat that you're logged into? How did that happen?
I don't know.
You don't know.
So why you got all the catalogs on? This is your Snapchat, right? I didn't use this one. I don't know. So this is in your Snapchat. I don't know. This Snapchat on your phone. This account that's on your phone isn't your Snapchat. That's what you're telling me.
Even though they sent your picture was sent. That's your picture. That's you, right?
So you said I have a room here.
I don't know.
But you do work here though, and you could easily get a room.
How can I get the room?
Well, you have access to rooms, right? You don't have access to the rooms here? So you can't, so I can't come here and order and get a room from you?
Yeah, I can get the room.
So you have
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
So by that logic,
Enemies dropping into the AR.
3:42 a.m.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Hello? Yeah, what's up? What do you want? I just wanted
Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Thanks for calling the station deployment. This is how may I help you?
Resurgence. Stay alive to keep the squad in the fight.
spam calls? You don't make it spam calls at this time? Weird. From 911. We were getting a Snapchat notifications. It's weird that I live on the same. I'm just trying to help you with the spam calls. I'm trying to see who this is. Oh, gosh.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
They sound like a motherfucker with cerebral
I was hitting my bowl and I just heard them land right on me. I was like, oh no, they're on us.
Because I just want to get to the bottom of the...
Funniest shit I've ever heard you do. You guys said,
Hostile UAV in the area.
Wolf of Wall Street.
Hello? Anyone there? Is anyone there?
I see her.
So why the calls keep on doing that? Hello? I can hear you.
I'll fly.
You're getting another chance. Weapons free.
Oh my god.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. You've got gas moving in.
There's someone in the other, right across from us. I'm behind you.
Watch the skies. Enemy UAV overhead.
He was sending messages to me saying pretty sexual acts over Snapchat and whatnot, and then he was invited to
Squad mate back on station. Good work.
stay here and then take care of take them. He was showing videos behind things, showing things.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Tomorrow I'd like to put a private room if you have one available.
Marking the rest of them. Stand by for redeployment.
You don't accept queued up cards? Oh. Okay. Is there any workaround for it? Is there any workaround for it? Is there a workaround for it? If you can decide personality? Okay. Take a bridge card?
He's yelling at Margot right now.
Oh. There's one from the gold nugget. Can you activate that just for...
Oh, yeah. Father. I'm only nothing, Father.
Alright, well, I guess we're out of luck.
Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind.
Alright, well, I guess we're going to go back here.
Bounty targets identified. Weapons free. Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your location.
Birds are already out. I apologize, never heard of it. Oh, that's okay. No problem. You mean that you? Yeah, we understand. Okay.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I have no idea how they got the number. Oh, no, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Oh,
Get ready. You're redeploying.
Target marked for LDBR.
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced. Enemy dropping into the AO.
So he has everything. All the information. We're kind of just here.
Resurgence is about to end. Make it count. Target down. Marking the rest of them. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy UAV is online.
What is KWYD?
TACCOM, get me a UAV.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Fire sale's done. Try to back to normal. Only 10 left. We've got 10 squads active in the field. We lost track of the bounty. Contract failed. Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game. Your objective's simple. Eliminate all bounty targets. Migrate to restock. I advise you to load up now.
If there's a guest trying to get a hold of them for an emergency or something like that,
Go get your revenge.
Designated floors for LDBR.
Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind.
So, let me do this. Can I see your business card on the right case?
Enemy UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy soldier incoming. Primary objective complete. All targets eliminated.
Alright, let's,
I shit you not, from the floor to probably the tip of that building. Yeah, so I just finished, look at my guy, I just finished the floor. Oh, I got a new gun. Grenade launcher. Right, I got a bunch of grenade launchers and RPGs, bro. And that's how I beat that guy.
Some of your squad is outside the safe zone. dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Only 4 remain. Finish the job. With the AR. Stay sharp. The enemy is no longer tracking. Stop them.
I'm gonna use this.
Your squad is down. Stay alive to bring them back. We're in the top 3. Don't let up now.
Enemy in the area.
Warzone. Stay alert.
What would they think of this? They think they're talking to actual teenagers, but in reality, they're talking to an adult. Oh, wow, that's...
I got older though.
Have a good Saturday night? How's it going?
Oh,
Not
that
only
shit was funny
more.
because you
Downright
those cars that you got the other day.
It's illegal. You guys know that.
Yeah, but
You won't believe some of their
Soto and
excuses.
Nick the other day, we were going around to like all the let's say Freddy's and Target.
What about when you said you wanted to slide your hands up and down your back?
And we were getting packs.
They come in all different shapes and sizes.
Yeah, you didn't know that they had something on purpose.
No, yeah, no, I did. I just didn't know that was something Nick does.
Yeah, but bro, if you go
Skate
over
hands with a
and
predatory investigation unit. Skate hands with a predatory investigation unit. Time skate hands with the predatory investigation unit.
like homie's been collecting for the past.
I'm Steve Hansen with the Predatory Investigation Unit, and I hope you're in the holiday spirit because we've got quite the naughty list to get through. We're gonna be here for a while.
So like, I literally just like was like going around with him yesterday for a little bit after like that.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in the back of a police car in handcuffs. Well, if you're a 59-year-old hero,
Do you have any tobacco? Because
he
apparently I
showed
don't
up
have
to our
any.
steakhouse to meet who he thought was a 14-year-old girl. Not only is he on Santa's naughty list, but he's also on the National Sex Offender Registry. Unfortunately for him, this year, he'll be spending the holiday season behind bars. And the only presents he'll be getting is a home full of stocking.
That's what you sound like, a little leprechaun.
Oh, and you can tack on 4 felonies to that as well.
Who's listening to that homosexual anthem?
Home to over 50,000 residents. It's a quiet town.
Isaiah.
But it wasn't such a silent night. Word got out about Harold's doings.
What are you going on about, Alfredo? You don't tell me what to do. Little pee-pee girl. Everybody, call him little pee-pee girl.
He got the cookies and milk, all right.
It's not a lot of pee-pee girl, because it's all gone. He tried to get rid of it, but I can tell. Call him little pee-pee girl.
Hi, little people girl.
I can't hear what they said because the game's so loud, but that's so funny. Hi, little people girl. Look at that, one ad. All the leaves in a pinky.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Mine's a ridiculous
Enemies are
number.
dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Harold Blaine said he was over there to
Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. Your team leader. Set a drop point for your squad.
I do not mean to jump. Don't you put my control down. Now I have to go out.
Enemy soldier incoming.
And to no surprise, Harold is actually
who was that fight on? Was it one?
Heads up. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
Come on over and chill, watch Netflix with the girl.
It's literally, bro.
Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area.
Told the girl that she said bacon was good.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
And I am a man of my word, so I made sure that those guys who are saying that they were highly illegal.
Enemy dropped the UAV inbound. You have
put them on the bacon sheet and into the oven. We made sure.
Enemy UAV is online.
For this episode, we teamed up with professional stepsister Aria. You already know who she is.
Very specific on who disappeared this time.
Now, despite this being her first time in a fully clothed scene, she actually did a pretty good job as a decoy. I got her.
The squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
Good old Saint Nick. She was dressed as Mel, Benefit Helper, and about 5 minutes.
Enemy UAV overhead.
So, how are you feeling about this so far? Really nervous? There was
all squad mates are in the safe zone.
I had not had my
gas is moving.
catch cherry popped, and this is going to be, a good experience for you. I think you're going to like it after it's all said and done. I just want to kind of show you everything that's going on here. So this is our guy here. He calls himself Big Chocolate. These are some of my notes here. Some of the things he said on the phone, he asked the girl if she gets wet on the phone, like, the other girls at the top. Yeah, and he thinks the girl's 14. So, yeah.
Enemy UAV is online.
Yeah, he's saying a lot of stuff things. A lot of naughty stuff. He's definitely, he's for sure on the naughty list. Absolutely. Also, Big Chocolate, and he asked the girl if she eats chocolate, and then he says, double chocolate. No, it's single chocolate. Now, it's not in this shower here, but he also said that he wants to maybe come over and take a shower. So, if you could do the honors of getting him in that shower,
yeah, another one.
and then we'll call the cops. You can use the other one.
Squad mate back on station. Good work. The enemy lost track of you. Good work down there.
Very. And worst case scenario, we'll just sit him right there. We'll have someone.
Merry Christmas.
Don't give me the other one. Just have a cookie, and we'll pour up a glass of milk right here now. Just a second for him.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Oh yeah.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
They're on us.
Oh, we gotta get into circle.
That's true.
It's an umbilical cord.
I'm gonna try to run back over here and go get my fucking loadout.
I did, I said though. Go to the private. What?
Hostile UAV in the area. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone. You've made it to the top 10. We've got 10 squads active in the field. You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Dr. Yo.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy UAV overhead.
My baby Louie. That's his name is Louie, baby Louie.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Hey, I do not say baby Lou.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Say we got game. We got game.
Biosand is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
Well, Isaiah, you don't.
Oh, what the fuck? He's gonna be coming up the stairs.
You're being tracked by an enemy squad. You failed to survive.
So what were we going to about going all the way there?
Yeah, I could probably only hold
Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close.
So you just don't answer the question here.
Oh shit, you
What were you
ready?
talking about when you said go all the way just now? No, I wasn't. Well, explain it.
LDBR. You have reinforcements inbound.
Oh, you weren't worried about anything.
Hostile UAV in the area. Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind.
The channel, she told you that she's 14.
You said the mod said if you had a sex
Do you remember having this conversation? Your picture, right?
He has. He has said it.
So she did tell you that she's 14.
Enemy UAV overhead.
And then you said that you're nervous because of
Enemy UAV is online.
Alright, get ready to follow me.
Please keep your hands at your pockets. And if you just keep on the table for me. I noticed you were having a
Squad mate is
conversation.
redeployed. Well
You
done.
said that, yes, sir.
Oh shit, there's a team here.
Enemy precision airstrike. Find cover. Parts remain in operation. Stand squad. Hunt them down. Be advised, resurgence is no longer active. This is for keep.
Wouldn't you agree this is a bit of a step
Supply crates have been restocked. Load up.
This is some serious stuff.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good
You
work.
do a job or something like this. You do really. Now, what was your name?
Yeah.
Inbound.
Just plain tell it is a big joke. Okay. You said that you might end up kissing her. You asked her if she's gonna wrap her legs around you and grab your face. You remember saying that?
Hostile UAV in the area.
So, why are you here then if you didn't want to come here? Oh, she just wants to see if you bring her something to eat and then ask her to get her down all the way to the floor. And when you okay, I was actually thanks for listening. He asked her if you went all the way before.
Enemy UAV online.
You said that you're chocolate. You asked her if she chocolate. And then you said yes, double chocolate. She said she likes chocolate. Then you say, and don't open your mouth. Not your hands.
Yeah, there's stuff there.
What do you mean by that? Oh, you're just talking about actual chocolate. Something that you're American is that you weren't talking about. You.
Those two teams around you are gonna fight.
Actually, you said we could roll with it. What do you mean by that? No, you said it. Right here, right here. You said it. You said you wanted to roll with it. Somebody just wants to roll with Captain Roberts. You say that she said she's gonna bake cookies for you. I fucking hate those things so much. And then you said that you'll be like Santa. Specifically, like bad Santa in the movie is what you said. That's bad as a bit of an understatement, don't you think? This is illegal.
It's not nice. Yeah.
Why come here to meet this 14-year-old girl? Well, okay, even if you want to go. Where you at? Oh, you can say. So you didn't mean any of the stuff that you were saying here.
Don't even fucking mention Greg last week, bro. Greg last week was irritating the fuck out of me, bro.
And even when you said, even when you answered, he's behind the scenes now. Answer what you do with the boy, ain't you?
Yeah, but you don't get like Greg.
She went down south on him. You asked her if she spit or swallowed.
Dog, bro. Oh my. So, yeah, same shit, bro. Homeboy just got fucking way too drunk, and homeboy just wouldn't shut the fuck up.
You know, I just want to say, when you take shots with him, and then when she said that she swallowed, you said,
No.
You're just as dumb as him.
No.
What does that mean?
But literally picture his ass.
His ass
was waiting for that battlefield fucking beta. His ass was like, he's like just waiting for that shit. He fucking start drinking, and I was like, fuck.
That's what she does.
And it was me and Jose.
Got it. Do you have anything else to say for yourself, Tim?
Yeah, and it was me and Jose, and we were playing with the.
I have even more here that you were saying today.
We just wouldn't shut the fuck up.
And I haven't even gotten to
he started
to this stuff here.
Battlefield.
But just give me 1 second.
Battlefield shit
So
to
I can ask you
Call of
about this
Duty.
stuff.
Bro, fuck your Call of Duty pizza. You and your Call of Duty ain't shit. And I brought
Your old head is really long. Very fat long.
You called me ass, and I was like, cool, yours. And I was like, who the fuck cares, bro? He was just like, and he goes, I care, dude. And I was like, no fucking ass.
This is a comic book site.
He went silent, and then he came back.
Video is actually sponsored
Your
by
Call of Duty sucks, fucking pizza. And I was just like,
think you're gonna watch it.
and I was like,
That's my favorite thing.
Yeah.
If you don't
I'm still on
give him
Steve,
any
and I want your
attention
money.
while he's
So
fading,
let's
he's
talk
just
about
like,
those four
fuck you
collectibles,
guys, I'm
guys.
taking my
Are you
He kept like
a
he
Discord
called
moderator
gave shit to
incel?
this Battlefield
Wait,
pizza,
let me
and I
back
was
up.
like,
You're gonna need professional
I
help
don't
for that.
remember asking, but okay.
First
And
of
then
all,
he was just
first
like,
form
well,
collectibles
fuck
can
you
help
too,
you
that
out.
pizza. And
And
I was
let me
like,
explain how.
I really don't
First
give a
form
fuck.
collectibles
And he was
is
like,
gonna be your
shut the
one-stop
fuck
shop
up,
for
Greg.
anything
And he was
related
like,
to
you
Funko
shut the
Pop
fuck
toys.
up. And I was like, oh
They
my
carry
god,
rare
dog.
items, especially in relation to Funko
Yeah,
exclusive
so all
products.
night he just kept
They
with
even
the
have some
same
Skeeter
bullshit
Gamers
where he's
merch
just
on
like, well, your
Now
shit
let me
ain't
show you a
shit
few of the
pizza, and I
products
was
here.
like,
Who doesn't love
who the
the
fuck
Ninja
asked?
Turtles?
I
Right
was
here
like,
we
I
have
sure,
Louie
sure the
IRL.
fuck I
Okay,
did.
he's looking pretty
But
cool.
dude, I
It
don't know.
even comes with a
Greg just
complimentary
wouldn't shut the
slice
fuck
of
up, and then
Predator
it
pizza
got
with
point to
extra
where
Predator
he
here.
left, and
Here's
then I
a
think it
Funko
was
Pop of
me,
Damon
Alize, and
Targaryen
Roki.
from Game of
It
Thrones,
was me,
signed
Alize,
by
and
the
Roki,
actor
and then
himself.
he came back,
Pretty rare
and then he
stuff.
goes, bro,
If
literally,
your
he
wife
joins
nagging
in,
at you
not
because
even
you're
5
sitting on your
seconds.
ass watching Skeeter King videos
No,
all
he
day,
literally joins and
well,
goes,
here's
Rush
this
up. You're headed
lovely
to the
fuck you,
war
Greg.
zone.
princess.
Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy dropping into the AR. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
So what about giving you a couple?
Enemy soldier incoming. All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Just a question. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, you get those, you can go to the other side. Well, look like you're going to the 14-year-old girl. Okay. Do you mention something about your third leg here?
Stay alive.
Yeah, well, teeth. What do you say? You say something about Will T, like, slow down here. What do you mean by that? You say you can't make him mad, he might spit at you. So who is this Will T?
Ain't no way.
What's that? Well, looks like you said it was your third leg.
Fuck you, asshole.
You're searching for a weapon.
It's just funny.
Carry on with Lil T.
I hear it.
And is there anything you have to say for yourself here? I mean, why do you feel that? How would Thomas believe a 14-year-old girl home alone for 17 years going to Albert? And you talk about your pain. You didn't mean, well, you see how it looks to me.
LDBR, ready for launch.
Tell me this. If
If we weren't here and a 14-year-old girl had to look up, but I told her,
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
gonna come by, drop off. Just for a little bit.
Bounty targets are up. Get off.
It's the same. It's
Yeah.
All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job. We're returning you to the front. Earn this.
UAV available for tasking.
I need a police officer at this address. He's sting operation and a 30-some-year-old man who seems to be losing to a 14-year-old girl for sex.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is moving. Thank you, soldier. Stay sharp.
UAV is bingo fuel. Returning to base.
Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. You have reinforcements inbound.
Nope, just a privately owned operator organization. It's called the Predatory Investigation Unit.
Enemy UAV overhead.
And that's what it looks like on the chat log I have here. Okay? You talk about sex. You talked about your penis.
Field upgrade here.
He's calling his mom right now. Well, he came to have sex with a 13-year-old.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting.
We have them all here.
You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them down. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
You were trying to bring her more than something.
Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your location.
Stop fucking shooting me!
Dude, oh
my god. And usually these parties, they take off the consistency of like,
Your objective is simple. Eliminate all bounty targets. Enemy dropping into the AR.
PlayStation system, dude. Look at my PlayStation.
Never said anything of the sort, but the sword.
Yeah,
I'm right here looking for you. I know I'm that is me, that makes me look bad, and I'm supposed to take this shit, but I realize I'm not fixing it, know what I did the first time,
Target down. Marking the rest of them.
let me do it.
So you've been conducting this before? No, somebody had called me somewhere and they let me know. Oh, so you're doing the same thing again? No, it wasn't like that. I had right somewhere. The truck is over here. What did you show about that and what kind of vehicle? We have not been outside. Okay.
Bring it in recon.
I don't think I see it now.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving.
Okay, do you have any TM? Okay. Great, thank you. Okay.
enemy. You're clear for now.
Well, Tim, the police are on the way, and if there's nothing else you have to say, then what I have to let you know is that I'm Steve Hansen with the Territorial Investigation.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. All bounty targets are KIA. Well done.
We're doing an online series about
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
And I know you did reference to these kind of shows when you were talking to the girl. You did reference that. You said you didn't want to be on one. You said you didn't want to end up on one of those shows. Well, welcome to reality. Now you're on
Enemy airstrike in the area.
So even seeing those shows, you still decided to come in here and make this
Surgeon's about to end. Make it count. You have reinforcements inbound.
Anyone who may see this broadcast in the future, and if it's friends with them, they know this.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. You got gas moving in.
I had to reload.
Still operational in the AR. 1 of 5. Sale done. Right to back to normal.
They knew I was right.
And how old was the person you were trying to help?
It wasn't a young female. From what I understand.
Well, it's not a matter of male or female. How old were they?
I don't know.
Were you caught for trying to be able to mine before?
No, I wasn't called. It was just back when it happened. Like, I think they must have called the police or something like that. Or when it happened, they got there at the same time.
Were you trying to help someone?
Yeah, but it wasn't that help. Because they said they wanted to go through. Plus they had bags in their hand and everything.
What were you trying to
You wasn't there.
I know.
You wouldn't know.
But I'm here
That's
now.
why they let me go.
Okay. What were you trying to help them?
But they said, no, I wouldn't help. I just wanted they wanted to go somewhere.
Oh, they want to go somewhere.
Yeah, and then you could see the police that was going out when you decided to go to court. He said that. Even he said.
Interesting.
So, do you know
So this is your first time trying to meet up with an underage.
and I'm gonna get the thing?
No, I mean, no, this time. Well, you're here to meet an underage person. They said they were 14. So you are here to do that. At least meet them. So you're saying this is the first time you tried to meet someone?
The mask that he wears isn't really gold. It's made of that material from the ghost that we killed.
No, there was none of that in the conversation. It only said 14. For a week, she said she was, for a few days, she said she was 14. You were asking how long her mom was going to be gone, asking if the neighbors were going to be on the lookout. You told her to delete text messages. You thought this girl was 14.
Not my sister like that, but
What were
like
you calling her?
stepsister or whatever, yeah, like adopted.
You did, yeah. Why were you calling her?
Something about that, yeah. She said, I said, you sure? I said, you sure? I read it. I know what I said.
No, you said. So do you know right here? She says right there, I'm really 14.
I said, yeah.
And she said, yes, I'm 100% 14. We also have all the recorded phone calls that you had with her, all 4 or 5, where she does say on the phone she's 14. And you're talking very explicitly. Nothing bad. Telling her about your penis, how it would spit, little Tim, and the whole gog thing. You're the champ?
Rabbi Munchies. Oh.
Well, looks like you came to mess with her, Tim, from what I can see.
Rabbi Munchies. Oh.
Okay. Well,
You ain't making
I guess we
that.
can explain it to the police.
Motherfucker think he's me with this arm.
Okay.
There you go.
Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy dropping into the AR. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
What do you think was wrong?
Enemy dropping into the AR. Enemy soldier incoming. Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
Scored 63.
I am not gonna let you fucking hit me, dude.
Why'd you tell him that you wanted to watch on You're about to be sick. Look, he's already the third time. Oh, I believe that's what we're on.
Resurgence.
That's how we got that.
Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch your side.
I mean, that's not what you said. They didn't look like that was the case when you sat down and took stuff in your mouth. They were very fresh. Oh, there you said that. Why'd you come in anyway?
Squad mates back on station. Good work.
Of course. Well, we can look back at the recordings. Why'd you come in anyway?
Give me that shit.
You seem like you really wanted to come here.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Getting off of me. Yeah, getting off. Oh, me and him now.
Eyes up. Let's set this one. I need flags.
Put your hands up.
Get ready. You're redeploying.
How's it going? We have a rather naughty one here.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Enemy UAV is online.
I've had of all this, yeah. Sure that.
It's all on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy.
So it was hard to tell exactly what the situation
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
He said that the previous situation had been
Your squad's in the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
SDR awaiting target data.
deter him from doing it again. But no, here he is. In the kitchen, trying to meet a 14-year-old girl, stuffing his face with cookies, with a box of KFC.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Look, just drive the man. He just bothered me.
Located the rest.
Away, loser. Float away. You know what? Steal
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
Steal his fucking baby.
Total 45 seconds. Out. You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Oh shit.
Target grid empty. Negative PDA. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Enemy soldier incoming. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
What do you mean I didn't stop shit? I beat you in a high.
Deserter left your squad. We'll redeploy you faster to make up for it. Your squad is down. Stay alive to bring them back. Hostile airstrike incoming. Sector 25 was still standing. Valiant effort. Keep your head up and return to base to debrief.
Switching max.
Ages you really fast.
Yeah, dude, right when I fucking came back, it kicked me out for a long period.
So when the rain, when it hits you, because it's filled with that material, the beryllium, it causes things to age faster. And what this guy did is he tricked her and made her do a delivery, and she delivered a nuke into the city. And when she tried to get it out, he found out, and he basically made her strip into her chonies, bro. Put a mask on her, and basically let her run. It was like, well, if all you care about is your look, you can either save yourself, or you can save the town. And so this lady always is covered from head to, like, from neck to toe, because she's like an old lady under there. So right now, this is the first interaction she had with him since she's become an old lady.
It's not letting me join the fucking game. Oh, never mind.
Just like your friend made the scout account for you. Yeah, or me, did you say that? Friend made it for you?
That was her delivery price.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that during the channel. See, I'm really older than my profile because my homie made it for me. Yeah, that's what you said. Meaning the...
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, it's the blackberry sweeter than juice. Yeah, I'm almost blacker than the motherfucker too.
No, because she's technically, she's considered a EE, so she's considered an extinction entity. And I think he might be able to control our better. I don't know yet. No, he's not. You're broken, homie.
You're broke.
Yeah, we're still waiting on.
Oh my god, what is he gonna do?
Yeah, are there any other accounts we need to aware of? Instagram, Snapchat, email.
Where are you going?
Any other phone numbers?
Where are you going? Where are you going? Hurry up, go. Look at her old hand. Look at her old ass hand, bro. Why's she standing up on the like that? Oh my god. That shit took 11 minutes to do
What the fuck?
Those cookies will get you. They're delicious, but
You do not have permission to join third party.
for that
I'm like
mission.
74. This shit be racist.
you can only slide down so many chips. Yeah. They're built different out here. Some of them aren't fit compatible.
Yeah, well, we have pretty good laws here. Yeah. You breathe too many times, straight to jail.
Actually,
You blink an extra time,
straight to jail.
you straight to jail.
Not enough. Actually, 2 straight to jail. Surprisingly, straight to jail.
We have some of the best doctors here because of jail.
What do you mean was it so long? We were on the other side of the United States, bro. I literally walked to you. I'm fucking disrespectful.
I'm still talking to the detective here, so. What's that? Oh yeah, he's good. Yes, you do. That's mainly what this is. This is coming up on $500,000. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Is that my baby? Is that my baby?
What are these images you sent after he was talking about little T? Those pics?
No, he didn't. He never actually sent pics. The image, let me see the what images here. Those might have been those like smiley face images.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
Stand by. Like another number or something.
Enemy dropping into the AR.
All of the oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, it's because he had the profiles and the numbers. Okay, gotcha.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Some of the things here that he was saying that I wanted to question on. Really just a few things. Flashlight, do you have that?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
And he was worried about the police and being on, one of these shows. End up kissing her as she's wrapped her legs back and grab his fist. And then
Enemies dropping into the AR.
play cops and robbers. Let me see how profiles do I got here? Like, as far as, like, how many people report? Oh, very lucky. I've been doing this for a while.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Yeah, my bike thing about Joe.
Sure, those on the end.
Enemy soldier incoming. All stations, green light. We're deployed to the war zone.
Now this was a long night. This was such a big case that the police had all out. They expected
Resurgence.
come in, address this.
Stay alive. What is time?
At the end of the night, the charge worked out and put it all down. All the targets were released by the regime. I understood that as part of the probation, this was like a whole social media.
It did not work out in the end. You
They'll do that. Another thing is driving a vehicle that wasn't registered to his name, and he also failed to report that he
Hostile UAV in the area. Be advised, there's an enemy squad gunning. Enemy UAV overhead.
What do you mean run? I've been...
Did you invite someone up here to meet?
Squad mates back on station. Good work.
This shit pissing me
Did
off.
you, who did you send that to?
Look at me.
How was the entire conversation here on your phone? Look at those.
Look at my man, but I look cool. Oh, fuck me, bro. Look at me.
Your squad mate went AWOL. Resurgence timer reduced.
Ain't no way she's ready.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Is she in the lead?
Oh,
damn, I fucking got disconnected.
Your business card on the right. What a voyage. Your boy Steve Hansen back at it again. So you can see 3 o'clock in the morning. Latest. We're here. We're doing it here.
I'm gonna beat your...
Holy shit, no man, they're coming at us. No man, they're on the fucking boat. No man.
Man, whoa, homie, whoa, I just put back America.
All squad mates on the same. Moving in. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
You know, she pissed me off.
He
Shoot
barely
her.
even fucking saw me.
Down to you, soldier. Stay sharp. Enemy dropping into the AO.
He's on you.
Enemy UAV is online. Enemy destroyed. Use your TAC map to hunt down the rest of them. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your TAC map. Get hunting.
Fucking bitch.
The fuck?
Enemy soldier incoming.
I see him. Window.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
You took the baby?
Located the rest of them.
That's the baby's dad. That's BB's dad.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
Do I gotta fly him again?
They're all in the fight.
The fuck?
Hostile UAV in the area. Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead. Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six. Target down. Marking the rest of them. Enemy advanced UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online.
Hosea. It is your baby.
Enemy UAV overhead. Some of your squad is outside the safe zone.
He was holding a coconut. Why do they keep movies? Oh, it's fine. On the side now, guys?
Fire sales over. Adjusting prices. Hostile UAV in the area.
Alright.
9 left. Keep the pressure on.
That's not what I said.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Let me grab my phone.
Resurgence is close. No more second chances. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you to load up now.
Check it. I'm gonna pull out my notes. Alright. Ready? Flanker. Ready? Flanker. Flanker. If we're friendly. Wireback. Oil leaker. Battery muncher. Pin skin. Rust bucket. Yeah, I'd be
closing in.
I asked my coworker, I was like, yo, how do you feel about robots?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I'm like, what do you mean by that? I'm like, they're not people. They're robots. You can't be racist. He's like, well, I don't like the things that you call them, you know? I'm like, what do you mean by that? I'm like, what do you mean by that? She goes out to smoke a cigarette every now and then, bro. I'm like, what do you mean by that? I was like, what's up with you going out every now and then being gone for exactly 7 minutes? Are you charging? Let me see. Let me see your serial number.
They're gonna be right on you, Nomad.
Gas is moving. You're in the top 5. Bring home the win. 5 squads still operational in the AO.
How many are right above me? Oh, there's 2 of them.
You're losing ground. Moving.
Get ready, Nomad. Get ready, Nomad.
You're in the top 3. Don't let up now. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert. You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy.
Ain't no.
You're in the last 2. Now finish this. Only 5 remain. You were close.
I'm reloading!
You don't want none of this, Dewey. It's cheap and it makes you feel good. I think I want some.
Yeah, and you never bought any drugs. Yeah, and you never put in for drugs. That's just funny. You know, first things first.
I think I want some.
Check weapons and gear. We're holding the deployment. Enemy soldier incoming. Enemy dropping into the AR.
Hostile eliminated. Loading fresh mag.
Enemy soldier incoming. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Look, bro, look what they got me doing right now.
Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster. Alright, soldier. Mark a drop point for your squad and go get after it. Enemy UAV is online.
Fuck control center.
You have reinforcements inbound.
I'm about this like the last minute.
Enemies dropping into the AO. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Marked remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Enemy UAV overhead.
Here, no more. Here, no money. Oh, never mind. Throwing it on top.
Loadout drop headed your way. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Your squad's in the safe zone. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting.
Bloody bucket. Inserting armor.
Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me. How many shots did I just lay into?
You're getting another chance. Weapons free. Friendly loadout drops on the way. Go get your revenge. You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them down. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Enemy UAV overhead. Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is inbound. Mark remaining operators. Hunt them down.
Requesting Ripper above.
Remaining. Not bad. The enemy took that one, but we'll get them back.
Another one.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Use this time to target practice. Stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
What is it about?
Moving here. Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster.
I don't know him by that, but I know Seaman.
I know Seaman.
He's our favorite. I got a picture of him with his red hair and bangs and mask.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy counter UAV inbound. Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
These men are trying to meet up with teenagers online.
Do you have kids of your own? Yeah. What would they think of this?
Parking by station.
Very good.
They think they're talking to actual teenagers, but in reality, they're talking to an adult decoy posted on the other end.
You say 14?
Yeah,
Oh my god, that's too young.
I have older ones.
You having a good Saturday night?
You've got a loadout drop
How's it going?
inbound.
Not only is it immoral,
Downright disgusting. It's illegal.
Enemy UAV is online.
Very well.
you won't believe some of their excuses.
I don't have no sense of the class. You don't. What about when you said you wanted to slide your hands up and down your back?
All squad mates are in the safe zone. Gas is closing in.
Small emails, shipments, Kia. Ski hands to the Predatorial Investigation Unit. Ski hands to the Predatorial Investigation Unit. I'm ski hands to the team.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunting.
And I hope you're in the holiday spirit because we've got quite the naughty list to get through here. We're going to be here for a while.
Target down.
Jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in the back of a police car in handcuffs. Well, if you're 59-year-old Harry, that is. He showed up to our steakhouse to meet who he thought was
hostile UAV in the area.
Not only is he on Santa's naughty list, but he's also on the National Sex Offender Registry.
You have reinforcements inbound.
This year, we're spending the holiday season behind the
Loadout
bars.
drop headed your way.
And the only present still needs is a lump of coal in his stocking. And maybe a little something from his cellmate in the Santa Rosa County Jail. Oh, and
enemy UAV is online.
This time we're in Pensacola, Florida, home to over 50,000 residents. It's a quiet town.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Work got out on heroes. We set up an army.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Hanging out with a 14-year-old girl for about a week. Hot cookies and milk. We got the cookies and milk already, but he also got in the process.
I see the windows clear. Yeah, on the roof, on the roof, on the roof.
Lucky for you, we can actually make that happen for you. We can get actual cops here. And you can be the robber. Would you like that?
Stand by for redeployment.
Why is he going straight to the building that they're in? That's crazy.
The girl says she's 14.
Oh, I wonder why that happened.
What have you done sexually? The girl says she messed around with a boy in the library at school. Went down on her right there. If she swallowed. Harold then realized, dog, you're the champ. As you can see, he's got a fancy way with his words. But his rate of tips
in the area.
Just listen to some of the
squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
Ooh, I jumped off.
This squad's in the safe zone. Gas is moving. Squad mate's back on station. Good work.
My lips are good.
Ooh, you're lucky I had to reload, you piece of shit.
Harold claimed that he was only there to bring the girl some Kentucky Fried Chicken and then be on his way. But Santa's naughty list indicated
your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
Why did I jump on that fucking wall? That pisses me off.
Changing max!
And when he was talking,
back on station. Go get after it. Flight station flight. Bounty targets marked. Kill them all.
Are they nomad?
Probably.
No, they're on the loadout. I was trying to get a
No
loadout.
surprise, Harold is actually on the sex offender list. He was before we had even come across him. Now, when we were talking to Harold, the girl's mom was going to be out of town the following weekend. That seemed to excite him. As soon as he heard that, he starts talking about how he can come on over and
Resurgence is about to end. Make it count. Stand by for redeployment.
now his main vessel is
Enemy UAV online.
I have it. Go build a t-shirt. And I am a man of my word, so I made sure that when Aaron got to our state master were highly to know. Got those taken out, put them on the baking sheet, and into the oven, save length.
They just dodged.
So this episode, we teamed up with professional stepsister Aria Banks. And if you already know who she is, chances are you're probably already on the
Alright.
Shouldn't take me too long. Should take me like.
Now, despite this being her first time in a fully clothed scene, she actually did a pretty good job as a decoy. I gotta hand it to her. She's a natural. I was dressed as good old Saint Nick. She was dressed as an elf, Santa's little helper. And about 5 minutes before Harold's arrival, we fired up the cameras and got into position.
So, how are you feeling about this so far?
Really nervous.
Really nervous? Well, there was once a time when I had not had my Predator catch cherry popped, and this is going to be, a good experience for you. And I think you're going to like it after it's all said and done. I just want to kind of show you everything that's going on here. So this is our guy here. He calls himself Big Chocolate. These are some of my notes here. Some of the things he said on the phone, he asked the girl if she gets wet on the phone, like the other girls that he talks to. Yeah, and he thinks the girl's 14. So, yeah, I know, right? I know. Yeah, he's saying a lot of sus things. A lot of naughty stuff. He's definitely, he's for sure on the naughty list. Absolutely. Here he called himself Big Chocolate, then he asked the girl if she eats chocolate, and then he said, double chocolate, no single mouth. Now, it's not in this channel here, but he also said that he wants to come over and take a shower. So, he would be getting him in that shower today, and then we'll help cops.
Yeah, I think I could definitely go ahead and help and get a couple more for that day.
You thought it was very great. In worst case,
Merry Christmas.
Another cookie, and we'll pour a glass of milk right here in just a second for him. It's basically the time. So, we're going to give him the address, and we're going to hang it out.
You like my chat?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just kind of nervous.
About what?
I'm just having like memories when I was like,
Not really, though.
no, it's okay, you can stay.
I don't
No, it's fine. I'm okay. Are you vacation? Yeah, really?
So what's the other guy got to do?
All the guys I've ever done with? Well, what do you think those guys my age? I've never done with anybody else. Like, you know, I've never gone my whole way.
Think we gonna go
I mean, I don't know. I don't even know you. But it's fun.
I know, Territory Investigation Unit. Right there, sir. And what else? Nothing? Oh, okay. So what were you asking? What was that about going all the way that I heard? Well, you didn't understand, but I said you're out there. Okay. What were you talking about when you said go all the way just now? Well, I'm curious. Alright. How old was that girl you were talking about? You don't know.
19.
Please. Appreciate it. What about when you were in the chat where she told you that she's 14? See right here? She said it really 14. Your picture, right? Okay. So she did tell you that she's 14. And then you said that you're nervous because of her children. And you call yourself Big Chocolate. Please keep your hands like fire to me, sir. And if you just keep on the table for me. I noticed you were having a phone conversation. You said that you asked her if she gets wet on the phone like the other girls that you talked to. Why ask her something like that? Like she's 14. Yes, and that's around. Well, I think this is a bit of a step beyond messing around. You're actually here to meet, a 14-year-old girl. Wouldn't you agree this is a bit of just messing around? This is some serious stuff. You know you could go to class. You do really. Now, what was your name? Timmy. Timmy. Okay. You were talking about eating cookies, you said. Those cookies are going to be good when you go to cookies too. You remember saying that? I'll see what's wrong. But that's something that you said, Tim. Okay. So let's say you're working out. And after you call yourself, you say that you're chocolate. You ask her if she's eating yummy chocolate. And then you say, yes, double chocolate. She said she likes chocolate. Then you say it melts in your mouth, not your hands. So what do you mean by that? Oh, you're just talking about actual chocolate. So being that you're of African descent, you weren't talking about you, Miss River. Okay. Gotcha. And then you said we could role play. What do you mean by that? Oh no, you said it. Right here. I have it right here. Yeah. That's right. You said that. You said you wanted to role play. Some point you said you wanted to role play cops and robbers. Didn't you say that? Mm-hmm. Well, lucky for you, we can actually make that happen for you. We can get actual cops here. And you can be the robber. Would you like that? Why not? It's a role play. If you're just coming to role play. She said she's gonna bake cookies for you. And then you said that you'll be like Santa. Specifically, like bad Santa in the movie is what you said. I mean, this is illegal. You understand that, Tim? I mean, just help me understand. Like, why are you going to make this 14-year-old girl?
Can you charge this? This is apparently USB-C now. Can you charge this?
Oh, you can say. So you didn't mean any of the stuff that you were saying here? Yes. Oh, okay. And even when you said, even when you answered, she's behind the scenes now, you asked her what she did with the boy in 8th grade last year. You asked her if she went down south on him. You asked her if she spit or swallowed. What was that? No, I mean in your hand there, Tim. What were you just in your face? Oh, okay, just wondering there. And then when she said that she swallowed, you say, "Gawk, gawk, you the champ." What does that mean? I don't understand. What is gawk, gawk? Well, what is gawk, gawk? Is that sort of like a sound that she would be? Well, you said it, so you must know what. Well, what is? Help me understand what gawk, gawk. What is gawk, gawk? That's what she does. Got it, Tim. Got it. Do you have anything else to say for yourself, Tim? I mean, that's not even, the end of it. I have even more here that you were saying today. And I haven't even gotten to this stuff here. But just give me 1 second so I can ask you about this stuff. Okay? Harold had a very long, very dirty chat log that was 14 years ago. It's actually a bit disturbing. But there was one part of the chat log in particular that I wanted to point out here that was, oh, wait a minute. No, this is the chat log. This is a comic book that I picked up from firstcomic.com. This video is actually sponsored by them. Did you really think you were going to watch this entire video without me trying to sell you something? No. So, let's talk about First Form Collectibles. Are you a fucking nerd? A weeaboo? A Discord moderator incel? Wait, you're going to need professional help for that. For the first 2 items, First Form Collectibles can help you out. And let me explain that. First Form Collectibles is going to be your one-stop shop for anything related to they carry rare items, especially in the bundle exclusive products. They even have some on their website. Now let me show you the other side here. Who doesn't love the Ninja Turtles, right? Leonardo. Okay, he's looking pretty cool. It's a complimentary slice of Predator pizza with extra pepperoni, as you can see here. Here we have a Funko Pop of Daemon Targaryen from Game of Thrones, signed by the actor himself. Pretty rare stuff here. Is your wife nagging at you because you're sitting on your ass watching Skeeter Jean videos all day? Well, give her this lovely Disney princess purse just in time for the holidays. It'll make a great Christmas gift. I mean, this thing is just spectacular. She's gonna love it. And wifey, if you're watching this, stay with us. She's a king. And they're also carrying the Predator Puppy shirt here that just got restocked in black. So if you guys want to support the channel, make sure you head over there and pick one of these babies up. If you want to have the best nerdgasm ever, be sure to head over to firstformcollectibles.com and use my code Skeeter for 10% off anything in their entire store. Just in time for the holiday season. Now I'm going to go ahead and hand you back over to Steve Hansen. Let's see. You say you'll go with the flow when you get here. So it looks like you were looking to do a little bit more than just give her some food and, oh, okay, you weren't going to do anything. Let's see, you were so worried about the neighbors seeing you come in. Why are you so worried about the neighbors? Why would you get in trouble, Tim? If you weren't going to do anything, why are you so worried about getting in trouble?
Slimy little bugger, you're a slimy little man. Slimy little grievance, I have slimy little pants. I refuse to wash my dishes, I refuse to wash my hands. No, he's not bad. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a clone. He's been replaced.
It seems like you knew it was wrong. That's what it looks like here. Okay? You're talking about bringing her wings, talking about just eating the chocolate chip cookies with her, you're asking her how long your mom's going to be gone, you're asking her for mom associates with the neighbors.
Enemy dropping into the AO. We're heading for a war zone.
Interesting. Very interesting. What do you feel like you got something? Well, to me it looks like you're here to meet a 14-year-old girl.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Okay. You mentioned something about your third leg here. You call it Lil T, is what you say. You say something about Lil T might spit on you. What do you mean by that?
I'm hit. Enemy soldier incoming.
You say mad, he might spit on you. So who is this Lil T character?
Reloaded.
What's that? Not you, so what's Lil T? Well, it looks like you said it was your third leg, meaning your penis, and you asked her if she was going to rub it. She could do karaoke with it. With Lil T. And was there anything you had to say for yourself here? I mean... You feel bad. What do you...
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
How is coming to meet a 14-year-old girl home alone for sex going down? And you talked about your pain. I know what I'm talking about. You didn't mean. Well, you see how it looks to me. So tell me this. If we weren't here and a 14-year-old girl had you, so you're just gonna come. Okay, so you're just going to come by, drop off some food. Okay.
All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
Well, her mom's out of town and she's alone, and then you were going to leave.
Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back faster.
I need a police officer and at this address.
It's all on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy.
Yes, sir.
You have reinforcements inbound.
I wanted to report a 30-some-year-old man who was here to meet a 14-year-old girl for sex in a sting operation. He is here at our sting house right now. If I can just get an officer on the premises. Nope, just part of a privately owned and operated organization.
What's the organization?
It's called the Predatorial Investigation Unit. Tim, that's what it looks like on the chat log I have here. Okay? You talk about sex. You talk about your penis. He's calling his mom right now. Well, he came to have sex with a 14-year-old girl. We have the chat logs right here. We have it all here.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Do you have his name?
He's just telling me his name is Tim. And what was your last name, Tim?
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy soldier incoming. Bounty targets are up. Get after them.
Switching knives.
Back on station. Good work. You've got gas moving in.
Incoming shot.
Never said anything of the sort.
All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job. You're getting another chance. Weapons free. You have reinforcements inbound.
That's the same thing, because I said what happened, I was doing the same, like even the first time. No, somebody had called me somewhere and they had said me.
Outside.
We're returning you to the front. Earn this. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Down to you, soldier. Stay sharp. Friendly loadout drops on the way. You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until your squad can redeploy. Enemy UAV is online. Squad mate is redeploying. Well done. Enemy counter UAV inbound. You're being tracked by an enemy squad. Evade and survive. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
They know what happened to me at that night.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Enemy UAV overhead.
Well, Tim, the police are on the way in. There's nothing else.
Hostile UAV in the area.
What I have to let you know is that I'm Steve Hansen with the Predatorial Investigation Unit.
Yeah, I know.
And we're okay. So I just want to let you know we're doing an online series about adults who will be teens online. And I know you did reference these kind of shows when you're talking to the
Your squad mate is redeploying. Well done.
You said you didn't want to be on one. And you said you didn't want to...
Enemy UAV is online.
Well,
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
now you're on one of those shows. So even seeing those shows on the internet, I'm one more for
Gas is inbound.
Okay. Can't believe what I'm saying. Is there anything you want anyone else? Like anyone
You have reinforcements inbound. Back on station. Don't get after it.
So there, they know that you're just a good-hearted guy. You weren't going to come here and do anything. No, I'll come to bring you something. Okay. And that's it. Just
Enemy UAV overhead. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
They said, I just want to declare game on him and everything. I want to declare game on him, so I'll do it. They will see that when it was all said and done, they knew I was right.
and how long what kind of help?
It wasn't any female. So what I understand.
It's not matter male or female, how old are they?
Fire sale is active. Fire station prices are adjusted.
When it happened, it's like, I think they must have police.
Your squad is down. Stay alive to bring them back.
For you trying to help someone.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy soldier incoming.
Okay. Where were you trying to help them?
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy destroyed. Use your TAC map to hunt down the rest of them. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV. Get ready. Resurgence window is about to close. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area.
You are here to do that.
Enemy advanced UAV is active.
So you're saying this is the first time you tried
Enemy advanced UAV overhead. Head to the safe zone.
None of that in the conversation.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
For a week, she said she was, for a few days, she said she was
10 remain. Keep pushing.
You were asking how long
You
the
have
round was going to be
reinforcements
gone,
inbound.
asking if the neighbors were going to be on lookout, decoded the police text messages. You thought this girl was 14. What are we telling her?
Fire sales done. Prices are back to normal.
Why are we telling her to head all these messages? So do you
Your squad mate's back on station. Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game. Flight rates have been restored. Load up. Only 10 were
Okay, well, I guess we can explain to the police. Okay. Gotcha. We'll see. After I show them what I'm going to show them, we'll see if they still let you go. So let's finish at a time. Okay. So it was worse than you coming to meet a 14-year-old girl. sex, presumably.
No.
You can say that.
I know what it says.
I have everything.
I'm not going to do anything, though. And I told her, and I said that. I'm not going to do anything.
I don't recall you saying that you weren't.
No, I said, I'm not going to.
You told me you weren't going to do anything.
I'm not going to do anything. I already had it in my mind that something wrong.
Gotcha.
And I said, well, I'm going to stay with things.
What did you think was wrong?
This is the way it's going.
So you thought it might be some sort of setup, and you found out the hard way. So even...
I found out the hard way the first time.
So one time isn't enough for you?
Well, it was different the first time, though. The first time was worse than this.
Okay.
Way worse.
Gotcha.
And that's why...
Worse in what way? How was it worse? Okay.
I look up and I see our teammates' name for neck and cheeks.
I didn't get to that one.
You report and you listen. There was a police officer looking. Anybody come out here and do this. I mean, I can say what I want to say and do what I want to say. There's not any kind of way to do it. And then, the police officer that actually told me everything, he was the one that put it out for me.
Oh, interesting.
And it's on Foursquare. It's on paper.
Okay. How old are you then? Yes, you.
I'm older than that.
Older than what you told her. So how old are you?
Use this time for some target practice.
Why don't you tell him that you wanted to get locked on right? So you're really good at that. You're about to be 60. Well, you told me you were 55.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Why'd you call it anyway? Of course. Don't even look at that as important.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
How you doing?
Resurgent. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster.
I don't know why I landed here. I wasn't paying attention.
He said that previously.
Enemy UAV overhead.
The current one. And if he did get caught in a sting operation or trying to see him with an under.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Deter him from doing anything. But no. Here we
Enemy
go.
counter UAV inbound.
We catch it.
Kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunted.
Lots of KFC.
Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your location.
You really gotta wonder, what makes a man? What drives a man to do this? It just bothers me.
Go get your revenge. We lost that one, but we'll get a W next time.
I see you ski. How'd you come up with that one? Who did? Oh, your friend made it for you? Okay. Just like your friend made the scout account for you? And, yeah, or maybe did you say that your friend made it for you? You didn't say that? Oh, okay. Okay, I thought you said that during the chat. See, I'm really older than my profile because my homie made it for me. Wait a second. Being the
Oh, yeah.
all the accounts.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy soldier incoming. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
What? Enemy dropping into the AO. All stations, green light. We're deploying to the war zone. Resurgence. Stay alive to keep the squad in the fight. Mark a drop point for the squad and hit the field. Enemy UAV is online.
Smiley face images the only other images he sent were pictures of himself, but those are from like
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Yeah, I think he knew just what to send and what not to send. So the felony charges are really bad for him. Really? Okay.
All the technical registration violations is what you're charged with,
Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, it's because he had the profile.
You have reinforcements inbound.
Okay, gotcha.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Some of the things here
Bounty targets identified.
was saying that I wanted to question him on. Really just a few things. The flashlight, do you have a flashlight? Just a few things. She got wet on the phone, like the other girls that he talks to. Said, he was talking about the cook is really good, and maybe those might be too. And he was worried about the police being on. I'd end up kissing her as she's gonna wrap her legs
No.
and grab his face. And then ironically,
Enemy
he
UAV overhead.
So.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
Like, as far as like, very many. I've been doing this for a while. Yes, very many.
Yeah, my things off down. But we got a bunch of those on the
Yeah, for sure. Those noble things on the apps. He was on the phone for a while.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is moving.
Someone's coming.
Now this was a long time. Police have been there at the state house for
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
This was such a unique case that the police actually had to call out their detective. Actually waking up out of bed and one
in the morning come and address this Harold situation. At the end of the night, Harold was charged with 4 felonies.
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
All
Enemy
the
counter
charges
UAV
were
inbound.
I understood that as part of his probation, he was required to report any social media. Harold failed to do that. And he also failed to report that he was driving.
Get ready. You're redeploying.
I can't recall the number.
Down to you, soldier. Stay sharp.
That was a total of $10,000. That's a lot of money. Safe to say that Harold won't be getting out of jail anytime soon.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. We lost the contract.
Be sure to give the video a like, subscribe to the channel, and follow me on all the social medias. The links are in the description down below for those. I just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Let's go, boys and girls. Let's go.
You guys, come on.
Time for vengeance. You're redeploying. You have reinforcements inbound.
Stupid bitch fucking gonna chase me half fucking mad.
Enemy soldier incoming.
UAV prep for launch.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
Counter UAV above. Use your gun.
You're the last one standing, soldier. Survive until you leave.
Hey, stop right now. Stop. You just jump in the back, sure. Relax. What's going on? Why are you jumping on me? These were the moments when parents called the cops to arrest their spoiled
Reloading.
Starting off in the case of a 22-year-old woman whose mom...
We're returning you to the front, early.
She's the problem. She's my divorce. My dad divorced her. She's not a woman. She's the problem.
On April 16, 2024, officers were dispatched to a residence in response to a teenage girl causing the officers responded.
You've made it to the top 10. We've got 10 squads active. They hit us hard that time. Dust yourself off, regroup, and get back out there.
I'm good.
Taking care of it for too long. Called out the force. Been on the garage outside. And it just blew up in there. So it's been verbal back and forth between both of us. I just snatched that thing off her wall in her room because I told her you gotta go. Because I can't, her dog has destroyed the house. I gotta pay for that. The bills around me. Stuff that I gotta cover. And so I really just wanted her to go. Like, I think she's upstairs. I'm not sure.
So you wanted to go to where?
I don't know. I know that she's not on the list, but because she's been living here, I can't just kick her out. But if she's coming, like she do with candles, there's class up there. I have a base sitting on the table over there. She took it outside and it's broken.
personality disorder and had displayed both verbal and physical outbursts in the hours leading up to the call. Before speaking with the young woman, the officers stayed with the mother to gather more information.
She needs to go to the hospital.
I don't know. Like, she's in her, you can go look. She's in her bedroom. It's messy in there, but she's in her bedroom to go look.
What's her name?
Rachel.
Rachel. Hey, Rachel. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? Hey, what's going on? Okay, well, your mom called. I mean, I'm not your enemy, okay? I'm here to help. Who you on the phone with?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
At this point, several points. The
Resurgence. Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy counter UAV inbound.
At this point, the officer had been very patient with Rachel, but his patience was starting to wear thin.
on you. Stay alive so your squad can redeploy. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Hostile UAV in the area. Squad's in the safe zone. Gas is closing in. You have reinforcements inbound. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemies are dropping into the area. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy destroyed. Use your TAC map to hunt down the rest of them.
After rejecting
Enemy
countless
UAV overhead.
as time went on, it became impossible.
Enemy counter UAV inbound. Enemy soldier incoming. Stay alive. Take it back. You have reinforcements. Target down. You're losing ground. Moving. Back on station. Go get off.
Yes. When you combative, but you can't put it on the record because you're fighting us. Then you kill the sergeant. Stop.
Changing maps.
Enemy movement in the AO.
I generally was really having, like, I don't get off topic, but it's kind of a point. People speak before we kill them.
What's her name? Hey, Rachel, what's going on?
Yeah, no, I mean,
You just gonna let us down and check you out?
Coming up, Rachel was placed on a stretcher and prepared for transport to the hospital, despite clearly not wanting to go. In fact, she said she'd rather go to jail.
Boom, boom, boom. Cherry Hill. Oh, that's why I stopped control to my TV. I'm tired of this bitch yelling no.
Democratic primary voters, 16% would support Buttigieg. That's the highest of any candidate.
Wow.
Pete Buttigieg.
I don't believe it. I think that's just a phone number. I can't see that happen.
Well, okay, but wait. 16%. Black voters, 0. Zero. You don't usually see 0 anywhere.
Democrat frontrunner has 0% black support. Wow. Damn. Why is that?
Zero's low. For Buttigieg, explain that. I mean, why do black voters have this? I mean, he's a nice guy.
Who knows? Nobody knows. It's a mystery.
Yeah, he's under-indexing a little bit with black voters. Yeah. A list. What is that all about?
He doesn't move us. I respect the man. I've interviewed him before. Very nice man, highly intelligent. But
It's so funny how everybody knows, but nobody
Oh, I
says
didn't
it.
start it.
It's
Okay.
so obvious.
you gotta be able to move us, bro. He doesn't move us.
Yeah,
You can speculate as to why that is.
Yeah, hold on. Let me perk my bowl of my fucking tobacco. And then I'm ready for the blinker, pal.
And wow, just say it. He's not gonna say it, bro. They're not gonna say it. It's so obvious. Can't explain it on
The
there.
blinkers make me sick.
It's because he's gay.
You make me sick.
I was just
Because
about
he's
to say
gay.
that.
That's
I
the
would say
reason
makes
why.
me sick.
It's a gay white guy. That's the first one. Yep. There we go. You wait, really? Yeah.
I wish you knew where the housewives were.
Yeah.
Why would you give him head right before you
I mean,
leave to
I don't know
Mexico?
why. It's pretty obvious.
You know he's gonna
Right?
brag
I mean,
about
we're trying to
that.
make this complicated.
He pretty fucking wishes
But
I
there
did.
it is.
Alright, time for the blinker. Are you coughing because you already took your blinker? Because if you already took your blinker, you're a little bitch. I said wait. Fuck you. Don't ever ask again if you're just gonna take a fucking blinker by yourself, you dumb piece of shit. Am I tripping? Am I tripping, Carlos?
Enemy dropping into the AO.
No, I know I'm not tripping because we just loaded into a game and it was quiet, so I heard exactly everything you said, you piece of shit. I told you, hold on, I was packing my bowl, and then I didn't hear shit else after that.
I was there.
When you said,
No, I never, no.
I thought it was you when you were ready.
Like 2 seconds after I said, let me pack my bowl, hold on, you fucking piece of shit.
Like, I'm telling you, that's
You're a bitch, dude.
It doesn't matter if you like dick or not. Because people think it's weird, and they don't like it.
I just took my own, and I'm gonna take 2 more, because fuck you, piece of shit.
He gay.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, yeah, I don't know what you want me to say about this. It's statistics. Yeah. So it matters. It matters to people if they think it does. And it doesn't matter, like, whether you think that, you shouldn't be able to do that. Well, they do it. They do it. That's it. And people just find Destiny for sucking dick 4 minutes ago. Boom! Yes! There it is! That's right. There's so many people living in their own bubble, shocked to see it. You gotta understand that the influencer culture that you're consuming content in on a regular basis online is the fact, like, that's not normal reality. Being okay with Ram Joe on the street being gay is a different weight to it than the head of a head policymaker of the country being gay. Yeah. People think that if you're gay, there's something wrong with you. If you're trans, there's something wrong with you. So because so many people think that, and this is especially true in other countries. Like in the U.S., it's not as true. But in a lot of other countries, there is. I'm not, look, I don't
Damn, Allison. You really a bitch?
Like, I'm willing to work with people that are crazy if they can help me get what I want.
I can't believe you smoked without no man, dude.
A lot of
I'm
people.
gonna
And
say
yet you
nothing
still
on
want
that.
to, and yet you still want to say that I gave you head?
I don't believe it anymore.
Hell no, bro.
I
Yeah,
don't think I believed
exactly.
it in
Me
the first
neither.
place.
I never believed him to begin with, and he was talking about me.
You're a fibber. You just lie. You're a honey potter, a siren, a succubus.
Yeah, you fucking succubus.
Being gay and acting gay are different? Nope, it's not.
Harlot, she-devil,
Like, it's actually that simple. There's nothing wrong with being
Lilith.
Oh, I missed the top thing.
There are a lot of white people that will not vote for somebody because they're
I just opened that box and I didn't get shit.
There's a lot of Hispanic people that will not vote for somebody because they're black.
Oh, that's turned the
Do I
game
need
back
to
up.
say what would happen in places like China? Ooh. So, Obama wasn't openly gay? You're right. Yeah, of course.
What's
Right?
going on down there? Someone's getting away.
And so my point is that because
Someone just landed up there, yeah.
denial is ignorance bliss. And so that's really that's the point, right? And kind of when you make it on the ballot. No, exactly. And so some of these won't reform Western societies.
Positive ID on the bounty target. Hunt them down.
Yeah, there's too many chatters that live in a Western media bubble. And because of the Western media bubble that they exist in, they end up confusing themselves and fucking themselves over and deluding themselves into thinking that their viewpoints are delusional. So half the country voted for Obama because Obama is half of the race.
Inbound.
I think that Obama's race did play a huge role in how people voted for him. Absolutely. Of course. It's delusional to say otherwise. It's the same reason with Kamala Harris. It's the same reason with Hillary Clinton being a woman. Yeah, are you gay if you only have sex with yourself? Would you agree that femboys are not technically gay? Look, bro, just do whatever you want, okay? If you like femboys, go ahead. I don't need to fucking justify.
Primary objective complete. All
All
targets
people are
eliminated.
on social media and think they transfers that to the real world. Yeah, exactly. And I think that also, and this is something that I've heard from multiple minority friends that I've had when I've had conversations about this. And so, again, this is an anecdotal evidence thing, but those of you guys that are minorities, who, like maybe, it's impossible to say because it's like just literally a chat, but I've had multiple people tell me that one of the reasons why a lot of minorities don't like these identity groups is because, and again, they're speaking for themselves, is that they view that these identity groups have effectively found a way to co-opt the legitimate disenfranchisement or the legitimate struggles that their actual minorities have gone through in culture, like for example black people or whatever, or like another race of people, and they co-opted that and they've managed to take it for themselves. So they effectively there's this system and this apparatus that's made to effectively fix long-standing, like, financial inequalities or something like that. They're abusing it, right? Yeah, they're effectively abusing it whenever they shouldn't be. And so that's what I've heard a number of people who I've talked to that are minorities about this say. Yeah, I all think that, I'm sure, but that's it. So just tribalism? I don't know what you want me to call it. just because you disagree with somebody's viewpoint doesn't mean that they can't have it. You know, the exchange maybe. Yeah, Dave Chappelle talking about this, maybe. But like, yeah. Anyway, so let's see here. We'll watch the. They had Dr. Phil on too. Here we go.
Why are you going on these ice raids? I don't understand that. You're a guy who we know for so many years has been working to put families together.
Well, they can't be. He's going to put them together. In Argentina. They're all going to be together in action. Yeah, I don't see what there's no confusion here.
To bring families who are apart and heal them. And now you're going on raids with people who are literally separating families.
No, they're not.
Explain how that's bullshit. That's
All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Oh, man. I never thought Dr. Phil would be made.
Jesus.
How did this happen? I never expected this. Oh, my God. Ice for healing them? Yes, apparently. Clearly, that's what's happening. They're helping them by recording them. It's smart. Very good idea.
They're not separating family?
No. Well, look, if you arrest somebody that's a citizen that has committed a crime or is DUI with a child...
Fucking exactly. Thank you, Dr. Phil. He's cooking. Right.
Enemy UAV is online.
Do you think these people just came over? They didn't know that they weren't supposed to come over?
What you're talking about, I was hearing you in your monologue.
Reloading, head for indicated location.
We actually have legislators
Waypoint mark, disregard.
about immigration and funded those laws to be executed. They actually pay these agents to go out and do this, and now they're putting their names, their addresses of their families on the internet. They're putting them on telephone poles. So of course they're wearing masks so they don't get outed, so people can do violence against their families.
It's so obvious. How is Dr. Phil the voice of reason here? He knows exactly what the fuck is going on. Of course. Yeah, duh. Of course, absolutely.
The negative actions against ICE agents are 1,000%.
Wow, 1,000%. I bet that's random.
The last several months. 130% violence against them. And why did they didn't make the laws?
That's true. He's right. All they're doing is doing their job. They're just doing their job, and they're fulfilling the job that they're given. And voted on.
Enemy UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area. Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
Support every single one of them. I don't care if they have to separate the families or not. There shouldn't be any fucking illegal aliens in the country. I don't even see how this is a controversial
Enemy deployed an advanced UAV.
I love it.
Enemy UAV is online.
Doesn't matter at all. Like, oh, separating the families. So you shouldn't have brought them there in the first place. You put your family in this situation by doing something.
Resurgence window is ended. Watch your six. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Any rational, logical evaluation of this would come to the conclusion that you can't have people coming into the country randomly. And also, any logical and rational evaluation would come to the conclusion they need to be removed. Of course.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. Losing ground, moving.
don't go out with hundreds, you know. The eyesight's up and I've seen the file.
So it's also emotional manipulation that ICE agents should be masked. They shouldn't if they're government officials.
IFL's over. Just in price.
Yeah, I disagree. If you're worried about like masked men coming and like kidnapping somebody, then call the police. It's also not emotional manipulation whenever you have tangible data that shows that there's a lot of violence that's happening towards them. It's in the same reason protesters are masked. Yeah, every special police unit is masked. Yeah, of course. It makes sense, and this is the same reason why the guys that work at that El Salvador prison are masked too.
No more second
A lot of the reason why these guys are masked is because nothing bad will happen. See, yeah, there we go. All these guards are masked as well. Because you can't give these people any degree of credibility. Because
the enemy is no longer tracking you. You lost them.
And they will attack these people. Wanting to unmask them is dumb. The reason why, here's the thing. The reason why you want to mask them, the reason why people want to unmask the ICE agents is so they can intimidate and scare and assault their families. That's the only reason. It's not because they care about identification. It's not because anything else. It's so they can use these people's identities and then scare them and effectively terrorize the family. Like the ISIS people? Well, no, they're not. They're simply upholding the law. That's the difference, is that what they're doing is legal, and what random retards on the internet are doing is not. And if you don't like that, then you can change the law. But last time we voted on it, it sure seemed like more people agreed with me.
Remaining. Not bad.
Voted on by the
hit a hard that time. Knock yourself off.
Taking fire!
Largest amount of people in the country. That's all they are following orders, the same as every person in the military is. I know you want to try to make some parallel to, you know, like fucking Nazis or something like this. I'm sorry, but deporting people and families that are in the country illegally isn't the same as burning Jews alive for being Jews. And it's disrespectful to the Holocaust, it's disrespectful to Jewish people, and it's disrespectful to the nature of what Nazis were to delegitimize and try to turn what they did to be anything even remotely similar to deporting people that are breaking the law. It's not even in the same universe.
They've got a rap sheet, 12, 14 different cases long of child predators that they're taking off the street. These are the worst first that they're taking off the street. Who would want them back in their community?
We all agree with that.
Apparently not.
Hold on, answer the question. Who wants those people back in there? These are violent criminals.
I keep answering your questions, and you keep saying I'm not answering your question. Nobody wants that. We all didn't want violent criminals and gangs, but that pivoted to going to Home Depot. You know,
because they're working for under-the-table wages, they're not supposed to be here, and they broke the law by being here. Well, of course. I don't want illegal aliens at Home Depot that are doing jobs that Americans could do for less money. That's bad. Yeah, of course.
Trump came down the first time from the escalator. He said, you know, the rapists, the criminals, and such.
Well, a lot of them are.
I assume are good people.
Yes.
The ones standing in front of Home Depot, just looking for an honest day's work, for an honest day's pay, those are the good people, I assume.
No, they're not. In a lot of cases, they are exploiting a system. They are here illegally. They're not paying into the system in the same way that they should be. The people that are employing them are also exploiting the system. They're taking advantage of it. And also, I'm sure that there are
enemy dropping into the AO.
Sure, of course.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
whenever they don't have any way to document or to tell police they are? Yeah, I think so. And I like Bill and Susie on the phone. Well, I think that again, some people don't like the idea of I think it's great. I do. I think it's great. I think that every single one of them with nobody left behind. You know, in every single one of them, before all of them, I do not think that they are in that positive for society. And I think that the more we remove, the more that we can see that our nation is absolutely necessary. No exceptions. No exceptions. Absolutely not. Yep, fish where the fish are. That's right. Yep, gotta catch them all. Absolutely. And, yeah, no illegal left behind. That's right. If you hire all Americans, will Home Depot, at Home Depot, once the prices follow? If the prices go up massively, then I think that we need to look at that as its own independent problem, rather than hoping to put a band-aid over by exploiting another class of people. I think that exploiting another class of people is not the way that you should solve that problem. So, yeah, I think that in some cases the prices will go up, and I think that, yes, it's obviously, it's very true that a percentage and a part of America has experienced a larger amount of
Enemy dropping into the AO
because of the exploitation of third world laborers. But removing them is not only the ethical thing, it's also the logical thing to do. Having an underclass of people that don't have workers' compensation, they don't have rights, they don't have social security, they don't have any type of resolution to that.
This is Shadow 01. Employment in Warzone has been authorized.
Yeah, it's not slavery, but it's a level of control that is problematic. So yeah, we just know exactly. Doesn't mean the guy from Evo is the guy from Evo is a child molester or rapist murderer. That's the point. We don't know who these people are. They came here illegally. That's true. Yeah, some of these people, and also some people have been working. They can also be that. Yeah, I don't really care about low prices. Well, I don't really care a whole lot about ethical either, and if it wasn't really that, I mean, this is why we have tons of things that are unethical, like phones, for example, like who cares? I don't see people turning into their smartphones because they're made from cobalt models that children will have to farm. But at the same time,
enemy soldier incoming.
I think anybody who lives in the city knows that in any of the cities, in the areas where these people are at, are shitholes. They are, every single time. So if these people have a positive net impact to the environment and to the country, then why is it that every single place that they're at is awful? I wonder. It's because they don't. And they have tons of family members and people like that that come in that are all getting government assistance. Absolutely.
Enemy counter UAV inbound.
If there's anyone out there who deserves a long prison sentence, it's a predator. These evil people prey on the innocent and unsuspecting out there for their own selfish and perverted desires. And when police arrive, they have a hard time keeping their innocence. Police are informed of a man who had exposed himself in the parking lot of a sports center. It wouldn't take long for them to find the suspect that matched the description given.
Hey, yo, sir. Officer with those, bro. Get your license on you? No, he's my friend. Do you have your license on you? No, you don't have a license. No, you don't have a license.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
How long have you been here? My friend. How long have you been here? No, it's 5 days.
When officers arrive, they find someone who matches the description that they had in the report and confront the man.
What's up? No, not that good, boss. What's going on? No English?
Enemy UAV overhead.
UAV standing by.
Yo vengo a inscribirme en el gimnasio. No, your first name. No, yo vengo a inscribirme. Escribe tu nombre. Yes, what's your first name? No,
Yeah. He was? Yeah. Yeah, he's not talking about practice.
Swapping mags.
The car didn't come back to him? I didn't come in. No, that's right. Yeah, see if their camera picked up. Remember?
You're redeploying.
At any point, were you undressed in your car? Me? Yeah. Were you changed? Did you change clothes in the car? Any clothes inside? Over there?
AR inbound.
So you moved here? Yeah. Then did you change here or over there? Here. You changed there. Yeah. And then you moved here. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
Loadout drop headed your way. Stand by for redeployment.
No, just hang out. We just gotta figure something out. Do you remember which spot exactly you were parked in? No. Like which parking spot exactly? Yeah. Behind this one? Yes. Behind the van? Okay.
Fuck, I broke my leg.
You have a driver's license? No. No? You know driver?
I just wanted ammo, not a car.
You drove? Huh? Who drove? Who drove the car? You don't have a driver's license.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
No driver's license. Yeah, but who drove the car? How did you get here? Did you drive the car? No. No? Who? No, yes. It's you. Yes. It's not me, it's my friend. Who's trying to own it? Sir, do you have any identification on you? No. Credit card, debit card? Yeah, something with your name on it? Some money? No money. Flip that over. Flip it over. Let me see, credit card.
Enemy soldiers in the lobby. Good kill. Marking the rest of that spot on your tac map. Get hunted. All squad mates are in the safe zone. You have reinforcements inbound.
This is Chris Peltak calling from Hillsborough Beauty. I'm one of the supervisors on Protective Bureau.
Only 10 left.
I'm just giving
We've
you
got
a
10
call.
squads active in the field.
Here on the highway. Are you able to just give me
Enemy
a
UAV
rundown
is
of what
online.
happened?
Yeah, so I was walking out of the Planet Fitness in Hillsborough, and I saw like the car, like this guy, either his black Honda after all the windows down. He pulled out his spot. He was walking the aisle that I was walking down. I got into my car. He went into the aisle across me and back in. And then when I was pulling out of my spot, he was walking. He got out of his car with like still the hoodie down, like his shorts down, and like his erect feet just out, like looking around.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
So he went from one spot to the other spot, and then had full kicked out.
Okay, did he ever, was he doing anything with it, or is there a possibility that he was changing, or were you certain that no, this is what, we're on the same page?
Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
He got out of his car and he was out, and when I was pulling around, I kept looking around, like looking behind me to see what he was doing, and he was still standing in the same spot, like looking
Only 4
around the parking lot.
5 squads still operational in the AO. Enemy UAV overhead.
Are you able to give me a description
Hostile
of what this
UAV
guy
in
looked
the
like
area.
from your recollection?
Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
Hispanic, probably like early 30s, probably only like 5'6", 5'7".
Get ready. Insurgents know it's about to close.
Like a gray shirt, dark gray shorts, flip-flops.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Facial hair.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Okay.
Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Would we be able
Enemy
to
UAV is online.
show up with this guy? It's called the show up. Would we just like to, we can give you a ride here real quick, and basically we would do the quick drive-by with you, and you would give you a ride. You would say, yep, that's the guy.
Squad's in the safe zone.
Okay.
Enemy soldier incoming.
We have someone right now.
Okay.
So we have one of our officers to arrive. Ideally, I would prefer this person to not call the license plate. You know what I mean? I'm fine. You just be like in our territory. The guy's not he basically was changing. It's kind of hard to
reinforcements inbound. You're getting another shot. Weapons free. Be advised, no longer active. This is for keep.
But she said that he stepped out of the car. So he seems to
Flight rate has been restocked. Load up.
he was maybe calling her. Okay. Windows down.
Stay alive so your squad can redeploy.
Where's she work? Where's the other? Where she's alright. So we'll be back. Alright. Can you be willing to do that?
I would like for him to like
Gas is closing in. Enemy UAV is online.
So we have tinted windows in the back, and that's kind of why we don't want you driving your personal vehicle there. So we're going to drive you up, and then he's not going to be able to.
Find cover.
But you won't be able to see you, but you'll be able to see it. Alright? So we'll head up now, and then we'll drop you back off at your car.
Ooh.
Yes, our guys, like, so they went out with the mail, so that's kind of the whole purpose of this show up, is obviously we want to make sure we do have the right person, or if we don't. So they're out with somebody right now, and we'll go from there. Approach. And we're not going to stop, we're just going to drive by, and it'll be on your side, okay? Okay.
Three squads left in the war zone. Stay alert. We lost that one. We'll double the next time.
Just obviously take your time. Don't feel rushed. Okay, so what's your level of confidence now? Where? Okay.
Yeah, and then I pulled through to pull out, and he was parked over here because like I'll do like a pull through to the ground. Yes, like 10 out of 10.
Oh no, what's your name? Joey. Jose? Joey. You sure? They didn't find anything on you. Yeah. This is you, right? Okay. So your name's not Jose.
What little dookie girl?
Can you turn around for me?
What you want, little dookie girl? Get some more.
You have my bowl. I don't know where it is.
Yeah, I was about to use it right now.
Where is it?
Concito nombre. Uno, concito nombre. Is my chick. Guys, we're gonna take the call because we get to show up. It'll just be easier, I think, for people looking at it. Yeah, there's keys. I'm gonna take her back, put her in the front seat here, boss, alright? Where? In the back? Oh, you're back like a consultant. You speak English? Not much. So say you're going to translate. Yeah. Took his name originally? Yeah. Josue something Perez? Rojas. Yeah, that's not it. Yeah.
Shimmer,
you want to just follow me? The suspect tried to attest to his innocence, and there was enough evidence turned up that the victim's account for taking men for disturbing.
Alizé stinks like balls, cheesy balls. I use it Honolulu, California. What? Couldn't get the body.
How do you get McDonald's in the first place?
Mama sent me money for a game and I had just enough to get a little thingy.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
How many points you got? How many points you got? You used your points too? On McDonald's, you get new points every time you buy stuff.
Yeah, I used those like last month. I have like 200 or anything. Or else I would have used them yesterday. Shoo-ba-doo, 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 ba-doo, ba-doo. The ABR is fucking pissing me off. I want it so bad. Why is it so late in the battle pass?
Enemy soldier incoming.
Don't do that. Little baby bum.
Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate the target and bring them back faster. Alright, soldier.
Because they're scared of me. They think it'll dull me down. They think it'll make me more docile, but it's throwing me into this perfect monster of destruction.
She had mistook the situation for a drowning incident when she allegedly broke the two boys.
Why there's a height requirement? Warzone is free. You could always take it back while he's not on. You just gotta click one button. All he has to do is take it back when he wants it. He's not using it right now. There you are. Everybody. It's just whoever takes it at the time.
Officers then have a talk with the witnesses who reveal that it wasn't their first encounter with the suspect.
You've got a loadout drop inbound. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
This is Grandma. This is Grandma.
It's just, she's on a rebound type thing that, but she really has a big diagnosis that she's doing this. She used to do,
Your squad made it to the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
Someone's right under me, on the floor, on our building. Yeah, they're on my level.
So you don't have a contact for probation or anything? She got through the first year and since
They just took the roof.
Friendly loadout on the way. Squad mates back on station. Good work. Enemy dropping into the AO. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
That's a very, very serious crime. We don't take this.
I know she called me and said she was ready to go, but I wasn't here. She said
she was ready to go.
Your squad is down. Stay alive to bring her back. Squad mate is redeployed. Well done.
Three separate parts on this. The pre-order show. So it's not like some kids tell a fairy tale.
You're the last one standing. Survival for your squad. Redeploy. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Enemy UAV overhead.
Why would you fucking do that?
The enemy took that one, but we'll get them back.
The officer revealed the suspect called the boys daddy after releasing them to their parents and then interrogate the suspect at the station.
Sometimes it caught me, but I didn't act like I could get my hair on him, and then I just kind of took off and faded away from him. And then I don't know if he got like upset or mad, but the other kid just showing too much like respect when I wasn't their girlfriend at the time. Now I don't have a straight face, but like I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong.
Why did they call you?
I don't know.
Not sure.
I'm not sure.
Was there anything that could have made it happen?
I don't know. I don't know. It was just going down the slide.
Was it?
Yeah, with them. That was it.
Were they fighting you, or did y'all go down together on the side?
It was just like being there, and then you want to pay attention to them.
Have you played with them in the past? Yeah. So today's the first time you've ever seen them?
Yeah.
Okay. And y'all were, you said you weren't going down the slide together or anything like that? Were y'all playing in the pool together, doing the lily pads or the basketball area? None of that?
Well, they wanted me to play basketball with them earlier, but I didn't tell them anything, but it was like later on when they were called me. But it was
Okay. Okay. How often do you go up to the water park?
in the summer.
Yeah, like you go daily, weekly, you go a lot? You don't go very much? So probably, like, how often do you think?
Like every weekend.
Every weekend. Okay. So when's the last time you were there? You were there yesterday? Were the boys there yesterday as well?
I think so.
So you did see them yesterday too? Okay, did you talk to them at all yesterday or play with them or any of that? No. You can't remember? Okay.
Yesterday was the last word asking you to keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah, I think so.
Why did you ask for that?
For the same reasons.
What's yours?
I don't know. Like a week ago. I don't know.
So what were you doing when they asked you to keep your hands to yourself?
Playing with somebody else.
Playing with somebody? Did they not want you playing with them or?
No.
Okay.
When you say playing, what do you mean by that? Describe it.
My headphones are connected to it.
No.
What? I can't reach them.
According to a police report,
Hello?
one of the boys
What are you
alleged
doing?
that the suspect had even
Enemy
asked
soldier
his
incoming.
girlfriend.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
You just have to ground.
Yeah. And then it was like dropping them in the
Okay, how deep is it? Okay, so they were coming up on
and I was just like, coming up as a kid, and people saw like, my mother got a splash in my tire, and that's all I was doing.
Okay.
Like, I was afraid that they were going to come and get me my bag, but...
So where did you said you were reaching, but where did you go?
I was playing with them or something.
Which one?
Yesterday.
Okay.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
So the same incident happened to you. Is that good down yesterday after?
cool you got today? They were.
Enemy soldier incoming.
That you possibly grabbed or you thought you were going to do that.
All stations green light. We're deploying to the war zone.
We were grabbing the boys. That's what they said. So they saw it.